If this had been before, I would have definitely refused, waiting instead to eat with the campus goddess. But now I obediently carried my tray toward her. Serena Blackwood curved her lips into a faint smile, waving me over. "This seat's free." Her voice carried an unexpected hint of anticipation. The guys sitting nearby looked like they'd just witnessed an earthquake. God, they couldn't have heard that right, could they? Serena Blackwood, the ice-cold goddess who kept everyone at arm's length, like an ancient glacier that despised the entire world, was now smiling like sunshine at some random guy, and her voice was actually gentle? Did the Blackwood beauty take the wrong pills this morning? Under everyone's stunned and bewildered gazes, I slowly sat down, facing Serena. I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination, but the girl across from me seemed to be in an unusually good mood. I didn't think too much about it, just lowered my head and quietly ate my beef noodles, trying to ignore the shocked stares around me. Just then, Serena suddenly spoke up. "Why didn't you get a milk bun?" I glanced down at the table. Everyone else had a milk bun, sitting right there on their trays. Sure enough, one for each person, except me. I chewed my noodles, saying indifferently, "They ran out." Right when it was my turn, they were completely gone. Then I continued eating with my head down. After all, my luck had never been great anyway. Suddenly, a pale, delicate hand pushed a milk bun toward me. I froze, looking up. The cafeteria buzzed with noise around us. Serena stared straight at me, speaking slowly, "Then take mine. I don't really want it anyway." I looked at the bun she'd pushed over, an indescribable emotion rising in my chest, and murmured softly, "Thanks." The next second, the corner of my eye caught a slender, cold silhouette. As if sensing something, I turned to look. Audrey Kingsley was standing not far away, her gaze landing precisely on me, her expression cold as frost, as if the air around her had dropped to freezing. Behind her trailed 3 or 4 girls, one of whom looked at me with undisguised contempt, sneering. "Why aren't you coming over to eat with Audrey?" The sudden mockery caught me off guard. My hand froze mid-motion. I recognized this rich girl, Madison Sterling, a spoiled heiress who never bothered with studying, only getting into this school because her family donated a building or two. Back in freshman year, Madison had pursued me, and I'd politely turned her down, which made her absolutely furious. And she started trashing me in front of Audrey, saying I was some country bumpkin who couldn't even recognize designer brands, that my poor background made me completely unworthy of Audrey. At the same time, another girl standing behind Audrey noticed me too, drawling lazily, "Get over here already. If you don't come, who's gonna get our chopsticks?" Through it all, Audrey never said a single word, silently assuming I would come running. She never stood up for me either, letting the people around her tear me down. Beside me, Serena's whole body tensed, her beautiful eyes turning cold as they fixed on Audrey. I waved her off, took a deep breath, and looked toward Audrey, my voice calm and serious. "I won't be hanging around you guys anymore." My voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. Everyone looked stunned, faces full of disbelief. Almost everyone at this school knew. There was a lovesick fool named Logan Mercer, who chased after Audrey Kingsley day after day, from high school all the way to college, devoted to the point of obsession. How could he suddenly change? Madison's jaw dropped, her face a mask of disbelief, her voice rising several pitches. "What did you just say?" I lowered my eyes, repeating myself, "I won't be hanging around you guys anymore." But the moment those words left my mouth, a layer of ice seemed to coat the depths of Audrey's eyes, her expression darkening, her voice turning cold, carrying an unquestionable command. Each word an order. "Logan Mercer, come here." But I stayed right where I was, with no intention of getting up. The friends surrounding Audrey were completely frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. No one expected Logan Mercer to actually refuse. Did he take the wrong pills today? Or was this some kind of playing hard-to-get strategy? Audrey pressed her lips together, her eyes boring into me. A moment later, her face went blank as she turned and walked away, not sparing me another glance, as if nothing had happened at all. Only after they were completely gone did I finally let out a breath of relief, but my mood had been ruined by Audrey's group, and even lunch tasted bland now. I kept my head down, saying nothing, listlessly poking at my bowl with my chopsticks. Perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere, the girls eating with us started trying to lighten things up. "Serena, do you know this handsome guy?" Serena smiled brightly, then spoke with mock seriousness. "Allow me to formally introduce him. This is Logan Mercer. He's my—" She deliberately dragged out the last word. My eyelid twitched, my heart inexplicably clenching. Everyone at the table quietly perked up their ears, curiosity and anticipation flickering in their eyes. Serena paused for a moment, then added, "My childhood friend. He's 2 months older than me. We grew up together since we were kids." The girls looked envious. practically dying of jealousy inside. Oh my god, why didn't they have a gorgeous childhood friend like that? Serena ignored the teasing looks around her, just letting her lips curve slightly. Her roommate, Chloe Parker, spoke up. Logan Mercer, you're Serena Blackwood's childhood friend. So if we round up, that basically makes you our honorary big brother too. The enthusiasm was almost overwhelming. My face was full of question marks. You could round up like that? The girls took turns chatting me up. Logan Mercer, that's actually a pretty cool name. Yeah, it sounds like a novel protagonist's name. Haha, after finishing lunch, I couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself, eating with Serena's group was actually really comfortable. Her friends were genuinely warm and sincere. Nothing like Audrey's rich kid friends, who always acted like they were above me, nitpicking everything I did, and all I could do was pretend I didn't understand their snide remarks. Having something to compare it to, I finally realized just how exhausting it had been before. On the other side, Audrey's mood seemed to have hit rock bottom. Throughout the entire meal, no one at her table dared to speak, afraid of setting her off. Behind her, Madison said with obvious hostility, unbelievable, that Logan Mercer is so hot and cold. Now he's latching onto Serena Blackwood instead. Audrey suddenly stopped walking, her brows furrowing, her expression turning ugly. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and, a second later, lightning tore through the clouds. As heavy rain came crashing down without warning, students hurried to open their umbrellas, complaining about the unpredictable weather. Madison walked beside Audrey, opening an umbrella to shield her, then sneered with contempt. I know what's going on. Logan Mercer's trying the whole playing hard to get thing. It's honestly pathetic. Another girl chimed in with a cold laugh. Like he can hold out. I bet within a week, they'll come crawling back. Madison shook her head. A week? I give it 2 days, tops. Just then, Audrey suddenly froze, her expression hardening in an instant. They followed her gaze into the distance, where a boy and a girl shared a single black umbrella, shoulder to shoulder, smiling at each other, looking like a couple in the honeymoon phase of their relationship. The heavy rain draped them in a hazy veil, making them look impossibly romantic. Everyone squinted for a better look, their eyes going wide one by one. Wasn't that Logan Mercer and Serena Blackwood? After a moment, Madison narrowed her eyes. Well, he's really committing to the act. Pretty clever strategy, actually. Audrey, don't fall for it. Everyone knew Logan Mercer was obsessed with Audrey Kingsley, had been desperately chasing her for years, and now that he wasn't getting anywhere, he must have come up with some petty scheme. They were all from wealthy families, and they'd seen these cheap tactics way too many times. Audrey stood frozen in place, her gaze cold as ice, her expression darker than the storm clouds overhead. A moment later, she turned and walked away without a word. Madison and the others followed close behind. The rain poured down even harder. Serena's dorm was pretty far from the cafeteria, and not even in the same direction as mine. Seeing that she didn't have an umbrella, I figured I might as well walk her back. Serena pressed close to me, practically plastered against my side. Noticing this, I extended my arm toward her, my voice low and slightly rough. Hold on to my arm. Serena blinked, slowly lifting her head, confusion flickering in her eyes. What? I looked at her seriously, repeating, hold on to my arm. It's raining hard. This'll make it easier to walk together. Don't girls always link arms like this? Serena lowered her head without responding, but inside she was screaming, oh my god, you idiot. He knew that was something girls did with each other. What kind of guy and girl just casually link arms? Just then, something must have crossed my mind, because I suddenly let out a soft laugh. When we were kids, you were always clinging to my arm or my neck. Couldn't pry you off. Not only did you threaten to strangle me, you also said you wanted to skin me alive. Forgot all that already? Hearing this, Serena looked up and shot me a glare. That was when we were kids. Maybe she really was worried about getting soaked, because after saying that, she let out a soft, and, as if possessed, reached out and hooked her arm through mine, pressing close against me. The distance between us shrank, bringing with it the soft scent of a girl, wrapping around me bit by bit. So close, too close, I blinked, suddenly realizing the umbrella handle was tilting, leaning toward her side. Serena suddenly spoke up. Your umbrella's tilted. You're going to get wet. I snapped back to reality, mumbling, as long as you're okay. Then I paused, adding casually, I like getting rained on anyway. The moment those words left my mouth, I felt a strange sense of déjà vu. The next second, a sharp pain shot through my head, my mind dissolving into chaos, my ears filling with a buzzing sound, and my whole body went limp, collapsing toward Serena. In my head, I saw them again. Memories from my past life, that dark evening in my previous life. As my 23rd birthday was coming to an end, I finally received a birthday message from Audrey. My heart pounded wildly, full of anticipation as I opened the chat. The next moment, I felt like I'd plunged into an ice pit. He's back in the country. I have to go pick him up. The cold message glowed on my screen, every single word stabbing into my eyes. My face went pale, my gaze hollow, my heart crushed in an invisible fist. It was the young heir of the Ashford family, the childhood friend who'd known Audrey since they were little, handsome, and wealthy. A perfect match for her in every way. Reading that message, even though I knew Audrey, didn't actually have feelings for that childhood friend. Even though I knew she was just doing it for her family's business deal with the Ashfords, the pain was still unbearable. Bitterness flooded through me. Boom, thunder crashed, and the sky opened up, rain pouring down in sheets. Merciless raindrops pelted my face. The next second, a red car's headlights blazed blindingly, hurtling toward me at a terrifying speed. About to slam right into me, my body went rigid, my face ashen, my throat bone dry, my vision blurring. In that instant, someone grabbed me from behind, pulling me forward, barely missing the red car by inches. I was dazed, seeing a familiar face right in front of me. I choked out, "Say, Serena." Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. The world seemed to shrink down to just the two of us. Serena's whole body was tense. Her arms wrapped around my waist as she stood there, taking a deep breath, wanting to speak but holding back. After a long silence, she finally let go, her voice slightly hoarse. "It's been a while." My eyes reddened. It's been a while. Ever since I'd been with Audrey. I'd lost touch with Serena for so long. After graduation, we never saw each other again. Serena picked up the black umbrella from the ground, holding it over my head. Just finished a performance, happened to be passing by. Serena paused for a moment, her voice dry. Struggling to hold back, she whispered a birthday wish in my ear. In that moment, the tears I'd been holding back all day finally spilled over uncontrollably. I'd waited the entire day, never receiving a single birthday wish from Audrey, but here I was, hearing it with my own ears. Serena, whom I hadn't seen in years, saying to me, "Happy birthday, Logan Mercer." This memory was clearer, more detailed than the dream before. The dizziness gradually faded, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside me. As feelings from my past life came flooding back, my nose stung, and I looked toward Serena. Serena as a freshman now, and Serena, who would later become America's biggest star, miraculously overlapped in this single moment. All the bitter emotions from my past life came rushing back, completely drowning me, leaving me breathless. Serena raised her slender, jade-like hand, gently wiping the droplets from my face. "What's wrong? If something's bothering you, tell me. Don't carry it alone. Okay?" I nodded, murmuring softly, "I'm fine." Serena's thin lips hesitated, but in the end she said nothing. She lowered her long lashes, hiding the brief shadow that passed through her eyes. "You look this heartbroken, and you're still defending that Kingsley girl. Do you really like her that much?" I shook my head. "I don't like her anymore." My voice was so soft, you'd miss it if you weren't paying attention. Serena's fingers froze, her footsteps suddenly stopping. "What did you say?" I looked at her, speaking seriously. "I don't like Audrey Kingsley anymore." Each word fell like heavy raindrops hitting the ground, landing in Serena's ears. Time seemed to stop. Serena's heart pounded wildly, the corner of her lips curving slightly. Congratulations on finally seeing the light. At the same time, she was secretly celebrating inside, also congratulating herself for finally waiting for this moment. After walking Serena back to her dorm, I returned to my own room, rushing into the bathroom to shower. Once I'd calmed my emotions, I pulled out the journal from my drawer. On the first page was a Polaroid photo, taken on stage during the school anniversary celebration, Audrey sitting at the piano. Her presence ethereal, cold, and elegant. I would never forget how she looked under those brilliant lights. That girl playing the piano. One glance, and I was mesmerized. One glance, and I was lost. From then on, I started noticing her, caring about her, but always too cautious to make a move. Audrey Kingsley was a rich heiress, the kind of existence everyone admired but could never reach, and I was just a speck of dust. Insignificant, never seeing the sunlight. Until that day, when I got caught in the rain on my way to practice. A luxury car suddenly stopped in front of me. The window slowly rolled down. Audrey's eyes, exquisite as crystal, met mine, her voice cold. "Get in," I'd heard, that no guy had ever been allowed in Audrey's car, and no guy had ever managed to get her number. But I was the only one. Maybe that special treatment, that one-of-a-kind exception, made me delusional, dreaming an impossible dream. After the school anniversary ended, I happened to overhear some girls asking Audrey what kind of guy she liked. Audrey's calm voice drifted out from the room, proactive, enthusiastic, and obedient. So I made up my mind, pouring all my confidence and courage into pursuing her. Looking back now, it was honestly pathetic. If Audrey didn't like me, she could have just rejected me like she did all the other guys, turned me down flat, but instead, every time I was ready to give up, she'd give me that special treatment again, give me a sliver of hope. And because of that tiny hope, I held on to my sincere heart, burning with passion, only to be doused with ice-cold water in the end. Reality was never like a romance novel. How could a poor boy ever win over a rich princess? Thinking this, I tossed the journal into the trash, then picked up my phone, and without a shred of hesitation deleted Audrey. Along with all her friends, deleted everything, blocked everyone. It was time to turn the page completely. I would never make the same mistake again. I lay down on my bed, pulled up the covers, and for the first time felt my whole body relax, at ease. I drifted off to sleep, my dreams fragmented with memories from my past life, a melodious, sweet voice, gently tapping against my eardrums. The memories were chaotic and hazy. I could only vaguely make out a familiar girl looking at me, speaking seriously. You were never just a speck of dust. You're the brightest, most dazzling star. The next afternoon, my roommate Ryan and I both signed up for the basketball tournament. On the court, Ryan's face was full of surprise, asking quietly, "You're not messing with me, are you? You really don't like Audrey Kingsley anymore. Weren't you supposed to help her maintain her piano today? I actually thought you'd skip today's game." I nodded, looking at him. "It's true." "What, you think I'm lying?" Ryan lifted his chin. "I've never liked that girl anyway. But because you were so into her, I never talked shit about her in front of you. From now on, I'm going all out, walking around with that ice-cold face all day, like a damn refrigerator. And besides, those friends of hers making snide comments, right to your face. You couldn't dig up anyone that clueless even if you tried." Ryan spoke with animated passion, his eyes practically shooting fire. "Am I right, or what?" I nodded, saying nothing. Just then, the guys around us suddenly got excited. "Holy shit! Audrey Kingsley's here to watch basketball. Did she just look over at us, or what?" I turned to glance at her. Today's basketball game was an interdepartment match, economics versus computer science, but the audience's attention for this game was entirely focused on the stands. The two campus queens appearing in the same frame immediately drew the eyes of countless guys. Not far away, Audrey faced my direction briefly, her cold expression softening slightly. Behind Audrey, the girls also noticed where I was looking, contempt rising in their eyes, their expressions saying, "I knew it, called it. How long could he keep up the act? He's obviously just waiting for Audrey to show up." Madison grinned widely. "Obviously. Once the game's over, he'll definitely come running right over." The next second, someone nudged my shoulder. "Hey, Logan Mercer, is that your childhood sweetheart over there?" I was just about to turn and look when the girls courtside suddenly erupted in screams, cheering wildly, "Oh my god. Sebastian Cross is here. He's so hot, even hotter than my old celebrity crush. His looks are absolutely insane. I didn't have class this afternoon, so I randomly signed up to watch, and Sebastian Cross actually showed up. That face is literally god tier. Oh. That guy from computer science is gorgeous too. Who knew the freshmen this year would be this good looking? So who's better between the two of them? Only children have to choose." Madison stared at Sebastian Cross, her eyes sparkling. "Obviously, Sebastian's definitely better. He's been trained by professional coaches since he was a kid, and he even made the junior varsity team in high school. Plus, he's hot." Beside her, Audrey nodded slightly, her pale hands delicately holding a water bottle. Then she shifted her gaze from Sebastian, looking toward Logan Mercer on the other side. As for me, the crowd was so loud that I couldn't immediately spot where Serena was sitting. My eyes swept across the stands and unexpectedly met Audrey's gaze. I held it for exactly 2.5 seconds, then looked away, continuing to search for that familiar figure. On the sidelines, Serena stiffened slightly, following my gaze to look over there. The only person sitting there was Audrey Kingsley. Serena bit her lip. "Why isn't he looking at me?" "He's looking at Audrey again." "That jerk." Logan Mercer said he didn't like her anymore. Liar. Seeing this, she felt like even the air around her had turned bitter. But after all these years, she should be used to it by now. Her roommate Chloe noticed her expression was off, asking, "What's wrong, Serena? In a bad mood?" Serena stayed silent. But the next second, I suddenly looked directly at her, our eyes meeting, gazes locking. Serena was momentarily stunned, then raised her arm, her eyes curving into crescents, the corners of her lips lifting, 2 adorable dimples appearing as she broke into a radiant smile, like a pear blossom just beginning to bloom. She mouthed silently to me, "Good luck." Seeing this, the corners of my mouth curved up. In that moment, it felt like brilliant fireworks exploded in my chest, my heart beating erratically, nearly bursting from my ribcage. Feeling my face flush hot, All I could do was let out a soft, and nod, then pretend to casually look around, avoiding her gaze, using 100 fake gestures to hide the chaos inside me. The whistle blew, and the game began. I swiftly stole the ball. On the sidelines, Serena smiled, watching the tall, handsome boy, like an eagle that had been biding its time, now seizing control, every movement radiating cool, wild confidence. The basketball seemed glued to his hands, completely obedient. The first shot was a perfect three-pointer. That shot instantly ignited the crowd's excitement. Serena focused on following the ball, watching it move like it had a mind of its own, passing through the hands of other players back and forth, before obediently returning to my hands. The basketball once again traced an arc like a shooting star, swishing perfectly through the net. The game was incredibly intense, both sides nearly evenly matched. After scoring, everyone around burst into applause and cheers, so dazzling and overwhelming that you couldn't tell who they were cheering for. Sebastian Cross showed no emotional reaction whatsoever, seemingly indifferent to winning or losing. He casually sank a shot, his form textbook perfect, his slender figure standing straight, carrying the refined air of old money elegance. Oh, it went in. The students around started cheering, some girls blushing. Usually I see Sebastian Cross playing music, giving speeches on stage, but I've never seen him play basketball. How is he still so cool and elegant even when he's playing sports? Sebastian swept his expressionless gaze over his fangirls, his eyes stopping on Serena Blackwood. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes curved into adorable crescent moons. Her whole presence radiated gentle, pure energy. Sebastian's heart suddenly stirred. Could there really be a girl this pure and vibrant in the world? But her gaze wasn't directed at him. Sebastian slightly furrowed his brow, following Serena's line of sight toward me. At that moment, I was smiling and waving at Serena, completely unaware of the two cold gazes fixed on me. On the sidelines, Audrey's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. The game on the court continued. Sebastian shot a glance at the guy next to him, who narrowed his eyes, immediately moving to block and trap, deliberately crowding Logan Mercer, using hands, feet, and shoulders to limit his offense, maliciously obstructing, but still staying just within bounds, dancing frantically on the edge of a foul. After all, this was their usual bag of tricks. But of course, Sebastian couldn't be seen as involved. I'd already noticed the dirty moves from the two guys beside me, and simply broke free from them. Soon, the game entered its final moments. The afternoon sun, golden rays pouring down on me, the ball left my hands like a star shooting through the sky, every eye tracking the Nike basketball. But the ball reaching the hoop decided to be difficult, spinning 2 or 3 times around the rim, refusing to fall in. Serena's heart pounded inexplicably, her whole body tensing up, silently praying for it to go in. The next second, the Nike basketball dropped through the net, 1 point difference. The entire court erupted, cheers echoing everywhere. Computer science won by 2 points. The weight in Serena's heart finally lifted, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, her beautiful, clear eyes sparkled brightly. But she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. She kept feeling like 2 gazes were focused on her, one burning hot, one ice cold. But when she looked up, she couldn't see anyone watching her at all. Just then, Chloe suddenly pressed an unopened water bottle into Serena's hand. Serena's head snapped up, her small face full of big questions. Chloe grinned. Hurry up and go give water to your childhood sweetheart. After saying that, she clutched her stomach and rushed toward the restroom. Nature's calling. This one's gonna be epic. Don't wait for me. Serena stood there looking dazed, lowering her head to look at the water bottle in her hand, then raising her eyes toward the boy bouncing the ball not far away. He didn't seem to be looking at that girl anymore. So Serena quietly made a decision. Meanwhile, having just finished the game, I was feeling a bit thirsty. My gaze kept unconsciously drifting toward that little rabbit. The little rabbit was holding a water bottle, step by step inching toward me. So cute. My Adam's apple bobbed up and down, unsure what this feeling inside me was. Ryan was drenched in sweat, exhausted to death, offering cheerfully, "Let me go grab some water for you. I'm dying of thirst." I refused immediately. No need. I'm not drinking. Some girls nearby noticed I didn't have water, and one by one fixed their hair, walking over to politely offer drinks, flashing sweet smiles. "Hey, you played so well. Want some water? Can I get your contact info? I'm in computer science too." I refused without hesitation. Sorry. Not thirsty. I hadn't even gotten a clear look at their faces before I pushed through the crowd heading towards Serena. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in front of me. I hadn't seen clearly who it was. Assuming it was her, instinctively reaching out my left hand, A smile on my face, my right hand scratching my head. Audrey stood before me holding a water bottle, her red lips curved in a proud smile, her noble aura like a queen's, brimming with confidence. As her slender right hand extended the water bottle, I finally saw who it was, hurriedly pulling my right hand back. But my mind went completely blank, momentarily unsure what to say. About 4 or 5 meters away, Serena immediately stopped in her tracks, hugging the water bottle tightly to her chest, the smile on her face tinged with bitterness. After that smile faded, she turned and walked toward the exit. Oh, sorry. My hand slipped just now. I gave an explanation and quickly turned around. But I only caught a glimpse of Serena's back walking out the door. After dinner, back at the dorm, as soon as they heard the door open, my roommates immediately turned around, staring at me with meaningful looks. I asked, slightly confused, "What's going on? Why so serious?" The next second, Marcus looked at me and asked, "Logan Mercer, be honest with me. You really don't like Audrey Kingsley anymore?" I nodded, saying nothing. The fact that I used to chase after Audrey was something everyone knew, not exactly a secret. Who knows how many people laughed at me behind my back. Marcus lifted his head, holding some tarot cards in his hand, his face serious. "Actually, I used tarot cards and astrology charts a long time ago to divine the outcome between you and Audrey. Before, seeing how hopeful you were chasing her, I kept it to myself. Do you want to know now?" Marcus had always been obsessed with fortune-telling and mysticism, constantly tinkering with various tarot cards and star charts in his room. I nodded at him. "Tell me." Marcus sighed. "The result was that if you two got together, it wouldn't end well. It might even seriously affect your fate." After thinking for a moment, he added, "But my readings aren't 100% accurate. It's all pretty mystical. Believe it or not, up to you." I moved my lips. "I believe it." Suddenly, Ryan poked his head over curiously. "Dude, do a reading for me too. Is this guy ever gonna stop being single? When am I gonna meet my future wife?" Marcus happily agreed, shuffling the cards carefully before doing his reading. Ryan rubbed his hands nervously. So? Marcus looked at the cards, pressed his lips together, and patted his shoulder consolingly. "Bro, you might be single for a while longer." The moment those words landed, Ryan clutched his heart in agony, frantically grabbing a bag of snacks and stress, eating like he was self-harming. "They say if you don't find someone freshman year, you'll be single all 4 years of college. Looks like I've been single since the womb." Then I spoke up again. "Marcus, can you do another reading for me? For someone else?" Marcus nodded. "Serena Blackwood, right? Give me Serena's information." A moment later, Marcus's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. "Hold on. Let me try a different method. Tortoise shells, bamboo sticks, paper cards, star charts, star charts." Both Eastern and Western divination methods were deployed. More than 10 minutes later, his expression grew increasingly serious. "Logan Mercer, you and Serena Blackwood are destined by fate, a match made in heaven. And in your past life, this life, even your next life, there's a very high chance you two will end up together." Next, I got surrounded and interrogated by my 3 roommates. Questions like Serena's height and weight, her family background, personality, grades, friends, they asked about everything. 11 p.m., dorm lights out. I sat in bed under my blanket studying, when my phone suddenly lit up with a message from Serena. "When are you treating me to dinner?" Looking at this message, I was a bit confused, quietly trying to recall, when did I promise to buy her dinner? Though I couldn't remember, I still replied, "How about tomorrow at lunch? What do you want to eat?" Serena replied instantly, "Whatever you want." The next day, after 4 periods of class, I sprinted straight to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Right after class let out, the cafeteria was packed with students. Every stall had a line. "Logan Mercer." Suddenly, a sweet, adorable voice called from behind. I turned around, and Serena stood up, waving at me. I sat down, looking at the plate of dumplings on the table. "You already bought food?" Serena answered softly. "I didn't have class 3rd and 4th period." I looked at her, confused. "Wasn't I supposed to treat you?" Serena picked up a dumpling, letting out a light laugh. "It's the thought that counts. How could I actually let you pay?" She hadn't even finished speaking when I pushed a cup of bubble tea toward her, passed by the tea shop, grabbed one for you. As if it were nothing special, Serena accepted the bubble tea, her fingertips gripping it slightly tighter. A medium taro milk tea, exactly her favorite flavor. If she remembered correctly, that tea shop was pretty far from the guy's dorm. Was that really on the way? Serena lowered her head and took a sip of the taro at the bottom, smooth and fragrant, the sweetness spreading slowly, warming and filling her heart. "Good?" I raised an eyebrow, the corner of my mouth lifting slightly. "As long as you like it." Serena's gaze slowly drifted toward me. I immediately lowered my eyes, pretending nothing happened. Serena suddenly laughed, softly calling my name, "Logan Mercer." My eyelid twitched, and I let out an, "What's so funny?" Serena propped her chin on one hand, smiling as she said, "Did you know? When you sneak glances at someone, it's really obvious." I suddenly remembered what happened at the cafeteria the other day, and opened my mouth to change the subject. "Thanks for helping me out that day." Hearing this, Serena's eyes held a complicated mix of emotions, thinking carefully for a moment, then smiling, "If you really want to thank me, go to the amusement park with me this weekend." I nodded, smiling. "Sure." At the same time, the scene of the two of us together was secretly captured by someone lurking in the shadows. On the dark stairwell, a girl suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God! Audrey, look at this." Audrey slightly furrowed her delicate brows, looking at the girl expressionlessly. The girl scratched her head, explaining, "Logan Mercer's eating with another girl again." The next second, with a crack, Audrey stopped walking, the glass cup in her hand suddenly slipping to the ground, shattering into pieces. Clearly her mood right now was terrible. The girl got the hint, immediately zooming in on the photo, holding the phone screen up to her face. "My friend took this. Logan Mercer's eating with another girl again." Audrey stared at my smile in the photo, her gaze cold as ice and snow. Just then, another girl said quietly, "He already refused to hang out with us before, so he's probably not coming back, right?" Hearing this, Audrey's expression darkened, her voice cold and firm, each word deliberate, impossible. "Logan Mercer likes me that much, has been chasing me for so many years. How could he just walk away?" Madison stood beside her, scoffing with contempt. "It's just the old playing hard to get trick. Don't fall for it. Your birthday's coming up soon. When we don't invite him, he'll get anxious on his own." The other girls chimed in. Right. I secretly heard before that Logan Mercer was preparing a birthday present for you." As soon as those words landed, giggles erupted around them. Hearing this, Audrey's brows gradually relaxed, the emotion in her eyes softening considerably. She believed Logan Mercer couldn't leave her. The next day, Sunday, sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering fragments of shadow. At the amusement park, the entrance was packed with adults and children. Serena curiously took in everything around her, occasionally letting out a little gasp. I walked over to her and asked, "What do you want to ride?" Serena blinked, hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the nearest attraction. "Can we do bumper cars?" I nodded, "Sure." Serena immediately chose a cream yellow bumper car, obediently fastening her seatbelt, her heart racing, her eyes bright with anticipation. Ding! The game started. Serena slowly gripped the steering wheel, still carefully studying the gas, brake, and reverse, driving cautiously. Suddenly, wham! Someone slammed hard into her from behind. She jumped slightly and turned to look at the culprit. I was right behind her, raising my hand in a wave. Serena took a deep breath, puffed up her cheeks and hit the gas, spinning the wheel hard, refusing to back down, wanting to ram back. The result was she'd barely turned halfway when wham again. She got knocked sideways to the right. I'd bumped her lightly from the side. Compared to the hard hit before, this time felt more like I was teasing her. Seeing no reaction from her, I mischievously gave her another gentle bump. This time, calling it a bump was more like pressing close. Serena's small face tensed up. She lifted her head to look at me, her voice somehow carrying a hint of grievance, even a touch of pleading. "Logan Mercer, stop bumping me." They played all day, riding almost every attraction. That night, in the most luxurious VIP room at Starlight KTV, under the dazzling chandelier lights, Audrey sat in the center seat, listening to the loud singing, irritation rising inside her. Unable to help but frown, everyone shut up. The noisy karaoke room instantly fell silent, the lively atmosphere vanishing in an instant, the temperature dropping suddenly, as if winter was about to arrive any second. Everyone exchanged glances, not daring to breathe too loudly. No one could guess what Audrey was thinking. If the main character wasn't happy, naturally no one else dared to make a sound. Last year's birthday was celebrated the same way, fun and lively. Ms. Kingsley might look cold and distant, but back then her mood was clearly pretty good. Why was today so strange? Compared to last year, everything was exactly the same, except for one missing person. Just then, a girl tentatively spoke up, her voice careful. "Maybe we should invite Logan Mercer?" Everyone quietly observed Audrey's expression. Hearing this, Audrey finally reacted. Nodding, the girl immediately understood and started typing a message. Madison wasn't happy about it, scoffing coldly. "Audrey, Logan Mercer is definitely waiting for us to reach out. Isn't this just falling into his trap?" Someone else chimed in. "Exactly. The more we ignore him, the more anxious he'll get." Audrey was silent for a moment, then shot them a cold glance. "Invite him." Only then did the girl press send. The next second, her eyes went wide, staring at her phone screen in disbelief, stammering, "Logan Mercer, he. Madison crossed her legs, asking anxiously, "What? Did he reply right away?" The girl shook her head, her face full of shock. He blocked me. The moment those words landed, everyone seemed to realize something, pulling out their phones one after another to contact Logan Mercer. Oh my god, I'm blocked too. How am I blocked too? I've never even talked to him. No doubt about it, total annihilation. Only Audrey hadn't sent a message yet. Everyone exchanged glances, vaguely guessing something, but feeling like it couldn't be possible. Even if Logan Mercer deliberately blocked them, he absolutely couldn't block Audrey Kingsley. Audrey opened her phone, expressionlessly scrolling through her chat history, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Almost all the messages were from Logan reaching out first, but there weren't that many messages overall, and he never talked about trivial, boring things, always being extremely careful, maintaining a polite distance, afraid of bothering her. On the other hand, her messages were much colder, like a machine without any warmth. Often just a single cold period, sometimes not even bothering to reply at all. Composing herself, Audrey slightly furrowed her brows, typed a question mark into the chat and hit send. No matter what, Logan Mercer shouldn't have, on the day before her birthday, gone and blocked all the girls around her. It was truly absurd. But the next second, a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared, glaringly bright, like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into her eyes. Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. She'd been blocked. If he'd just deleted her as a friend, the notification would say the other party had enabled friend verification. Audrey stared at the chat interface, her expression darkening, her cold, proud face suddenly cracking. Everyone watched her reaction, their hearts skipping a beat. Utterly shocked? No way. Logan Mercer actually had the heart to block Audrey Kingsley too? This kind of risky push-pull tactic, I've honestly never seen before. He must have some expert coaching him from behind. Under the dim KTV lights, half of Audrey's face was hidden in shadow, her cold gaze gleaming, her voice icy. Call him. Use an unknown number to call Logan Mercer. Madison immediately pulled out her phone, hesitating, looking awkward, saying, "It seems like none of us saved his phone number." Audrey's voice was cold, reciting the number from memory. By the time Madison dialed, everyone slowly realized what had happened. So it turned out, Audrey had Logan Mercer's phone number, memorized by heart. Meanwhile, at the amusement park, I was waiting in line for the bathroom. The bathroom line stretched on forever, even longer than the line for the roller coaster. Serena was holding my phone, standing leisurely not far away. Just then, my phone suddenly rang, an unknown number. Serena lowered her eyes, glanced at it, and didn't answer. Probably a scam call. But the phone kept ringing insistently, as if something urgent was happening, impossible to ignore. Only then did Serena swipe to answer. The next second, Madison's accusatory voice suddenly rang out, dripping with hostility. "Logan Mercer, you've got some nerve. How dare you block us?" Hearing this, Serena's beautiful eyes narrowed, returning to their cold demeanor. "Madison Sterling, what's with your attitude?" In the room, the phone was on speaker, and Serena's voice reached everyone's ears. They all froze in place. Why was it Serena Blackwood again? Why was Serena Blackwood answering Logan Mercer's phone? Audrey's face turned to ice, snatching the phone away, her voice unusually cold. "Give the phone to Logan Mercer." In the brief span of 2 seconds, silence spread. Serena let out a soft laugh. "What did you say?" Audrey spoke word by word. "Give the phone to Logan Mercer." But the next second, Serena simply hung up. In the room, no one dared to breathe loudly, all lowering their heads, one by one. Audrey's eyes were unusually cold. Logan Mercer had blocked her, then turned around and got cozy with another girl like this. Madison clutched her phone, her mind racing. It sounded noisy on the phone. They're probably outside somewhere. Want me to do some digging and find out what they're doing? Audrey gritted out a single word. Go. 5 minutes later, Madison gasped. "Oh my god, found it. They're at the new amusement park." Realizing Audrey's mood had hit rock bottom, Madison's eyes darted around as she quickly spoke up. "I think this Logan Mercer is doing it on purpose, deliberately acting like he doesn't care. Plus tomorrow's your actual birthday. He'll definitely crack and come running with a gift." Audrey lowered her eyes, her eyelids twitching, an inexplicable panic rising in her heart, as if she'd invisibly lost something precious. No, what was she panicking about? Being loved meant having nothing to fear. Logan Mercer was throwing a tantrum at her for no reason, deliberately using his childhood friend to put on a show. Trying to test her? Audrey regained her composure, her face expressionless, her voice firm. "He'll regret it." Everyone laughed and continued singing, chiming in, "Haha, definitely, he'll regret it so much his guts will turn green." Madison snuck off to the bathroom midway, letting out a cold laugh, unable to help mocking internally. She knew perfectly well that what Audrey was doing would only push Logan Mercer further away. This ice-cold woman relied on her family's wealth, Walking around with that frozen face all day, who was that act for? She admitted Audrey excelled at everything. But when it came to relationships, she was dumb as a pig. Like she had some kind of emotional disorder, always needing others to chase her, pamper her, coax her. Wasn't she just torturing herself? Madison smiled contemptuously. Meanwhile, I finished using the bathroom and immediately spotted a balloon stand nearby. Since entering the park, Serena had intentionally or unintentionally glanced that way several times. So I walked over and bought one. Coming up to Serena, I pressed a sparkly star-shaped balloon into her hand. Serena blinked in surprise. "This is for me?" I nodded, gently taking her hand and tying the pretty balloon string around it. I pointed to the kids playing with balloons nearby, half joking. "Look, even all those little kids have one." Serena blinked, her eyelashes fluttering, softly protesting. "But I'm not a kid anymore." She shook her wrist, the balloon bobbing with her movement, the sparkly toy refracting fragments of light. Just then, Serena looked toward me, mentioning casually, "Oh right, Audrey and her friends called you earlier." After saying that, her clear eyes fixed on me intently. I calmly scratched my head. No idea what they wanted, but it's probably nothing good. Besides, I don't want any more entanglements. I took my phone back, and without hesitation blocked the number that had just called. Not a trace of emotional wavering. Watching my reaction, Serena couldn't help but smile. "Let's go. Time to head back." When we got off the bus, the sky had already grown dark. There was still a stretch to go before reaching campus. Seeing that Serena looked a bit tired, I spoke up without thinking. "Let me carry you." Serena looked straight at me, instinctively shaking her head. No need, just another 10-something minutes of walking. But I suddenly crouched down in front of her, even looking a bit pouty. Serena couldn't help it, smiling as she bent down and poked my forehead, laughing softly. "Come on." I squatted there, looking up at her, my voice straightforward. "Then let me carry you." Serena froze. Was this feeling just her imagination? I seemed to think of something, my eyebrows rising slightly. "You used to climb on my back every single day anyway. Or would you prefer a princess carry?" "Princess carry?" Serena remembered the moment coming out of the haunted house earlier, and couldn't help but feel her ears burn, her legs going weak. Finally, she somewhat gave up, saying reluctantly, "Fine, piggyback it is." Thinking about it, I used to be her personal horse anyway. What was there to be embarrassed about? After thinking it through, Serena took a deep breath, lay down on my back, wrapped her arms around my neck, her body pressed tightly against mine. I stood up, bouncing her slightly. "You're so light." Way too light. Through 2 thin layers of clothing, Serena could even feel the scorching heat of my body, spreading bit by bit across every inch of her skin. It was really so hot. So hot. Serena's heart felt like it had been burned too. The temperature around them seemed to shift, their 2 breaths intertwining, inseparable, especially with each step pressing them closer together, like countless feathers tickling, making her tingle and dizzy. Serena leaned against my firm, broad back, dazed for a moment, couldn't help whispering in my ear, "You're so hard." I suddenly stopped walking, even doubting I'd heard correctly. "What did you say?" She didn't realize anything was off, repeating it in my ear, her voice clear. "Your back is so hard. Hugging from behind isn't comfortable at all." Carrying her forward, I, tactfully, let out a long, lazy "oh," clearly saying nothing, yet somehow saying everything. Serena's breath caught for 2 seconds, her cheeks immediately flushing pink. I was being squeezed uncomfortably around the neck, my Adam's apple bobbing. Couldn't help but remind her, "Serena, are you trying to strangle me?" The girl behind me finally snapped out of it, slowly loosening her grip, her voice soft, "Sorry." Her warm, soft, fragrant body pressed against my back, more intimate than ever before. I pressed my lips tightly together, knowing full well that thinking dirty thoughts was wrong, trying hard to ignore the sensation from behind. But the more you want to ignore something, the more you feel it. So soft, I walked faster and faster, my head full of soft cotton clouds. Serena lay on my back, her gaze accidentally landing on the boy's reddened ear tips, as if she'd discovered something fascinating. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't resist reaching out to lightly touch the base of my ear. The moment her fingertip touched my ear, it was like triggering a powerful electric current, shocking me so much I nearly jumped. I suppressed the impulse, warning softly, "What are you doing? Don't touch." Though it was a warning, it really wasn't fierce at all. Serena obediently nodded, staring at the back of my head, saying gently and seriously, "Logan Mercer, your ears are really red." And ever since her finger touched me, I kept my expression unchanged, seriously lying, born that way. Serena blinked, letting out a disappointed, "Oh." With my ears burning red, I carried her, moving lightning fast to the school gate, gently setting her down and steadying her. But the balloon tied to her wrist was really eye-catching. sparkling brightly. Along the way, quite a few students turned to look at the two of them, assuming they were a couple showing off their happiness. After playing all day, getting back to the dorm was truly exhausting. I had just sat down when my phone suddenly rang. An unknown number. I answered, but unexpectedly, the other end was silent. So I politely asked, "Hello, who is this?" The voice on the other end sounded urgent. "Logan Mercer. We're at VIP room 18 at Starlight KTV." Hearing Madison's voice, I didn't even wait for her to finish, hanging up without hesitation, blocking the number in one swift motion. Then I plugged in my phone to charge and went to shower. On the other end, the luxurious VIP room fell into complete silence. Madison looked at Audrey's ice-cold face. Trying to ease the atmosphere, Logan Mercer not coming is his loss. Does he think we can't survive without him? Someone else chimed in. Exactly, acting like he's so important. Audrey's voice was freezing cold. "Get out. All of you, get out." A glass smashed against the floor, making an ear-piercing sound. The entire VIP room instantly fell silent. Audrey Kingsley was an heiress, the kind of existence everyone pampered. No matter when, she always maintained her cold, composed demeanor, keeping up a flawless, perfect image. Only today did she lose her temper in front of everyone. Everyone quietly filed out, leaving Audrey alone in the room. She opened her chat history, quickly finding a photo from last year's birthday. It was a birthday wish Logan had written by hand with a fountain pen. But the moment she opened it, the system prompted, "This image has expired." She stared at the notification, an indescribable emotion rising in her heart, murmuring softly, "Expired." 10 minutes slowly ticked by. The time passing midnight, Audrey opened her phone, looking at the flood of birthday wishes in her inbox, but couldn't find a single message from that person. She set her phone down heavily, both hands hugging her knees, curling up on the floor. A feeling of emptiness welled up inside her. Her eternally icy voice rippled with a hint of emotion. Why do I still feel this way? I should be used to it by now. Used to my parents being absent on my birthday since I was little. Used to being nothing but a tool for the family's interests. A loveless bargaining chip for marriage. Used to the fake flattery from friends. And now I've lost what felt like the only genuine affection. Audrey hugged her knees tighter. He's not coming back. He's been stolen away by that childhood friend of his. Speaking of childhood friends, Audrey suddenly dropped her phone and shot to her feet. Looking in the mirror, seeing herself slightly losing composure, quickly she adjusted her emotions, returning to calm. What did she have to worry about? Obviously he couldn't leave her. Logan Mercer needed her, and no one else. He would come back. The next day, Monday, was Audrey's birthday. In college there usually weren't assigned seats, but the first 3 periods of securities investment required sitting by student number. Quite a few people on campus had already figured out exactly where Audrey would be sitting. By now, there was a pile of love letters on her desk, and gifts with no room left to put them. Even the floor was covered with flowers, incredibly ostentatious. The girls in class all looked envious. Campus Queen Kingsley, truly deserving of being our school's ice goddess. Audrey walked to her desk, expressionless, opening each beautifully wrapped gift one by one. Seeing the names of the senders, she slightly furrowed her brow. Not here. None of them. His card and scarf weren't here. Audrey's expression immediately turned to ice. Looking toward Madison beside her, her voice slightly low, "Return all of this." "Same as always, I'm not accepting anything." Madison stepped forward obsequiously, clearing away the items. Even after searching through everything, my gift wasn't there. How strange. Could he really hold out this long? Madison asked while cleaning up. "So what about these gifts without names?" Audrey's voice was flat. "Throw them away." The girls beside her crowded around, craning their necks to look at the desk, their voices slightly surprised. Before, I clearly saw Logan Mercer buy a scarf. "Wasn't it supposed to be for you, Audrey?" The girl didn't realize anything was wrong. Continuing, "Oh right, I remember the birthday gift Logan gave last year. Was a watch, wasn't it? How funny. A cheap $800 or $900 watch, and he actually dared to give it." The next second, she felt the temperature around her drop significantly, suddenly becoming freezing cold. Audrey's pale pupils were tinged with frost, her expression visibly darkening, staring at her just like that, staring until goosebumps rose. The girl hurriedly lowered her head. By the time securities investment class ended, students were packing up their things one by one. A handsome guy in their class took a deep breath, gathered all his courage and walked up, his face flushed as he confessed to Audrey, "I like?" But before he could finish his confession, Audrey had already walked away with an icy expression, her mood absolutely terrible, as if she didn't want to stay a single second longer. The guy's heart immediately shattered. Madison hurried to catch up, following her footsteps. "Audrey, where are we going?" "This isn't the way to the cafeteria." Plus, looking at her expression, It seemed like she was going to confront someone. In the empty classroom, I sat in my seat studying on my own, preparing for the college English competition. All my classmates had already left. I was alone in the entire classroom, very quiet. After finishing a practice test, taking advantage of no one being around, I leisurely headed down the stairs. While debating what to eat for lunch, at the corner, a dark figure suddenly descended, like dark clouds covering the sky, abruptly closing in. I sensed something was wrong. Audrey and the 3 or 4 people with her were walking toward me step by step. A chill ran through my entire body. She was always like this, whether in this life or the last. She always had that same superior attitude, refusing to say anything, making everyone chase after her, pamper her, before she deigned to show a pleasant face. I clearly didn't like her anymore, yet she kept appearing in front of me. Walking past, I faced her calmly, my voice without a trace of wavering, neither servile nor arrogant. Move. I absolutely would not repeat my mistakes, would not be as pathetic as in my past life. 7 years of chasing in my past life, 2 years in this life. Just a joke, nothing more. But Audrey didn't budge an inch, her sharp gaze fixed on me. The 2 of us faced off like that, standing still, neither saying a word. Madison beside her couldn't help but speak up, both arrogant and contemptuous. Logan Mercer, why did you block us? You don't even answer calls. What's that supposed to mean? I spoke flatly. I already told you. I have nothing to do with any of you anymore. Audrey stepped forward, the distance suddenly shrinking, almost close enough to touch. She looked at me in apparent disbelief, asking, nothing to do with whom? I couldn't be bothered with her. Turning to leave. The next second, my wrist was suddenly grabbed. Audrey had a cleanliness obsession. She'd always hated physical contact. In my past life, every time we held hands, it was me initiating. She had never once touched me first. Yet now she was actively grabbing my hand. Audrey took a deep breath, practically gritting out the words, Logan Mercer. Stop making trouble. The next moment, a figure suddenly rushed over, forcefully pushing Audrey's hand away. Serena looked at Audrey with a hint of anger. Stay away from him. Serena pressed her lips together, gripping my sleeve tightly. Audrey glanced at Serena, then turned and walked away. I looked at Serena, asking softly, Oh, right. Why are you here? Serena looked at me, saying, Someone just told me Audrey was coming to find you, so I ran over right away. After saying that, she linked her arm through mine. Come eat with me. On the stairway, Audrey stood frozen in place, silent. Her expression, ugly. Madison beside her spoke up. Logan Mercer is probably just throwing a tantrum, deliberately trying to provoke us. After chasing you for so many years, how could he just walk away like that? Hearing this, Audrey gradually regained her composure, expressionlessly walking down the stairs. Right. He's just deliberately throwing a tantrum. After saying that, Audrey thought about what I'd said before. Logan Mercer didn't like Serena Blackwood. They could never be together. He'd said it himself. He only saw Serena as a little sister he grew up with. He'd also said he only liked her, and in the future would only ever like her. So there was absolutely no need to chase after him. Once Logan Mercer calmed down and thought it through, he would definitely come back to her. In the luxury villa, Audrey preferred to live alone, not wanting to stay in the dorms, so she directly bought a villa near campus. Throughout the entire day, her face was cold as ice, ordering all the servants to leave. The servants bowed their heads and filed out one by one, clearly sensing that the young miss was in an especially bad mood today, the worst it had ever been. Strange, normally the young miss never showed any emotion, happy or sad, and today was clearly her birthday. In her room, Audrey slowly clenched her fists, unable to stop thinking about Logan Mercer, remembering the image of him arm in arm with another girl. He was definitely just throwing a tantrum on purpose, going to eat with his childhood friend Serena, going to the amusement park together. She couldn't care less. Thinking this, she calmly opened her backpack. But the next second, her fingertips froze, her whole body going rigid. Inside the backpack was a light brown scarf, the fabric very soft, very comfortable, like a warm ray of spring sunshine, slowly draping over a glacier, melting ice and snow. Though there was no name or card, Audrey was absolutely certain it was from Logan Mercer. When Madison found out, she had an I knew it expression, smiling lightly. Of course he couldn't hold out. In the end, he still came running to give a gift. This is what they call being lovesick. Audrey said nothing, her slightly anxious heart finally settling down. That's right, Logan Mercer liked her so much. How could he possibly not give her a birthday gift? Early the next morning, it was the weekend, and last night, there'd been a sudden heavy rain, causing the temperature to drop sharply. Students were changing into warmer clothes. Audrey rarely wore a scarf, immediately making quite a few girls swoon. She was already perfectly beautiful, cold and distant, with porcelain skin, and wearing the light brown scarf made her look even more elegant. Someone had already posted photos on the forum. The goddess looks this good even wearing a scarf? This is the first time Campus Queen Kingsley has worn a scarf to school. As expected, beautiful girls look good even in a burlap sack. Just then, a guy stood in place rubbing his eyes, staring at his phone screen in disbelief. The guy next to him was stunned. Oh my god. Isn't that the scarf you gave Audrey Kingsley before? The guy nodded. Yeah, that's right. I think I forgot to write my name. $9.99 with free shipping. I just casually tossed it in. I figured for sure it would get thrown away. Maybe rich people are so used to designer stuff. They want to try something cheap and rough. At the same time, the girls surrounding Audrey all wore expressions of utter disbelief, standing there in shock. They absolutely never expected that Audrey would actually wear the scarf Logan Mercer gave her. Had she lost her mind? This was clearly cheap, low-quality stuff, probably $9.99 with free shipping. They wouldn't even use it as a cleaning rag. They had countless questions to ask. But when they met Audrey's cold gaze, they immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say another word. Madison silently clenched her fists, suddenly catching a glimpse of a familiar figure outside the door. Her eyes glinted, and she suddenly spoke up, raising her voice. Oh, Audrey? The scarf Logan Mercer gave you is actually quite nicely made. Who knows how much effort he put into it? And he specially gave it on your birthday to make you happy. Audrey coldly raised her eyelids, seeming to hear what she wanted to hear, before giving a soft, The moment those words landed, outside the bathroom, Serena's footsteps halted, her whole body suddenly going stiff. Serena stood frozen in place, silent, her fingers clenching tightly, trying to suppress the bitterness churning in her chest. But she couldn't manage it. The rain outside the window suddenly grew heavier, the entire campus, submerged in a thick curtain of rain. Rainwater splashed everywhere, falling cold into her heart. Serena wasn't unaware that Logan Mercer only saw her as a little sister he grew up with. She wasn't unaware of how much Logan used to like Audrey. Before, Logan would always prop his chin on his hand, secretly watching Audrey. He would take the initiative to tutor Audrey in math, would give Audrey all kinds of gifts, following Audrey like a shadow, his eyes full of joy, his heart full of anticipation. She knew all of this, knew it like the back of her hand. But what good was knowing? She had no right to ask, even less right to be jealous. Serena swallowed twice, lowering her sorrowful eyes as she turned to leave. Remembering what I'd said on that rainy day before, I don't like Audrey Kingsley anymore. That scene, thinking of this, Serena closed her eyes, took a deep breath, gradually calming down. Knowing his personality, he absolutely wouldn't go give gifts to Audrey anymore. There must be some misunderstanding here. She would tactfully get to the bottom of it, because she understood, so she trusted. Outside the window, rain pattered down, weaving a hazy veil of mist. Even the air had become damp. My third period class this afternoon was a university-wide elective, International Finance Analysis Seminar. This course was scheduled for the second half of the semester, and today was the first class. Back when I'd just enrolled, I'd deliberately registered for it to be in the same class as Audrey. I silently sighed. Arriving at class on time, the large lecture hall of nearly 100 people was almost full. Audrey and her group sat in the front row, deliberately leaving an extra seat empty. The moment I walked through the door, all their eyes turned toward me. Audrey gently raised her eyelids, trying to search for some kind of expression on my face, but there was none, nothing at all. I didn't even bother to glance at her, calmly sitting in the corner of the very back row, excessively quiet, as if I no longer cared. Audrey's gaze instantly froze, a sudden hollow feeling rising in her heart. In this elective, most students were on their phones. The person sitting next to me had been playing card games the entire period. During the break, the professor held his cup of water and leisurely took a sip, standing at the podium saying, "Final grades will be based on a paper. Specific requirements are posted on the learning system. 2 people per group. Pair up yourselves and fill in the form once you're confirmed." The moment those words landed, quite a few guys like wolves and tigers looked toward Audrey. The brave ones had already taken the initiative, politely asking if she already had a partner. Audrey remained expressionless, not even lifting her head, a single yes giving them their answer. The guys reluctantly left one by one. Several minutes passed, the atmosphere around Audrey growing colder and colder, feeling like it was about to freeze people to death. Madison gritted her teeth. "Don't worry. Logan Mercer will definitely come find you to pair up soon." Hearing this, Audrey's expression finally improved somewhat, but they waited and waited without seeing any sign of me. Audrey's patience was gradually running out. When she saw me smiling and asking the person next to me, Audrey completely couldn't sit still anymore, suddenly standing up. I was chatting with a classmate from the medical school. The next second, a graceful figure gradually grew larger. Like pristine white snow, approaching step by step, I sensed something was wrong. Slightly lifting my head, Audrey stopped right beside my desk. Very close, so close, so close. Her cold, icy breath immediately enveloping me, in front of everyone. Her crystal clear eyes just stared at me, standing there in silence without a word. The meaning was clear without saying. Students craned their necks one by one to watch the drama, immediately causing a stir. Audrey Kingsley was the most famous figure on campus. Everyone knew this elite heiress campus queen, and the fact that I liked Audrey was also something the whole school basically knew. From the very beginning of the school year, I'd followed behind Audrey day after day, like a little lackey. Countless people liked Audrey Kingsley, but who was Audrey Kingsley? She was the moon in the sky, a top-tier heiress from an elite family, an existence that ordinary people could never reach in their entire lives. But this time, it was Audrey who took the initiative to find Logan Mercer to pair up. How could this be? Audrey stood before me, her expression pale, in those beautiful peach blossom eyes. A flicker of incomprehensible emotion showed through. She raised her hand, deliberately adjusting the light brown scarf around her neck. Speaking word by word, pair up with me. Hearing this, I leaned back slightly, not a ripple in my eyes, shaking my head without much hesitation, declining softly, don't want to. My voice was very soft and very calm, but every single word clearly reached everyone's ears. He didn't want to again? How could this be? Everyone stood frozen in place, just wanting to lie down next to us and gossip like crazy. Oh my God. This was way too explosive. The moment those words landed, Audrey suddenly stepped forward, pressing closer, her distant demeanor suddenly cracking. Her face was cold as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, her voice becoming even more icy. What did you say? I silently increased the distance, seriously repeating word by word, don't want to. After saying that, I looked away, no longer watching Audrey's expression. The classmate beside me was full of shock. The next second, suddenly feeling the air freeze solid. All they could see was Audrey standing there stiffly, her entire face nearly about to crack, darkening to the point of almost dripping ink. Everyone around gaped in shock. Logan Mercer rejected Audrey Kingsley and directly said no twice, so badass. When the bell for class rang, Audrey let out a cold laugh, noble and dignified, full of pressure, leaving one final remark before she left. Logan Mercer, my patience has limits. She coldly returned to her seat, her expression icy. Audrey's friends exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The person who followed Audrey around every day had actually rejected Audrey Kingsley. How could this be? He clearly liked Audrey so much, had even studied hard enough to get into this school for Audrey's sake. Wasn't he afraid of overplaying his hand? Audrey sat in her seat, half her face hidden in shadow, her expression growing even more gloomy, like a winter storm mixed with shards of ice, making people shiver. Just then, a girl beside her carefully said, Audrey, please don't be angry. Audrey coldly looked at her, a thick warning showing in the depths of her eyes. The girl broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, yes, yes. You're not angry. I'm the one who's angry. After being angry for a moment, facing Audrey's questioning gaze, the girl scratched her head and continued, here's the thing, using a cold tone to order him to pair up. He's definitely going to resist. Hearing this, Audrey fell into deep thought, a hint of wavering and conflict showing in her eyes. But after a moment, she still stubbornly held to her opinion. Her gaze indifferent, both cold and certain. He likes me. He will definitely come back. It was precisely that light brown scarf. That gave her enough confidence. In Logan Mercer's heart and eyes, there was only her. Otherwise, why would he secretly slip a scarf into her backpack? Logan Mercer cared about her birthday. Just wanted her to lower herself a little. Thinking of this, Audrey became even more certain of her guess. The girl beside her's mouth twitched slightly, feeling like everything she'd just said fell on deaf ears. Even the girls who had been so sure before that Logan Mercer would come back were gradually starting to waver. Wasn't Audrey a bit too confident? Moreover, they kept feeling that Audrey's confidence and composure could completely collapse at any moment. Girls' dorm room 307, Chloe hugged her phone, skipping over to Serena's side, acting mysterious. Serena, I just saw on the school forum. Some super hot tea? Want to hear? After saying that, she smugly stuffed a handful of tomato-flavored chips into her mouth, looking pleased with herself. Serena normally didn't care much about the forum, and was too lazy to listen to gossip, but Chloe's words attracted the other two girls in the room, begging her to spill it quickly. But Chloe kept them in suspense, moving closer, whispering near Serena's ear, Really don't care? It seems to involve Logan Mercer too. The next second, Serena suddenly whipped her head around, the lazy air about her instantly vanishing, suddenly looking up at Chloe, her expression serious. "Tell me now." Her reaction was lightning fast, like she had radar installed. The moment she heard the words Logan Mercer, she immediately went on high alert. Chloe pretended to be surprised. "Oh, what's this? I thought you didn't want to hear gossip. Just mention Logan Mercer. And someone's so anxious they're going crazy." Serena gritted her teeth. "Dinner's on me." "Fine, fine, fine." Only then did Chloe agree to tell, describing it vividly. Earlier there was an elective finance class. Both Logan Mercer and Audrey Kingsley signed up. The professor wanted a 2-person group paper for the final. Free pairing. No one expected that Audrey Kingsley would actually walk over and ask Logan Mercer in front of everyone. The moment those words landed, Serena's gaze suddenly darkened, her heart feeling squeezed, an intense, unclear emotion churning in her chest, even breathing becoming difficult. And then, Serena's voice was calm, but listening carefully, you could sense a slight tremor, completely different from her usual relaxed, lazy state. Chloe didn't notice, continuing to chatter on, describing animatedly, but this time, Logan Mercer was super badass. Directly rejected her twice. I'd heard. Afterwards, Audrey's face was so dark it could drip ink. Ha ha ha. Every word Chloe said clearly entered her ears. Serena closed her eyes, slowly breathing out, releasing the tense state. Her whole body leaned back against the chair, the weight hanging in her heart finally dropping. The words after that, Serena no longer listened to. Her roommate's noisy chatter gradually faded by her ears, as if separated from her into 2 different worlds. She slightly lowered her eyes from inside the drawer, taking out the diary that had accompanied her for years, flipping to the first page. The paper in the notebook had turned slightly yellow, the writing also slightly faded, but the handwriting was neat and beautiful. "I'm waiting for my star to feel something." The next second, ding! Her phone received an Instagram message from Logan Mercer. Serena finished reading the message, quickly put away the diary, and hurried out of the dorm. Chloe blinked in surprise, calling after her, "Serena!" "Where are you rushing off to?" The rain grew heavier and heavier, a blur of gray outside the window. Through the layer of glass, you could still clearly hear the rain pouring down, deep and powerful. After sending a message to Serena, my mood finally improved somewhat. When I heard Audrey's, my patience has limits. I just found it absurd, really wanted to crack her head open and ask if she was okay. I sat there quietly. It seemed some things needed to be said clearly, otherwise they'd keep dragging on endlessly. The bell for the end of 4th period rang. I paired up with an unfamiliar classmate beside me, added each other on Instagram, then filled in our student IDs on the form. Class, names. Students headed to the cafeteria and dorms one by one, the classroom immediately emptying out. Even Madison and the others had been dismissed by Audrey. Only the 2 of us remained. I slowly packed my backpack, Audrey walking toward me step by step. Her expression was cold and distant, staring at me, as if waiting for a reasonable explanation. I zipped up my backpack. "Is there something you need?" Audrey looked at me, saying, "You and Serena are fake, right?" Hearing this, I calmly lifted my head. "So what? What does it have to do with you?" Hearing this, Audrey's expression turned to ice, a layer of frost immediately coating her eyes. She acted like she'd heard the funniest joke, speaking with conviction, her voice slightly low. "Nothing to do with me?" I nodded decisively. "That's right, Audrey Kingsley. I don't like you anymore." I stated it calmly, not a ripple in my eyes. Even feeling a sense of liberation from the depths of the ocean, the obsession of so many years, letting go wasn't actually that hard. My persistence day after day, my passion year after year. How could Audrey not know I liked her? She'd been enjoying the process of being pursued by me all along. She would flatly reject others, but had never once rejected me. It was precisely because of this special treatment that I'd once been so passionate. But those memories from my past life were like a basin of ice-cold water, pouring down from my head to my toes, truly chilling me to the bone. The moment those words landed, Audrey froze stiff, her breath catching, struggling to process this statement, even somewhat doubting her own ears. "Don't like me anymore?" An indescribable feeling immediately rose in her chest, dense and deep, surging violently, as if something was stuck there, even her breath briefly catching. It was an emotion she'd never experienced before. Several seconds later, Audrey quickly composed herself, recovering her calm and composure. "Impossible if you don't like me. Then why? Did you deliberately give me a scarf? On my birthday?" Audrey's eyes were cold and dark, her voice confident and firm. "You're lying to me. You clearly said you only liked me, that you'd always like me." He must be lying to her. But I didn't look like I was lying at all. I lifted my head to look at her, my voice serious. "I'm not lying to you." Pausing for a moment, I added, "Actually, now I even kinda hate you." Hate? Audrey pressed her thin lips together, her expression growing colder and colder. Uglier. Those two words were like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into the most vulnerable place in her heart, slowly bleeding countless drops of fresh blood. Her face cold, she approached me step by step. The next second, a light of joy suddenly flickered in my eyes. I walked toward the classroom door. My steps light. "You finally came." Audrey stiffly turned around. Serena smiled and waved at me. "Let's go." The scene before her struck Audrey's eyes hard. Intense emotions churned in her head. After a long while, Audrey let out a cold laugh, calm to the extreme, softly calling my name, Logan Mercer. Actually, she very rarely called my name. But before, whenever she spoke up, whenever she lightly waved her hand, sometimes even just a single glance, I would immediately appear at her side, my eyes full of anticipating stars, as if they would never go out. But the moment those words landed, I only walked faster. Audrey's cold, proud demeanor completely shattered in that instant. Her footsteps felt heavy as if filled with cold lead. She stared at the scene before her, feeling hollow inside, strongly shaking the beliefs she'd held since childhood. Serena walked up to me, reaching out to take my hand. We walked away without looking back. Watching our figures leave side by side, Audrey had never thought her emotions would fluctuate this much. She yelled after us, "Logan Mercer, if you dare leave with her, don't ever come back." Audrey's voice carried certainty and confidence. Back in high school, she'd casually mentioned that I seemed pretty close with Serena. The very next day, I started avoiding Serena, afraid she'd misunderstand. But now, I still leaned close to Serena, as if I hadn't heard anything. Walking to the stairway, our figures growing smaller and smaller, as if we'd truly decided something. Audrey stood in place, her expression suddenly changing. She raised her voice. "Logan Mercer, come here." She wanted to maintain control like always, but her delicate face couldn't help but twist. The rain outside the window grew heavier and heavier. My figure also completely disappeared into the curtain of rain. Audrey took a step back, slowly closing her eyes. Who knows how long passed before she opened her eyes, returning to her usual calm composure. She hypnotized herself again and again, becoming even more certain in her heart. He wanted to provoke her. That's why he deliberately put on this act in front of her. The sky was overcast, rain pattering down. I lowered my head to look at Serena, asking softly, "What did you need me for?" In the rain, Serena held an umbrella, stuffing the bag in her hand into my arms. "Came to deliver something to you." I looked down into the bag, surprise and joy in my eyes. "How did you know I wanted this?" There was the coffee I liked best, and also a gaming console that had been really hot lately. This console was actually really hard to buy. I blinked. "Thanks, but why are you suddenly giving me these things?" Serena seemed to have anticipated I'd ask this. Her voice lazy. "Won them in a raffle." "I'm a girl. I don't know how to play." She paused for a moment, turning to look at the academic building not far away, pretending to ask casually, "I really like the scarf you gave me. Did you give one to anyone else?" I tilted my head to look at her. The white scarf I'd given her wrapped around her neck, really matching her vibe. I nodded, answering honestly, "Yes, I knit one for my roommate to practice." Serena fell silent. A few seconds later, her voice became slightly lighter. "Did you give one to any other girls?" I didn't expect her to ask this, honestly shaking my head, "No. Besides you." The moment those words landed, stars slowly lit up in Serena's eyes, her gaze also becoming gentle. My face was full of confusion. "What's wrong?" Serena held the umbrella with one hand, fidgeting with the handle with the other. Her voice soft. "Nothing. Just asking." She pretended nothing was wrong, lowering her head, but the corners of her mouth seemed unable to stop curving up, harder to suppress than an AK-47. Serena had no choice but to bury half her face in her scarf, secretly hiding the emotions she couldn't conceal. The two of us went outside campus for dinner that evening. I ordered egg fried rice with a glass of orange juice. The owner brought out the steaming hot food. Serena handed me chopsticks and a spoon, taking off her scarf while eating. Before long, she suddenly said, "Do you want to go to a hot spring?" The unexpected question dropped. I froze slightly, even doubting my ears, nearly choking to death on orange juice. A few days ago, I'd seen videos from some bloggers, casually mentioning I wanted to go to a hot spring. I really did want to experience it, but if I went with Serena, my face suddenly turned red, even forgetting to chew my rice. Wouldn't I see her in a swimsuit? I remembered some images from my past life, feeling a bit guilty. Seeing me not responding for so long, complex emotions showed in Serena's eyes. Putting down her chopsticks, looking at me seriously, "You don't want to go?" I composed myself, lowering my head to drink orange juice as a stalling tactic. "Is it a team-building activity for your club?" But the next second, Serena gently uttered a few words, softly reaching my ears. There's no one else. Just me and you. In the dorm, Ryan suddenly bolted upright from lying down, letting out a yell. What? Serena Blackwood is personally inviting you to a hot spring? She wants to go on a date with you, doesn't she? I quietly spread out my blanket, placing the gaming console under my pillow. This doesn't really count as a date. Ryan spoke with conviction. Isn't this how it goes in TV dramas? When the male and female leads go on a hot spring date, pink heart bubbles fly everywhere around them. The two naturally fall for each other. I didn't dare think about it, pulling my bed curtain closed, quietly burying myself under the blanket for a while. Marcus was quite surprised. I remember that new hot spring resort has great reviews. They also have a buffet. Anyway, all my friends who went said it was great. So, did you agree? At 11, when lights went out, I lay in bed, poking my head out. I agreed. Serena said it was a raffle prize from the track team. She won 2 hot spring tickets, including one night at the hotel and buffet. Aunt Clara wasn't free, so she asked me to go with her. At the time, she even lazily said if I didn't go, the raffle prize would just go to waste. My head was full of images of her in a swimsuit, only half hearing these words. Marcus calmly set down his tablet, saying, "So you were dazedly talked into going?" His voice held some concern. "Why do I feel like you got tricked? The hotel has 2 rooms, right? You're not planning to do anything ungentlemanly to her, are you?" I yawned. 2 rooms. I added seriously. Serena and I grew up together since we were kids. Hearing this, my 3 roommates exchanged glances, breaking into knowing smiles. Winter quietly arrived, the December weather gradually turning cold. I'd been looking forward to it, and the hot spring day finally came, unable to contain my excitement. The resort hotel was antique and elegant, the natural hot springs steaming with mist, the air carrying a faint, gentle fragrance. After finishing the buffet, we rested for a bit before going to change. I wore a white bathrobe, revealing half my collarbone, full of youthful freshness, my whole being exuding a refined air. After checking my reflection in the mirror, I just lifted the curtain. When I saw a graceful figure, the girl's skin was flawless and smooth, dazzlingly fair, her long, slender legs carrying ultimate allure. She wore a pure white swimsuit, the lace-tie design wrapped with a layer of sheer gauze, ethereal and fairy-like. Serena slightly raised her eyes, seeing me, her beautiful eyes lighting up brilliantly, smiling gently. In less than 2 seconds, Serena lowered her long lashes, looking away, somewhat unnaturally clenching her fingers. I walked up to her, my lips curving slightly. We walked together to the hot spring. I leisurely removed my white bathrobe. Complex emotions rippled in Serena's eyes. As if about to witness different scenery, the corners of her lips slowly curving up, I revealed smooth, toned muscle definition, the abs making it even more seductive, a perfectly proportioned body, masculine energy rushing forth. Serena's breath briefly caught, unable to help but secretly count in her heart, really 6-pack abs. Her gaze drifted downward, catching sight of my black swim trunks. A few seconds later, she suddenly lowered her head and looked away, a red flush creeping up the base of her ears. Then Serena lifted her fair legs, stepping into the hot spring, slowly sinking into the water. Water droplets flowed from her collarbone down to her chest, a beautiful sight. I couldn't help but look a few more times. Serena slowly leaned against the pool edge, her tone meaningful. "Logan Mercer, come here." When she softly called my name, her gaze became mysterious, like a silent invitation. I patted my own face, trying to stay clear-headed, stepping into the hot spring pool step by step, keeping quite a distance from her. She was kind enough to bring me to a hot spring, yet here I was with my head full of her figure. So inappropriate. I took a deep breath. Entering the water, the warm current embraced me, fatigue and worry, all melting away in the steaming hot water. I contentedly narrowed my eyes, couldn't help but exclaim, "So comfortable." I looked up at her, the two of us unexpectedly facing each other, gazes meeting. In that moment, it was as if the world contained only the two of us. Sparking, beautiful fireworks. At dusk, romantic starry lights lit up around us, golden light covering the water's surface, sparkling and shimmering. The romantic atmosphere gradually quickened our heartbeats. I paused for a few seconds, somewhat unnaturally looking away, shifting to the side, getting further and further from her. Ripples rose across the water's surface. Before I'd gone more than a few steps, Serena suddenly spoke up in her clear voice, raising her eyelids, tugging lightly at the corner of her lips. "Why are you so far away from me? Afraid I'll eat you up?" She'd hit exactly what I was thinking, making me feel a bit guilty, not daring to lift my head to look at her. After a long while, I nodded. Men and women should keep their distance. I needed to stay far away from her. Otherwise, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to resist wanting to touch her. Hearing this, Serena's gaze darkened. She lazily let out a single word, idiot. Serena turned around, her back facing me. Who knows what she was thinking? Who knows? How long passed? When suddenly the sound of splashing water came from behind. The girl lightly poked my back with her index finger, her voice melodious like a songbird. Logan Mercer. Hearing her call, I lifted my head to look at her, then froze. I saw Serena's other hand covering her right shoulder, holding 2 lace strings, a thin layer of mist rising in her eyes. The strap came undone. Help me. Her long, curved lashes fluttered gently, her voice slightly trembling. I lowered my eyes, my gaze falling on her body. The swimsuit had a 2-strap shoulder design, with bare shoulders. If one butterfly bow came undone, a large area would nearly be exposed. My Adam's apple bobbed up and down, hidden currents stirring in my eyes. Outside the swimsuit, the thin white gauze floated on the water's surface, appearing and disappearing, making one's heart itch even more. Serena softly added another line, hurry over here and help me. After a long while, I finally moved, slowly walking behind her, taking hold of the 2 white lace strings. An expanse of fair skin appeared before my eyes, like a flawless jade, striking my vision intensely, making my fingertips tremble uncontrollably. Serena gently reminded, just tie a simple bow. I leaned down slightly. Done. Under the moonlight, a man and woman soaked in the hot spring, steam rising hazily. Serena kept feeling my hot breath on the back of her neck. Whether it was because the water temperature had risen, my whole body slowly grew hot, my heart also gradually churning. Clearly, it was only a matter of seconds. Yet I felt like a century had passed. I moved my lips, my heart like a little deer running wild inside. I tied a perfect butterfly bow for Serena, not touching her at all, then stepped back, suppressing the heat inside me, my voice slightly hoarse. All done. Serena also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling at me, revealing 2 dimples. Thanks. After finishing the hot spring, my whole body was warm, my heart feeling filled with happiness and contentment. As evening approached, I put on the thick white robe and got out, going to the self-service counter nearby to get some pastries to eat. Serena stayed close beside me. Whatever I chose, Serena would also take a piece to eat. From a distance, the 2 of us were practically glued together, just like an intimate couple. This scene was caught by a few people not far away. A girl's eyes widened in surprise, hurriedly taking out her phone to snap a photo and send to Audrey. Isn't this Logan Mercer and Serena Blackwood? The 2 of them went to a private hot spring together again. In the luxury villa, under the expensive European-style chandelier, the girl was bathed in a layer of pale white light, sitting expressionlessly reading comments. After a long while, Audrey scrolled through her phone, unexpectedly seeing an Instagram message. In that instant, her movement suddenly froze, opening the photo in disbelief. The figures of a man and woman appeared clearly before her eyes, the atmosphere harmonious and warm. The girl was smiling with her eyes curved, incredibly sweet. The boy was also smirking while looking at her, hazy and romantic. Me and Serena, just like a couple in love. Audrey slammed her phone down on the table, her face immediately turning to ice, a furious storm rising on her face. I'd gone to the amusement park with Serena, gone to KTV for a birthday party, and even went to a private hot spring with Serena. Audrey's usual cold, proud demeanor suddenly showed signs of exhaustion. She had a moment of daze, feeling like she'd somehow lost the most precious thing. A long time later, she finally managed to suppress the bitterness in her heart. When Audrey lifted her head, a determined light flickered in the depths of her eyes. Confident, Logan Mercer couldn't possibly really choose Serena Blackwood. By the hot spring, the attentive staff offered drinks. The alcohol content was very low, the taste quite unique, and the name even more special, called Signal of Heart Flutter. I accepted the drink bottle, said thank you, and gulped it down. Sour and sweet with a hint of alcohol, instantly addictive. In less than a few minutes, my head felt light, my gaze gradually becoming hazy, my face uncontrollably flushing red. I don't know why, but now I suddenly wanted to hold Serena's slender waist, to touch her long, fair legs. Just then, Serena seemed to notice something was wrong with me, suddenly tiptoeing close to my face, bringing with her a faint fragrance. Her voice rang sweetly by my ear. What's wrong with you? The girl was even more alluring than usual. I looked at the face enlarging before my eyes, immediately panicked and stepped back, stammering, umbering. Nothing, I'm going to the bathroom for a moment. My head was spinning. Stumbling toward the bathroom nearby, splashing cold water hard on my face, I breathed out softly, looking up at myself in the mirror. Something felt off. So dizzy, I took a deep breath and stepped out of the bathroom. The next moment, a dark figure rushed out from the corner, forcefully swinging a broom handle at my head. I immediately felt dizzy, collapsing to the ground. That drink definitely wasn't low alcohol, otherwise I couldn't have gotten so drunk my head was spinning like this. The other person spoke, Logan Mercer. Only then did I see clearly who was forcing me away. My eyes slowly widening. Madison Sterling? Why was it her? Madison's gaze swept over my body, forcefully covering my mouth. Leaning down close to my ear, Audrey Kingsley doesn't like you. A block of dead ice? Is she worth liking? Logan Mercer. Be my man instead. Marry me later, and you won't even need to finish college. This lady here guarantees you a lifetime of wealth and glory. I was completely wasted. My mind blank. My whole body drained of strength. Even knowing I was heavily drunk, I didn't hesitate to bite my lip until it bled, using the taste of blood and the spreading pain, forcing myself to stay alert. Waiting for her to let her guard down, I kicked her hard in the stomach with one foot, the motion clean and decisive, then quickly ran outside. I ran while shouting loudly. Before I could finish, the next second, a familiar figure appeared before me. Serena came running against the light, as if everything around her parted to make way. In that moment, I finally couldn't help but embrace her, murmuring, "Serena, what a coincidence. Always such a coincidence." Whenever I was in danger, she would immediately appear before me. Serena's voice was caring. "I'm here, it's okay. Wait for me a moment." I was dizzy, my eyes closing uncontrollably, only vaguely hearing the sounds of fighting. Next, Madison's miserable screams immediately rang out. Serena couldn't control her anger. She grabbed Madison's head, slamming it hard against the wall, making crisp thudding sounds. Madison pathetically knelt on the ground, her forehead nearly bashed bloody, desperately begging for mercy. Serena struggled to suppress her emotions, finally closing her eyes. Taking a deep breath, "You dare touch him, do you want to die?" At the same time, a girl's jaw dropped, holding her phone as she secretly slipped away from behind a tree. The girl fled while marveling, sending the video she'd just recorded to Audrey, especially those explosive statements. "Audrey Kingsley, she's a block of dead ice. Is she worth liking?" Didn't Madison hate Logan Mercer the most? Turns out, she secretly liked him. More importantly, she dared to call Audrey an ice queen. Had she lost her mind? The girl was shocked, as if struck by lightning. No wonder Madison was acting strange today. Her eyes glued to Logan Mercer, following them here to see what was up, directly shocked the whole house. At the hotel, 11,030 at night, the pitch-black night swallowed the sky. I'd drunk high-proof alcohol, completely wasted. By the time I groggily opened my eyes, I found myself lying on a large, soft bed, the blanket covering me tightly, not a single gap left. A moment later, a familiar voice slowly reached my ears, carrying a hint of gentleness. "Awake?" Serena had pulled a chair to sit by the bed, watching me intently without blinking. Who knows how long she'd been sitting there. I opened my eyes, also seriously looking at her face. I nodded. Serena didn't say anything either, silently watching me. The two of us just stared at each other like that, the entire room wrapped in silence. I blinked, tilting slightly to look at her curiously. The woman before me looked a bit fierce, but seemed to have some kind of magic, drawing me closer bit by bit. After a long while, I reached out and gently grasped the hem of her clothes. Carefully speaking, "Want a hug." My words were a bit slurred and unclear. The girl didn't react in time, freezing for a moment. I kept a straight face, seriously thinking for a while, "Can you hug me?" This time, Serena heard clearly. She pressed her lips together and held me, her movements careful and gentle. I sat on the bed, burying my head in her chest. Her embrace was so warm, so comfortable. My breath was hot, as if it had melted into part of her body. My arms wrapped around her waist, nuzzling in her embrace, occasionally even headbutting her. Like a small animal acting spoiled, Serena lowered her head, holding me close, gradually realizing the position was too intimate, before slowly letting go. I couldn't help but speak up. "Logan Mercer, do you know who I am?" I sat swaying on the big bed. Hearing this, my face full of confusion, lowering my hazy eyes, tilting my head without saying a word. Serena's gaze lingered on me for a long time. Finally, her eyes darkened. As expected, the drunk person didn't remember her. Suddenly, I clumsily grabbed her clothes, my voice somewhat urgent, I know. A faint light flickered in Serena's eyes. She gripped my hand tightly. "Then who am I?" Her lashes trembled like falling rain, her heart beating wildly out of control. I looked a bit silly being drunk, slowly saying, "You're my wife." Serena's breath suddenly stopped, her heartbeat suddenly missing a beat. A long while later, she finally heard her own voice. Over her pounding heart, "What?" My whole being looked at her in a daze, looking somewhat anxious. timidly asking, "What's wrong? Are you not my wife?" Serena stared at the drunk person before her, me, looking disappointed. But hearing her slowly, in acknowledgement, getting an affirmative answer, I smiled happily and contentedly, brilliant stars shining in my eyes. "Whiffy." My voice was sweet and affectionate, eyes full of anticipation. "Let me tell you a secret." Serena lowered her eyes, her voice without any waver. "Tell me." I shook my head, pouting. "Then come closer, let's whisper. Don't let anyone else hear." The room clearly had no one else, but Serena still leaned close to my face. Next, she heard me lower my voice. "Serena, we were together in our past life. We were husband and wife with a real marriage certificate." Every word made the strings of Serena's heart tremble, taking a long time to return to normal. After the surprise, she lowered her head with a bitter smile, feeling like she was hurting herself. "Past life, this life, and all that? Just talking nonsense." Serena sighed, the corners of her mouth curving up involuntarily. Even if it was just my dream, she was still very happy. But then, thinking of something, my mood suddenly shifted to melancholy, gripping the blanket tightly, my voice growing smaller. "But after we got married, you were really mean, always being strict with me every day." I complained unhappily, as if I'd suffered tremendous injustice. Serena looked at my pitiful, aggrieved appearance, her whole body suddenly going stiff. In her terrifying, nightmare-filled childhood, that bastard stepfather would slap her at the slightest provocation, threatening her with a kitchen knife. The worst time was when her leg was directly broken, her mother also covered in blood, even though that bastard was dead. The shadow that once hung over Serena still hadn't faded. Serena closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, burying those old wounds deep inside. She was silent for a long time before slowly speaking, her voice somewhat serious. "How could I possibly bully you?" Seeing Serena firmly deny it, I got even angrier, glaring at her, word by word. "You clearly did." Serena was helpless, saying nothing more. I headbutted toward her. Who knows what I was scheming? Then pointed at myself. "Speaking seriously, I'm a bad boy. Now I want to bully you." Serena lazily leaned back in her chair watching me. With a hint of curiosity, how is this bad boy planning to bully me? The person on the bed blinked, tilting his head to think for a moment, hiding his wicked intentions and thoughts. "Come closer." Serena felt she shouldn't get closer, but her body was very honest, unconsciously moving toward me. I inched toward her several times. Then in a moment, "Be good and don't move." Serena nodded in agreement. "Okay." I moved closer bit by bit, getting closer and closer to Serena, my gaze falling on those rosy, plump lips, my fingertip unable to resist gently touching them. I've wanted to touch them for so long. Finally getting my wish. Serena stared at me. When I was drunk, I wasn't just a bad boy. I was also a perverted one, especially the way I looked now, completely wasted. Serena gently removed my hand, creating distance. My fingertip hovered in midair. I withdrew my hand feeling wronged. "Why won't you let me touch? Is it because you don't like me?" Serena was overwhelmed by love. Momentarily, almost forgetting the important matter, she dug through my backpack and pulled out a white shirt. Tossing it onto me, "Put on your own clothes." Serena turned and walked out. After waiting a few minutes, she brought a cup of warm honey water, making sure I'd finished dressing before coming in. Serena's gaze fell on me, involuntarily letting out a helpless laugh. "You put it on, but it's on backwards." She patiently pressed the cup into my hand. "Drink this and go to sleep early. Honey water can ease the discomfort after drinking. Less headache." I lowered my head and picked up the cup. After drinking, I felt warmth inside. Lying on the bed, my whole body became comfortable. I rubbed my stinging eyes, yawning. Actually, I'd been getting sleepy for a while, but I didn't want to sleep. Couldn't bear to sleep. I lay on my side on the bed, facing Serena, hesitating, wanting to speak but stopping, wanting to say it but not daring to. A long time passed. Serena seemed to read all my actions, finally unable to help but ask, "What do you want to say?" My eyes were hazy, my whole being in a daze. "Serena, do you like me?" I carefully looked up, watching Serena's expression with both anticipation and nervousness. But I waited for a very, very long time, and she remained silent, as if struggling, suppressing something. She didn't speak, and the room suddenly fell into a strange silence, frighteningly quiet. Time ticked by, minute by minute. Serena silently clenched her fist, gripping so hard her knuckles turned white. She suddenly really wanted in this moment to tell me all the secrets buried in her heart, to confess the bitter one-sided love of over 10 years. But I was drunk. Would I remember any of this when I woke up? Serena's expression was dazed. In that moment she thought so much, finally giving in, helplessly lowering her head. Because of Audrey Kingsley, she'd once been avoided by me, could only watch with open eyes. as I drifted away from her bit by bit so she didn't dare to gamble. I curled up in the blanket looking at her. Serena, don't you like me? Even just a little bit? Not even a tiny bit? I'm not asking for much. Just a little bit is enough. In the end, Serena just took a deep breath. Complex emotions rising in her heart. It's very late. Get some rest. Logan Mercer, good night. Hearing this, I knew. Serena was deliberately avoiding my question. In that moment, all kinds of sadness and disappointment intertwined. Serena turned and walked toward her hotel room next door. When she had her back to me, her eyes held a few more shades of loneliness and melancholy. I gathered all my courage and stood up, hugging her from behind. You don't want me anymore either. Please don't go, okay? Serena turned around to comfort me. You really are drunk. Okay, I won't go. I'll stay here with you. Get back in bed. I went back to lie on the bed, like a small animal scooting to one side, leaving a super wide space on the bed. Then sleep here with me tonight. Time suddenly stood still. Serena's mind couldn't quite keep up. Seeing her not responding for so long, I shook her hand, my face full of sincerity. You said you wouldn't leave me alone. Get in quick. I've already warmed it up for you. There was only one bed. Of course we'd have to sleep together. But Serena's cold face turned gloomy. No, she flatly refused me. I froze for 2 seconds, somewhat in disbelief. She leaned against the chair by the bed, her lashes trembling with patience. I'll sit here with you while you sleep. I lay on the bed, lifting my head, my round eyes watching her, hesitating. Finally, I still scooted over to her side, nodding. Okay. Serena went to turn off the lights, leaving only a very dim yellow lamp. She sat on the chair by the bed, her voice carrying more tenderness. Go to sleep. I'll watch over you. I lay on the soft pillow, rubbing my eyes. Then you can't sneak away. While I'm sleeping? Serena softly murmured. I won't go. Getting an affirmative answer, I happily closed my eyes. Late at night, everything was silent. Madison was completely drunk, beaten until her bones were nearly broken, her nose full of blood. But she hadn't walked more than a few steps when a powerful fist landed on the bridge of her nose. Before she could even react, she was kicked in the knee. The sound of bones breaking rang out, the pain heart-wrenching and bone-deep. Hot blood gushed from Madison's nasal cavity. Forced to kneel on the ground, she angrily lifted her head. The next second, her expression suddenly froze, complex emotions spreading through her body. Audrey Kingsley looked down at her from above. The Kingsley family rules were very strict, always requiring the heir to maintain a perfect state, not letting others see emotions, keeping joy and sorrow hidden. She'd always maintained a cold demeanor. Only at this moment, her eyes were full of rage, those eyes as if stained with countless drops of fresh blood. Madison wanted to retreat, but Audrey grabbed her collar tightly, her voice icy. Talk. Madison had already had some drinks and poured out everything in her heart. You weren't going to accept him anyway, didn't care about him. So what if I wanted to marry him? Let me have some fun with him. Audrey reached out and grabbed Madison's throat, 5 fingers squeezing tight, as if truly developing the intention to strangle her to death. Audrey clenched her fist, punch after punch landing hard on Madison's face, her voice bone-chillingly cold. I'll discuss with your father. Have you sent abroad? Madison was choked until she could barely breathe, her whole body drowning in the feeling of suffocation. She collapsed to the ground, face covered in blood. Over 10 years of endurance and resentment, mixed with high-proof alcohol, exploded in this moment. Madison lay on the ground, breaking into a twisted smile, her voice grating. Audrey Kingsley, you have emotional issues. Quote, you're really just torturing yourself. Brushing us off, mocking and belittling Logan Mercer, that was you. Stringing him along and never responding, that was also you. Now what are you pretending to be lovesick for? The moment those words landed, Audrey felt like she'd fallen into an ice pit, her expression completely frozen. Madison laughed maniacally, screaming word by word, your whole life. Everyone has had to revolve around you, pamper you, but look back and see, you basically have no real friends. No one is genuine with you. If it weren't for the Kingsley family name, who would give a damn about you? The late night was silent. Even the sound of cold wind blowing was clear. Madison's words echoed, extremely grating, like being blasted through a megaphone. Audrey closed her slightly reddened eyes, her expression darkening. Logan Mercer likes me. He's genuine. But Madison had seen through it all long ago, mocking sarcastically, so what? Now he doesn't want you anymore. Audrey immediately countered coldly, impossible. Only I could not want him. In Audrey's heart, an indescribably bitter emotion suddenly rose. She walked alone on the road, in the cold wind, her figure stretching out bit by bit, looking utterly lonely and isolated. Audrey's head ached more and more. She helplessly leaned against the wall, face pale, a moment of dizziness hitting her. Memories from her past life frantically invaded her head, bit by bit occupying her brain. These images flashed by like a movie, her brain suddenly halting. The depths of Audrey's eyes held disbelief, her vision recovering clarity. Suddenly, her cold face gradually thawed, the initial panic and confusion also slowly dissipating. In my past life, I'd followed her for so many years. She was all I could see and think about. How could I leave so easily? Audrey pressed her red lips together. She was certain this was the final test. 1:30 in the morning, I dreamed again of being sent to the countryside as a child, being locked by my grandmother in a dark room. I suddenly opened my eyes, breathing deeply, but still in a half-asleep daze. The alcohol still hadn't fully worn off. I unconsciously turned to look at Serena beside me. But that chair was empty, no sign of Serena at all. I froze. She'd still snuck away while I was sleeping. In that moment, my whole heart turned sour and numb, leaving me breathless. I covered my face in despair. Serena, why don't you want me anymore either? Suddenly, Serena's voice came from behind the door. Logan Mercer, I'm here. My whole being froze in place, taking a while to compose myself. Following the voice, I inched toward the bathroom door bit by bit, reaching out to grab the door handle. The door wasn't locked, opening directly. I froze for 2 seconds, thought seriously, then curiously poked my head in. Hearing the door open, Serena was startled and immediately pulled up her pants, the base of her ears flushing red. Logan Mercer, what are you doing? I slowly processed. Blinking twice, I came looking for you. I was clearly clueless when drunk, my mind not clear at all. Serena was speechless, pausing for a moment, not knowing how to respond. The facts proved, girls going out must always lock the door. Protect yourself. After washing her hands, Serena led me back to lie under the blanket. She sat on the chair by the bed. I held her other hand tightly. As if possessed, she reached out her index finger and poked my face, sinking in deeply. Serena took a deep breath, immediately withdrawing her hand. I curled up in the blanket. Serena, I thought you didn't want me anymore either, because they all don't want me. My thoughts were a tangled mess. Some unpleasant memories suddenly surfacing. It seemed like I'd always been a rather unlucky person. I was a bit disappointed, turning over, about to continue sleeping. But just as I was about to fall asleep, I vaguely heard Serena's voice. Muffled through the blanket, I couldn't hear clearly. She said, I want you. At noon, I nuzzled against the pillow, gently opening my eyes. Memories from last night flooded back like a tide. I remembered going to the hot spring with Serena, nearly violated by Madison Sterling. Serena arrived in time to bring me back to the hotel. And after that, I lost my memory. I was lying on the large, soft bed, still not understanding what had happened, leisurely turning over. The next second, my eyes went wide, my whole body suddenly bolting upright, blinking in shock. Why is someone sitting by my bed? Serena sat on the chair by the bed, her expression lazy as she looked at me. Awake? Hungry? On the nightstand were soy milk and buns she'd already bought, probably bought too early, already a bit cold. I froze. Why are you here? What exactly happened last night? Serena took in all my shock, pressing her lips together, speaking softly. You don't remember anything from last night? I blinked, my face full of confusion as I looked at her. Did I do something? Serena had expected this, lowering her head with a smile, taking out her phone and playing a recording. It was all my drunk voice. Serena, can you hug me? Come closer. Serena, please don't go, okay? Get under the covers quick. I've already warmed it up for you. The recording ended. My pupils suddenly contracted. I simply couldn't believe my ears. I pointed at myself in disbelief. This is me? Serena nodded with satisfaction, raising an eyebrow in return. Who else would it be? She'd only played the most normal part. The more explosive content, she didn't even dare let me hear. I collapsed, covering my face. I actually dared to be so bold when drunk, acting like a total creep with Serena. I quietly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was drunk. I couldn't think at all. I don't remember anything. Don't overthink it. I thought for a moment, then added, Serena, don't worry, you're still pure. I rubbed my eyes, looking at her with a face full of sincerity. I remembered almost nothing, but actually some things still left a slight impression. Like when I asked Serena if she liked me. If she liked me even just a tiny bit, Serena said nothing, silently avoiding the question. Or like when I said everyone else didn't want me, Serena said, I want you. I heard it vaguely, not clearly. I didn't even know if it was my imagination, but I felt much more at ease inside. Serena couldn't help but lower her head with a soft laugh. Only this much, and you're already rushing to deny any relationship. Good thing she'd only sat beside him for one night. Serena took a deep breath. Go wash your face. I bought breakfast for you. I nodded in a daze. After washing my face, I took the cup of soy milk, asking quietly, last night, I didn't do anything more outrageous, did I? Serena lazily leaned back in her chair, her tone meaningful. Take a guess. I lowered my head to drink the soy milk, not daring to say more. Returning from the resort hotel to school, in the dorm, my face was full of guilt. But I heard a rumor around campus that Madison Sterling had suddenly dropped out, for unknown reasons. Supposedly, she'd even transferred abroad. Definitely not coming back anytime soon. For a while, everyone was overjoyed. Many people had disliked her for a long time. I quietly breathed a sigh of relief. My roommates beside me had their eyes lit up, both gossiping and showing curious expressions. They really wanted to hear the daily happenings between me and Serena. Marcus propped up his chin. So, you drank high-proof alcohol, got completely wasted, then held on to, no, kept Serena to sleep with you? Ryan bit into a piece of fruit, leaning in. So, doesn't that basically mean you two slept together? I objected. No, she just sat beside me. Ryan broke into a wicked stepmother smile. Rationally and boldly analyzing, Logan Mercer. She definitely likes you. Maybe she's been secretly in love with you for years. Those involved are confused, but bystanders see clearly. Marcus and Chase also nodded continuously, all three advisors reaching the same conclusion. I stared in shock, my heart pounding like a drum, stammering without being able to get a word out, just shaking my head slightly. Serena secretly likes me? How could that be possible? What do I have that's worth liking? I slumped onto the desk, trying to calm down. But in my head, Serena's 3 words kept echoing. I want you. Days passed just like that. The hot spring day growing more and more distant. Serena kept feeling like it wasn't real. The hazy romance of that night. That deeply affectionate wifey. As if it were just a big dream of hers. Something that fundamentally didn't exist. Only when she opened the recording, and my voice played, did her heart gradually settle. Winter was very cold. But when Serena wrapped that white scarf around her, she felt like this winter seemed quite warm. The recording on her phone was still playing my voice from that night. Late at night, cold wind blew outside the window, leaves rustling. Serena sat with her head down at her study desk, diligently writing on the page of her notebook, December 24th, Christmas Eve. As winter arrived, that day happened to be a Friday, and the atmosphere on campus grew more and more festive. On Christmas Eve, giving apples was always a good way to express friendship, or even bittersweet unrequited love. For example, Audrey Kingsley, whose desk was already piled with apples, and love letters from various guys. Her face was cold, her whole presence extremely low pressure, making the girls beside her tremble, not understanding what this young lady was angry about. After a long while, they realized there was no apple from me. For the past 2 years, I'd always carefully prepared apples and cards, looking toward her with anticipation. She'd return or throw away gifts from others, but only accept mine. Just that action alone made me so happy. Just a tiny bit of kindness was enough to satisfy me. A person like that had really suddenly left. The girls didn't dare speak. Audrey nearly couldn't maintain her composure, her perfect facade. Audrey held a watch in her palm, an indescribable unease rising in her heart. This watch was one of a kind, a luxury custom piece worth millions, symbolizing pure, unspoken love. As long as I was willing to bow my head to her, as long as I was willing to come back on my own, she would give it to me. But she waited and waited. Audrey waited for the lonely cold wind, but still couldn't wait for my apple and wishes. I finished practice and returned to the dorm. Ever since passing the online interview round of the first New Moon singing competition, I'd been practicing in the music room every day, preparing for tomorrow's preliminary round. All 3 rounds would be broadcast live. The brothers in my room were genuinely happy for me, stuffing snacks into my hands one after another, even including hometown specialties they'd brought. Marcus lifted his chin, saying, "When you start singing, we'll all go to the live stream room and spam 66. If anyone dares diss you, I'll report the hell out of them." I nodded after hearing, "It's great having you guys." I was fed a lemon-flavored bubble candy, its light fragrance filling my mouth, but I kept feeling like something was missing. Speaking of which, these past few days on campus, I hadn't seen Serena in a long time. If only she could appear right now. The next second, my phone suddenly rang with an Instagram notification. "I'm downstairs at your dorm." Serena's message appeared clearly before my eyes. My heart pounded. I froze for a moment, grabbed the small gift box on the desk, and hurried out. Serena stood not far away. I walked up to her, even my breath gradually turning into hazy white mist, slowly dissolving in the air. My voice carried a joy I didn't even realize. "Why did you come here?" Serena said casually. "Just passing by. Haven't seen you in a while." Stopped by to see how you're doing. I handed her the box of apples, breaking into a smile. May Serena Blackwood, upon eating this apple, always be safe and sound. It was something I'd prepared for Serena early on. Racing was an extremely dangerous sport. Serena practiced almost every day. I hoped more than anything that Serena would stay safe, and only then achieve glory. I'd somewhat forgotten which Christmas Eve. We started exchanging apples, but Serena remembered clearly. It was winter, 9 years ago, back in elementary school. The class had a little apple-giving activity. That day one classmate was sick and absent, making the class count an odd number, and she was the one left over. Everyone exchanged apples and cards, except her. No one would give her an apple. No one wrote a card for her. Back then she had the worst grades, was lonely and didn't like to talk, and there were even rumors that she got into fights. Everyone avoided her. That day I ran over from another class and openly stuffed into her arms a whole bunch of Christmas Eve apples and Christmas gifts. At that moment, Serena realized she actually cared very much. The old memories weren't all pleasant, but fortunately, there was a good person always by her side. All these years. Serena's lips slowly curved up. She also reached behind her and pulled out a red apple wrapped in a reindeer design. If you eat this lucky apple, you'll have good fortune. Do you believe it? I took the apple, lowering my head to look at the lifelike little reindeer, not saying anything for a long time. After a while, I looked at her in confusion. Serena, do I really look that easy to fool? Hearing this, Serena smiled radiantly. I'm not fooling you. It's true. I hugged the apple and headed back to the dorm, a smile at the corner of my lips. As soon as I opened the door, the 3 advisors stood solemnly before me, using scrutinizing gazes to examine me carefully. Logan Mercer, attention. I immediately stood straight obediently. What's going on? Advisor Chase asked first. Where'd you just come back from? I felt inexplicably guilty. Hesitating for a moment, I went to take out the trash. I was telling the truth. On my way downstairs, I did happen to toss the trash bag by the door. Marcus beside me was so annoyed his teeth itched. The 3 of us saw everything from the balcony. After washing the apple, I sat on the chair and gave an honest confession. After finishing, I started eating the red apple. Chase interjected. Is the apple she gave you sweet? I lowered my eyes, speaking seriously. Pretty sweet. After eating the apple, I started cleaning up. The reindeer-wrapped box suddenly revealed a small black card that had fallen out. The handwriting on it was elegant yet strong. Do you want to go somewhere with me tonight? I froze, my eyes lighting up slightly. I held the card, looking at it again and again. Go with her where? Serena clearly had many opportunities to say it, but deliberately wrote it on a card, making it seem more formal. My curiosity was piqued. I spent the whole afternoon thinking about that sentence. Night came faster than usual. It was already dark by 5 o'clock. The night wind carried a bit of chill. Serena led me to the city center, a newly opened shopping district. Today was Christmas Eve. Incredibly lively, with many cosplayers taking photos together. A giant Christmas tree stood in the middle, decorated with colorful gemstones, adding a dreamy, beautiful atmosphere. Many couples stood in front of the tree embracing, confessing their feelings. I hadn't been paying attention to these things lately, didn't know a new shopping street had opened here, much less that there would be such a dreamy event. Probably because it was newly opened, and happened to fall on Christmas Eve and Christmas. They'd organized it so grandly to attract views. Logan Mercer. The pleasant female voice slowly rang out. I lowered my head to look at her. Serena reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 small reindeer hair clips, holding them toward me, her voice a bit lazy. Everyone else has them. Help me clip them on too. I blinked, sometimes lowering my head to look at these 2 little antlers, sometimes looking up at everyone around. Indeed, the girls around almost all wore reindeer hair clips, but the ones in Serena's hand were a bit different. They also had little golden bells, looking more delicate and beautiful. I nodded. Couldn't help but ask, where'd you get these, Serena? You don't seem like the type to play with these things. Sure enough, she said matter-of-factly, free gift with the apple purchase. I reached out and clipped the reindeer hair clips on both sides for her. As the distance between us slowly shortened, the light floral scent on Serena drifted over. I felt a bit awkward, my heart skipping half a beat. The position of the 2 of us was intimate and affectionate. I slightly lowered my head. When leaning close together, even my breathing became slightly rushed, not daring to breathe too hard. All done. I stepped back, gradually increasing the distance. Serena reached up to touch the little reindeer, a quiet smile hidden in the depths of her eyes, accidentally revealing 2 other hair clips in her hand. Serena's voice was full of conviction. You have to wear them with me too. She slightly raised her eyes, the corner of her lips curving into an arc. I was suddenly at a loss for words. Why? Serena didn't know why either. She just wanted me to go with her. It seemed like wearing matching hair clips could prove to others that they were together. Like many couples on the street, all wearing matching outfits, wearing identical bracelets, subtly showing off their love. There was a very subtle feeling in it. I was thinking about how to respond. The next second, Serena tiptoed up in front of me. Let me clip them on. Our gaze was incredibly intense. I found it hard to refuse. I half squatted down. She reached out to clip the hair clips on me, meticulous and serious. After clipping them on, I couldn't help but feel happy inside too. Perhaps because of the festive atmosphere, surrounded by everyone's anticipation and joy, I became more and more relaxed. I bought 2 cups of warm, rich cocoa, handing one to Serena. She clinked cups. The fragrant flavor immediately spread across the tongue, warm as spring. My whole being immediately came alive. The 2 of us gradually made our way to the game area, full of new things like Legos, various blind boxes, quite a lot of young people around. Serena led me to a claw machine, suddenly stopping to ask, "Want to try the claw machine?" The giant claw machine was like magic from a fairy tale world. The glass case filled with all kinds of plush toys. Many were limited editions that couldn't be bought. I also really wanted to experience the joy of winning a plush toy. Still thinking about whether to play, Serena had already finished exchanging for tokens. Serena looked at me, her voice carrying extreme allure. "Logan Mercer, how will you know if you don't try?" Serena inserted the token first, one hand gripping the joystick for the claw, pressing the button. The claw slowly descended, precisely grabbing a small plush dog. Watching the plush dog being lifted by the claw, I felt like my heart was also being lifted, bit by bit rising higher. I slightly held my breath, not daring to breathe hard. But the next second, the smile forming at the corner of my mouth suddenly disappeared. That plush toy suddenly dropped, right at the spot just centimeters from the exit. Failed. But Serena had no reaction, as if it was an expected result. I moved closer, kindly consoling, "That was really good already. Try again, maybe you'll get it." The distance immediately shortened. Serena's gaze fell on my plump, soft lips. 2 or 3 seconds later, she immediately looked away. She inserted another token to try again, but all 3 times, each time she was just a tiny bit short. At the crucial moment, the claw would release. I felt sorry for her, but Serena remained calm, pressing a token into my hand, tilting her head to look at me seriously. "Give it a try." I instinctively refused, "But I have really bad luck." "Why don't you keep playing?" Serena lowered her head with a smile. "As you saw, 4 tries, all misses. My luck is probably even worse." I had no choice but to insert the token, stubbornly stepping forward. I had almost no hope, but still seriously operated the controls. The claw aimed at the avocado bear in the middle, tensely pressing the red button. The claw firmly grabbed the bear, lifting it into the air. The next second, with a clunk, I blinked, unable to believe it, reaching from below to retrieve this avocado bear holding flowers. "Serena, I actually got it." Serena leaned against the claw machine. She couldn't help but smile along with me. Great job." This was the first time in my life I'd ever won a plush toy. Serena refused to believe in bad luck, trying a few more times, but either she couldn't grab it, or she'd grab it halfway and the claw would suddenly release. Not a single success. A few kids standing nearby watched anxiously, innocently looking up to say, "Sister, you have to try harder. You're not even as good as your boyfriend." Serena looked at the little kids and didn't deny it, just smiled lightly, lazily responding, "This guy really is better, so I have to let him play." I heard the word guy, my chest feeling slightly warm, another token being pressed into my hand. This was the last token. Under everyone's attention, it was hard to avoid some pressure. I took a deep breath. Moving the joystick, the target was the little brown dog Serena had tried to grab earlier. After confirming I'd aimed right, I seriously pressed the button, my expression solemn. What I didn't know was that while I was seriously trying to win the plush toy, Serena was also seriously watching me, seeing the claw firmly grip it, the little dog rising bit by bit. Finally, with a clunk, it steadily dropped into the exit. "Got another one." The kids nearby clapped wildly. I immediately squatted down, picking up the plush dog from the exit. "Serena, look, I got another one." I don't know if it was just my imagination, but I kept feeling like every time it was my turn, the claw was especially strong. I felt like I was incredibly powerful right now. My face was full of proud expectation of praise, like a happy little reindeer. Serena's heart felt like it was being gently tickled by a feather, completely melted. It was just winning a plush toy. Yet I was so happy, so easily satisfied. In this moment, Serena suddenly felt everything she'd done was worth it. Both our eyes held bright smiles, the depths of our eyes carrying twinkling light. "Logan Mercer, you're very lucky. You're the one who most deserves to be visited by luck." Looking at the two plush toys in my hands, then looking at Serena, I said, "I'll share half my luck with you." The streets were bustling, the air echoing with Christmas piano melodies, beautiful to the point of feeling unreal. Clearly the surroundings were noisy and lively, but Serena gradually couldn't hear the sounds around her. Only "I'll share half my luck with you" remained. In that moment, some indescribable emotion spread wildly. Just 1 second of facing each other, and she couldn't help but become immersed. The smile at the corner of Serena's mouth couldn't be suppressed. She looked away. "Logan Mercer, follow me." I didn't ask why, nodding and following her through the crowd. The two of us stopped in front of a newly opened toy store, but the crowd surged like a tide. Basically impossible to get in. Extremely packed. A little boy up ahead suddenly fell to the ground, crying out in pain. By the time I'd helped the boy up and looked up, I couldn't find Serena's familiar figure anymore. I stood in place looking around, but no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find her, suddenly feeling a bit panicked inside. The next second, a warm sensation traveled from my wrist, tingling as it seeped into my skin, spreading through my entire body. "I'm here." Serena grabbed my wrist, leading me forward. The small patch of skin where we touched was almost on fire, burning hot and impossible to ignore. The shopping center on Christmas Eve was especially lively, people coming and going in front of the game area. Being held by the wrist by Serena, I slowly came to my senses, my ears immediately flushing red. The moment Serena stopped walking, I pulled my hand back like I'd been shocked, my face full of awkwardness. I completely didn't dare face her, just wanted to bury my head in the ground. Almost the very second I pulled my hand away, Serena immediately noticed the change in my emotions. Also noticing me quietly shifting to the side, Serena's movements paused for a moment, her expression somewhat dazed. She lowered her eyes, silently withdrawing her hand, suppressing the constantly fluctuating emotions in her heart. After a moment, she recovered her composure, her voice calm, asking, "Want to try the lucky draw?" My attention was captured. I looked up and followed her gaze. This was a new opening event. Just scan the code to log in, like and follow the public account, and you'd get one direct draw. I didn't really want to do this stuff. It was pretty troublesome. Most importantly, I had bad luck. I'd never won anything. But the exquisite limited edition prizes filling the store made my heart flutter. I nodded, "Sure." Serena scanned the code and operated first. 2 or 3 minutes later, from among the red envelopes in the staff member's hands, she casually picked one. I craned my neck, carefully moving closer to look. The paper inside the envelope was blank. Unfortunately, no win. I was a bit disappointed, hopelessly liking and following the public account. Looking at the red envelopes in the staff member's hands, I was quite hesitant inside. The staff member also smiled brightly at me and Serena. "Pick one, handsome." I nodded, casually taking an envelope, slowly opening the paper inside. The words "Grand Prize" appeared clearly before my eyes. I stood frozen in place, confirming again and again, somewhat unable to believe this sudden stroke of luck. Flipping to the back of the paper was a line of cursive English with an inexplicably familiar feeling. I don't know if it was my imagination. It looked a bit like Serena's handwriting. Even after handing the paper to the staff member, I was still floating, feeling like a star from the sky had suddenly fallen on me. My whole being dazed and confused, an unreal feeling rising up. It wasn't until the prize was pressed into my arms that I came to my senses. Everyone around looked at me with envy on their faces, letting out amazed exclamations. I stepped out of the crowd, my eyes slightly curved, a meaningful twinkle in them. "Serena, look, I actually won. That lucky apple really does work." Serena stayed close beside me, watching my surprised and happy expression, a stream of warmth gradually rising in her heart. I was happy, and she inexplicably felt happy too. Serena slightly raised the corner of her lips. Softly, ing. I contentedly walked with her through the entire shopping center, carefully holding the box the whole way. I felt like I was about to sprout wings, bit by bit floating upward. And that paper that said luck and favor, I also carefully folded it up, gently tucking it into my pocket. It wasn't until many years later that I truly understood there's no Santa Claus in this world, but the favor and luck on Christmas Eve would be wrapped up as a gift by someone who loves you and quietly given to you. Dusk fell, the moon and streetlights together cast an ethereal, hazy glow, enveloping the two of us. The next second, a few girls walking ahead suddenly became excited, looking up at the sky and exclaiming, "Look, you guys, is that a shooting star?" I also looked up with them, but no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find anything. Another girl looked confused. "Where? How come I don't see it? Are you tricking me?" "Not tricking you. There really was one just now." "There's another one." The girl immediately excitedly took out her phone to take photos. I slowly looked up. The entire sky reflected in my eyes. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the pitch-black sky, carrying a sparkling pink tail as it streaked across. The night galaxy, vanishing in an instant. This was a pink shooting star. I felt like I was dreaming. What kind of day was today anyway? First winning plush toys twice in a row, then winning the prize draw, and even witnessing a shooting star streak by with my own eyes. Today really was my lucky day. Serena stood beside me, also looking up at the sky, gazing at the beautiful scenery together with me. Neither of us expected that the real miracle was just beginning. A dazzling meteor shower slowly began. Countless shooting stars drawing beautiful arcs, brilliant as diamonds, like arrows poised to launch, igniting from air friction, converging into thousands of rays of light, making one mesmerized at first glance. The girls ahead were so excited they wanted to jump, basically unable to speak. I was also rarely silent. I'd never seen a shooting star with my own eyes, let alone a meteor shower. I hurriedly raised my phone to record video, wanting to capture this magnificent moment. But the recorded video couldn't compare to witnessing it firsthand. This was a romantic poem Christmas Eve gave to them, a brilliant painting the vast universe drew for them. I thought I would never forget this lucky day, engraving it in my heart for a lifetime. I suddenly thought of something, patting Serena's shoulder. Serena, quick, make a wish. Shooting stars have an ancient legend. As long as you sincerely make a wish, the wish might very well come true. Okay, let's wish together. Serena pressed close to my arm, her lips curving up uncontrollably, also closing her eyes to make a wish like me. Theoretically speaking, making wishes like this was completely useless, but people live. For just those few moments, you can't always be rational. A moment later, 2 wishes, along with the meteor shower, flew across the sky together, passing through the universe, falling into some unknown corner. May my competition tomorrow go smoothly. May I bravely shine on stage, getting closer to my dream. May she shine brilliantly like a shooting star, but never fall. After wishing, I secretly opened my eyes, sneaking a glance towards Serena. The next second, I unexpectedly plunged into the deep darkness of Serena's eyes. 4 eyes met, stirring hearts. My heart stopped beating for a moment. Perhaps it was feeling the shock of nature. Perhaps today was too exciting and joyful. I didn't immediately turn away like usual. This time, our gazes seemed to be communicating, neither looking away. I quietly and seriously looked at her. Actually, I really liked Serena's eyes, especially the beauty mark adorning below her right eye. The moment the corner of her eye slightly curved up, the brilliant meteor shower filling the sky became her backdrop instead. I paused for a moment, a wave of panic rising in my heart, because I seemed to see a sparkling, brilliant shooting star approaching Serena's deeply affectionate eyes. The next day was Saturday, Christmas Day, also the preliminary round of the first Star Moon singing competition, right at 6 p.m. The live broadcast on the musical theater stage was in full swing. Serena stood at the front position on the second floor, her gaze sweeping over the contestants below, without any emotion. This competition was organized very professionally. The stage was bright and spacious. The lights were dazzling. The contestants were ordinary people, facing such a grand stage. Plus the cold, scrutinizing gazes of the judges. Live singing inevitably made them nervous, making it hard to show their true ability. 8 p.m., the competition was halfway through. Whether judges or audience, all gradually felt some aesthetic fatigue. The next second, a spotlight hit center stage, refracting a silver ray of light, pouring into Serena's eyes. The girl's previously wandering gaze finally focused in that moment, her heart also beating wildly like a drum. He's here, her prince. Below the stage, the MC calmly introduced number 99, Logan Mercer. In the live-stream camera lens, on screen the young man wore a simple white vest, his whole being looking humble and restrained, seemingly a bit afraid to look directly at the camera. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live-stream room paused for a few seconds, then started taking screenshots frantically. When the first second of the music sounded, I slowly raised the microphone, closed my eyes, and began singing in the center of the vast stage. In that moment, all 4 sides became incredibly quiet, leaving only the young man's clear, warm voice spreading through the air, cleansing and purifying the soul. As soon as I started singing, as public, all eyes and lights focused on me. I was definitely nervous. Otherwise, I wouldn't have closed my eyes. The fingertips of my other hand slightly curled, beading with a thin layer of sweat. But when I closed my eyes, everything before me was pitch black, and Serena's figure kept appearing in my mind. Thinking of her, I seemed less nervous. The clear, powerful vocals merged with the accompaniment, covering the softest place in people's hearts. I'd practiced this song countless times. The details were fine, but I always felt like something was missing, my vocal coach said. It was because I hadn't fully understood this song, lacking soul, so I couldn't sing out the feeling of freedom and openness the original wanted to express. I'd also been sad about it until last night, that magnificent and beautiful meteor shower. I don't know if it was because the wish came true, but my state of mind had completely changed. I bathed in the brilliant lights. In this moment, I seemed to truly understand what it meant to enjoy the stage. I lifted my head, slowly opening my eyes, seeing the expressionless judges, countless audience members holding up phones, cameras from all directions, all the lenses transforming into shooting stars, falling in the night. The world seemed to freeze in that moment. Time also stopped. But there was still one person I unexpectedly met, Serena's blazing, fiery gaze, becoming more and more filled with confidence. Countless people stared from below the stage. Even their breathing slightly quickened. The camera zoomed in, facing my face. The hundreds of thousands in the live stream room only now discovered that beneath my eyes were teardrop diamond stickers, like tears refracting sparkling light. I became more and more immersed in the song, enjoying the stage, my emotions becoming even fuller, incredibly moving. The number of viewers in the official live stream room kept climbing. On the second floor of the theater, Serena's gaze was fixed deeply on me, the corner of her lips curving into a hazy arc. In this moment, I truly achieved what I was singing, brilliant as diamonds, shining dazzlingly bright. The performance ended. I slowly lowered the microphone, my heart beating erratically, my feet like stepping on cotton, a feeling of release rising like I'd just finished running 800 meters. The singing slowly stopped, but everyone was still immersed in that starry sky, taking a long time to come back to their senses. In the villa, outside the livestream screen, the girl's gaze lingered on the center of the stage and the camera, her eyes growing darker, revealing complex, hard-to-grasp emotions. Audrey pressed her red lips together, her pale fingertips unconsciously curling, gripping the luxury watch in her hand tightly. She remembered in her past life she'd opposed my career, disapproved of me singing and struggling in the entertainment industry. She'd secretly suppressed me. After all it took was one word from her. My world only needed her, and that was enough. Her friends also mocked me for overestimating myself, having delusional fantasies. Gradually, I seemed less and less confident standing on stage, my career declining, even showing tendencies toward depression. The two of us had even had cold wars over this. But every time it was me who took the initiative to coax her. In my past life, I clearly loved her so much, so devoted. How could I leave so easily in this life? On stage, the young man's shining figure was imprinted deep in her brain. Audrey felt like a volcano about to erupt, could lose control at any moment. This feeling of being out of control, this unprecedented loss of emotional control, made her very uncomfortable. After ending the performance, I stepped off the stage with slightly weak legs. I'd really finished singing. Everything felt like a dream. The preliminary results would be announced later, but now I already felt somewhat confident. Opening my phone, countless messages were frantically popping up in the dorm group chat. "Logan, you were amazing. So good." Warmth filled my heart, I replied seriously. I started rewatching the broadcast, observing my every gesture from earlier. My eyes gradually widened, a few shades of disbelief in their depths. Was that young man on stage really me? Through the screen, it was like seeing another side of myself. Even I felt surprised and amazed. Moreover, I didn't know how it happened. But I was able to, on stage, from the vast sea of people, precisely meet Serena's gaze. After watching the video many times, I finally nervously put away my phone, unconsciously looking up toward the second floor, scanning each face, looking until my eyes were sore, still unable to find Serena's figure. Strange. She was clearly there just now. Logan Mercer. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind, accompanied by a light floral fragrance wafting by my nose. I immediately turned around, my eyes curving into crescent moons. It seemed like whether I could find her or not, Serena would always be quietly by my side. Unexpectedly, a bouquet of black roses was presented before me, elegant, beautiful, with a faint, rich fragrance, as if even romance itself was rushing to my side without hesitation. I froze. Serena held up the flowers with both hands. "Congratulations!" The stage was perfect. My breath stopped for a moment, unable to distinguish whether it was joy or surprise, or whether it was because of her acknowledgement, or because of these flowers. My mind suddenly went blank. I dazedly asked, "Why did you suddenly prepare flowers?" Serena looked at me, awkwardly looking away. her voice somewhat indifferent. The flower shop had a sale. Just picked them up on the way. After saying that, she lazily added, "Look, everyone else has them too." I looked around. Many other contestants around also had people surrounding them. Some were parents, some were significant others, and some were friends, all giving bouquets for encouragement. The old man selling flowers nearby must have been laughing all the way to the bank. I still hadn't taken the flowers. Kept feeling like this kind of surprise was something I didn't deserve. Serena slowly spoke up. "You don't like them?" I came to my senses, my mouth faster than my brain, blurting out, "I like them. How could I not like them?" I took the exquisite bouquet, once again softly repeating, "Serena, I really like them." I slightly lowered my head, noticing the English card in the bouquet, suddenly freezing. It could be romantically translated as, "Let me protect you." The moment I saw this English phrase, my heart suddenly tightened. This must have come with the bouquet, right? Right, it definitely was. Serena herself had said she saw the flower shop had a sale, so she picked them up. She definitely didn't think this much about it, right? I slowly breathed out, but couldn't help imagining, what if she'd specially prepared it? Or what if she'd personally chosen this card? I contentedly held the bouquet. I felt like the bouquet Serena gave me was the most beautiful, the prettiest in the entire venue. I took out my phone to take a photo of this bouquet and the card on it, wanting to record these beautiful things forever, like last night's meteor shower, so I could reminisce about them bit by bit even when I'm old. Just as I was thinking such pleasant thoughts, Serena suddenly came to my side. "Let me take it for you," I unconsciously said. "Okay." After saying it, I felt a bit regretful. I liked taking photos of things, of scenery, but didn't like taking photos of myself. Before I could prepare, Serena had already stepped back, raising her phone toward me. Seeing her extremely serious and patient appearance, I froze. Stiffly smiling toward the lens, Serena stared intently at the phone screen, at the young man's handsome face in the frame. Her gaze was drawn in. Couldn't help but think, so handsome. Serena took a total of 10 photos, almost all finding the best angles. The photos turned out very artistic. I looked at each photo of myself, nodding to show I was very satisfied. "Serena, you're amazing. They're so beautiful." Hearing the praise, Serena pretended to coolly, proudly lifting her chin. After watching the last few contestants perform, this regional preliminary round officially ended. The competition results would still take some time. I wore a white puffer jacket, wrapped in a scarf, walking back with Serena. Christmas night, colorful neon lights were brilliant. The large and small shops around were still playing Christmas-themed music. The musical sky was dotted with countless twinkling stars. My mood also became happy and relaxed along with it. Couldn't help but say it one more time. Serena turned her head lazily. "Thanks for what?" I smiled, looking at her. "For the flowers, of course." "Thank you, Serena, for coming to my competition with me, giving me flowers, and taking photos for me. Even more, thank you for appearing in my life." As we were walking, Serena suddenly frowned slightly, alertly standing in front of me. My face was full of confusion. I could see not far away, under the cold streetlight, a figure wearing a white dress standing in place. Audrey Kingsley was staring at us with an icy gaze. Her fingertips unconsciously tightened, completely not expecting that I would have another girl accompany me to the competition. Wasn't I pursuing her? Then why, while chasing and chasing, was I being ambiguous with another girl? Audrey stood in place without moving, coldly waiting for me to take the initiative to coax her. But I stood behind Serena, never stepping forward, just like that day. Even if she said, "If you dare leave with Serena, then don't ever come back," I still didn't turn around. Audrey's expression grew worse and worse. Serena stood between the two of us, her eyes holding a few more shades of wariness and disgust. "Is there something you need?" Audrey gripped her bag tightly, completely ignoring her, her voice gradually turning cold. "Logan Mercer, come here." This was the first time she'd lowered herself, taking the initiative to find me outside of school. I should have been secretly pleased. Clearly before, in my past life, she only needed to say, "Come here," only needed to wave her hand, and I would obediently appear before her. But now, I didn't want to go over at all. I calmly refused. I've said it many times already. I don't want to see you anymore. The moment those words landed, Audrey's carefully maintained expression was nearly about to collapse, but she still carried that cold, proud air, questioning word by word. "Then why did you give me a scarf?" My face was full of confusion. "A scarf? When did I give you a scarf?" Boom. Like a thunderbolt striking down, Audrey couldn't believe it and stepped back, each word seeming to be forced out between her teeth. "You didn't give me this scarf?" I looked at the red scarf around her neck, somewhat rough and crooked, clearly hand-knitted by someone else. It didn't match at all with the expensive designer items she was wearing. I suddenly found this person ridiculous. Deep affection that comes too late is cheaper than grass. Clearly in my past life when I gave Audrey a scarf, I never saw her wear it, never heard a word of praise from her, feeling anxious and worried inside, wondering if she liked it, if she thought it was too cheap. She just liked having others dote on her and pamper her, actively chasing after her, taking everything for granted. Those bitter pains could never be erased. I lowered my eyes, my voice calm to the point of, "No, Audrey Kingsley, you don't deserve other people's sincere feelings." My voice through the cold wind was like being coated in frost, extremely sharp and piercing, stabbing hard into Audrey's bleeding heart. The depths of Audrey's eyes darkened, her perfect, dignified expression nearly about to shatter into dust, continuously murmuring impossible in her heart. But Serena beside her was in a good mood, feeling warm and comfortable all over. She turned to look at me. "If you don't want to see her, go ahead first. I'll come over in a bit." I hesitated for a moment, nodded with a smile. "Okay, then I'll wait for you at the subway station." I walked around, turning my head worriedly to look towards Serena, my figure gradually disappearing into the thick night. Serena turned around, facing Audrey. Her initial gentleness completely vanished, storms brewing in the depths of her eyes. Mutual hatred, both felt the other was extremely unpleasant to look at. Seeing Audrey lift her foot as if to chase after me, Serena blocked her path. Audrey lifted her chin, finally looking directly at Serena, her voice without any warmth, as if looking at a dead thing, just someone with a secret crush. "What right do you have? What qualifications do you have to appear before him?" She laughed coldly, questioning word by word, "What does it have to do with you?" Serena's expression was calm, raising her hand to lift the scarf around her neck, somewhat lazily. This scarf was hand-knitted by Logan Mercer himself. Audrey stared at her beige scarf, her fingertips squeezing until they turned white. She tried to maintain her composure. Impossible. What I said was just angry words. Besides, who knows if what this damn green tea bitch says is true or false? Audrey held nothing back, tearing open her bloody scars. "So what? You like him?" "Secretly like him, but from beginning to end he only sees you as a sister. He fundamentally can't like you, and I don't even need to do anything. He'll automatically stick to me and pamper me." Audrey looked at her mockingly, showing a pitying expression. "Serena Blackwood, you're so pathetic." After saying that, Audrey coldly walked away, directly throwing the gift box into the trash. Under strict education from childhood, she'd always been good at disguising herself, someone with abnormally stable emotions. This was the first time her mood had fluctuated so violently, also the first time feelings of helplessness and fear rose up. Audrey thought she'd won, but it wasn't until she passed by a store's mirror that she realized how much she'd lost her composure. Serena's eyes showed red threads of blood, standing stiffly in place, feeling at a disadvantage for the first time. "He only sees you as a sister. He fundamentally can't like you." Every word stabbed at her heart, the feeling of helplessness immediately spreading to her entire body. There was once a time when she'd also heard from a high place a male classmate ask me, "Hey, what's your relationship with Serena Blackwood? It feels like you two were really close at the start of the school year." My voice was calm. "Consider her a childhood friend I grew up with." The guy moved closer. "You don't have any feelings for her at all?" I softly ummed. The guy was both surprised and happy. "Awesome. Serena Blackwood is totally my type. Can you help me give her a love letter? Star, please help me out." Serena stood behind a pillar, her heart like being squeezed tightly by a large hand, the dense pain making it hard to breathe. A secret crush is a restrained, suppressed gaze, is careful probing bit by bit, is one person's confusion. Her silent love was without calculation, without seeking return. So there was fundamentally nothing pitiful about it. Serena breezed out, walking toward the subway station, her figure stretched lonely and isolated by the streetlights. This road seemed very long, but she was willing to spend her whole life continuing to walk it. When I got back to the dorm, I was lifted up by my roommates, frantically showering me with forced affection. I was praised until I felt a bit embarrassed, hurrying off to shower. When I came out, the WeChat group chat had already exploded with 99 plus messages. Startling me. Chloe sent, "Oh my god. Logan, you secretly participated in a singing competition without telling us." Someone asked, "What competition? Am I out of the loop?" Chloe replied, "The school forum has exploded. A flock of blind chickens. Next time, let us come with you. We'll cheer extremely enthusiastically. Guaranteed you'll be the most applauded person." Someone else, Serena Blackwood, "Not bad. Eating alone, going to watch by yourself without bringing us, right?" I froze, scrolling through the messages back and forth, warmth rising in my heart. Couldn't help but smile and reply seriously, saying if I was lucky enough to make it to round 2, I'd definitely invite everyone to come together. After replying to the messages, I looked at the bouquet Serena gave me, my mood uncontrollably improving. Chase beside me slightly narrowed his eyes. This bouquet was given by Serena Blackwood, right? My thoughts were hit right on. I slightly lowered my head, my face full of honest dependence. After hearing what I said, Ryan showed an all-seeing gaze. Yeah, she deliberately prepared it. What flower shop sale? Just picked it up on the way. On the way, my ass. She definitely bought it specially for you. Marcus said with a smile that she totally likes you. I moved my lips, looking at the card that said, "Let me protect you." The tips of my ears inexplicably heating up. The next second, Marcus's eyes lit up, suddenly coming up to me. "Oh right. Logan, do you know when you came in just now? What was different about you?" I had a bad premonition, looking up blankly. Different how? Marcus raised his eyebrows. Your whole body reeked of the sour smell of love. Who was staring at a bouquet of roses giggling stupidly? If he hadn't said it, I'd be fine, but as soon as he did, my whole body got goosebumps. Was it really that obvious? The December weather grew colder and colder. Every breath turned into a layer of white mist. These past few days at school, I hadn't seen Serena at all. An indescribable feeling rising in my heart. New Year's holiday. December 31st, I went home together with Serena. High-speed train for an hour and a half. It was nearly 6 p.m. when we got off at the station. On the way, Serena had both hands in her puffer jacket pockets, her chin buried in her scarf. Her voice gentle. "Coming over tonight too? My mom won't be home." I pulled my suitcase with one hand, tilting my head to glance at her, then quietly turned back. That sentence felt a bit strange, as if the two of us were sneaking around doing something forbidden. Every year on New Year's Eve, I was alone, so I would run over to Serena's house next door, watching TV together, crossing from one year to the next with her. It seemed to have become a given. I nodded. Of course I'm coming over. The two of us walked side by side, almost no one around. I took out my earphones and asked, "Want to listen to music?" In this moment, I suddenly wanted to listen together with Serena. I didn't even know why I had such an impulse. Serena took one earbud and put it in her ear. I played a song from my favorites list. A Korean song I'd listened to on repeat many times. Angel. When the intro started playing, a strong feeling of destiny rushed over. The two of us seemed separated from the world around us. At this moment, only the two of us remained. My gaze unconsciously fell on Serena, not expecting that Serena also happened to look up at me. Our gazes meeting in that moment. The two of us were very close, as if even our warm breath was intertwining with me. Even each of Serena's distinct eyelashes could be counted. In this moment, my gaze seemed to be glued, unable to look away. The next second, a small snowflake slowly drifted down from the sky, landing on Serena's forehead. Everything was like a slow-motion scene in a movie. I looked up at the sky. Snow was falling all over. H-man, Trimper. I smiled happily. "Serena, look, it's snowing." This was the first snow of this winter. Reaching out my hand, snowflakes fell onto my gloves, finally melting away bit by bit. Serena looked up at me. Infected by my smile and eyes, couldn't help but curve her lips. She saw a snowflake, quietly falling onto the bridge of my nose, melting away bit by bit, and in her heart, it seemed like something was also becoming hot, melting along with it. The first snow symbolizes the feelings of first love. "I love you." The song happened to play to this line. My heart suddenly pounded violently, as if revealing something. I took a deep breath, trying to suppress the panic in my heart. The flutter. I didn't know if it was because of this first snow, or because of the romantic music, or because of something else. The snow fell heavier and heavier. By 9 p.m., a white carpet had already covered the ground. My half-sister from a different mother, Jang Tian, was too excited to contain herself, having only written a title for her essay in an hour, insisting on dragging me outside to play in the snow. The little girl blinked pleadingly. Brother, play with me for a bit." "I'm so bored, so bored." I put down my pen, organizing the test papers. "Last time you only got 38 points on your math test. Did Mom say you could go outside and play?" Jiang Qian was in 4th grade of elementary school, bad at studying and mischievous, not liking homework, often getting her parents called to school. But so what? Mom just liked her, doted on her, treated her like a treasure. My eyes darkened for a moment. I'd also once been envious and jealous, but now I'd become numb to it. Jiang Qian nodded repeatedly. She said yes. "Mom is packing luggage. I have to go to Grandma and Grandpa's house later. Like always, staying for 2 days. I coldly ummed. Those were Jiang Qian's biological paternal grandparents. No blood relation to me. Almost every year during the New Year holidays, they'd leave me home alone. I didn't say anything more. Looking out the window, snow falling heavily. Fine, let's go play for a bit. I want to play in the snow too. Zhang Qian calculated in her head, excitedly asking, "Can you call Sister Serena out to play too? Last time I almost beat her." I thought to myself, so this little brat wants to play with Serena. Moreover, this almost beat her wasn't just a little bit off. Speaking of which, it was strange. Serena had always been the perfect goddess in Zhang Qian's heart. Who knows what kind of magic potion she'd given the kid. I glanced at her, then lowered my head to text Serena. "Want to come play in the snow?" The message had just been sent, and the other side immediately replied, "Sure." Zhang Qian immediately got excited and ran around, hopping and skipping downstairs. By the time I slowly changed my shoes and went downstairs, Serena had already been standing waiting in the snow for a while. Pure white snow fell on her shoulders, somehow creating a very heart-fluttering, very romantic atmosphere. Zhang Qian threw herself into the snow, happily sitting on the ground making a small snowman. There wasn't much snow accumulated, just a thin layer, definitely not enough to build a big snowman. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Qian had sculpted an ugly little turtle. Raising it high, her face full of pride, "Look at this." I squatted on the ground, my hands also not resting, sculpting snow while looking over. Zhang Qian happily lifted the turtle, when suddenly her hand trembled. The freshly sculpted snow immediately crumbled apart, only the shattered remains of the turtle left on the ground. The little girl froze for a few seconds, staring blankly at the corpse on the ground, breaking down and crying loudly, "Wah wah!" My turtle broke. Seeing her cry more and more pitifully, I just laughed happier. Suddenly, a slender figure stood in front of me, blocking my view. Serena squatted in front of me, seeming to hide something behind her back, gently saying, "Logan Mercer, hold out your hands." I immediately stopped moving, obediently holding out my hands, both palms cupped together. The next second, a lifelike little snow bunny sat in my palms. The moment our fingertips touched, burning body heat transferred along with it. My breath paused slightly, staring at the little snow bunny in my palms, a few shades of surprise showing in the depth of my eyes. The little snow bunny was exquisitely and cutely sculpted. One look, and you could tell how much effort went into it. But Serena had a lazy expression, as if this little bunny was something she'd casually made. My heart jolted, a thought suddenly flashing. Could she really be a genius? Beside us, Zhang Qian recovered from the pain of her broken turtle, secretly rolled a few small snowballs, and, while Serena wasn't paying attention, swung her arm and threw them at her, bombing randomly. Even more, one snowball accurately hit my forehead, before I could even react. My forehead was freezing cold. Next, Serena casually grabbed a few handfuls of snow, accurately throwing them at Zhang Qian's face. Fast, accurate, and powerful, quickly leaving the girl with no strength to fight back, fundamentally unable to resist. After a round of gentle one-sided crushing, Zhang Qian meekly begged for mercy. "Sister Serena, wah wah, I was wrong." Serena lightly tapped her forehead with a smile. "Wrong about what?" Zhang Qian hurriedly raised her hand to cover her forehead, her voice like a mosquito. "I shouldn't have ambushed you." Serena gave her a sidelong glance. "You shouldn't have hit your brother." Zhang Qian wanted to cry, but had no tears, thinking seriously for a moment, sneaking up to Serena's ear, whispering, "I can't bully your future husband, right?" Serena's movements paused, her cold gaze looking at the girl. After a long while, Serena reached out to pat Zhang Qian's head, neither confirming nor denying. Zhang Qian then followed her parents to her grandparents' house to celebrate New Year's Eve. A while later, only Serena and I remained on the snowy ground. It was very cold, my nose was almost red. I breezed out, turning to ask, "It's too cold. Should we go back?" Serena was squatting in the snow doing something, only standing up after a moment. I was about to go over and look, when Serena pulled me back. A snowflake landed on Serena's eyelash. She looked up, her gaze deep. Let's go back." I didn't think much of it, hurrying home while hugging myself, just wanting to quickly soak in a nice hot bath. Serena walked behind. Me, unable to help but turn back to look at the empty space from before, under the gentle moonlight. In the romantic first snow, she'd secretly hidden a secret. The writing said, SB, with a heart drawn in the middle, LM. After I got home and took a hot bath, I even specially groomed myself, because I'd be going to Serena's house later to celebrate New Year's Eve. No, wait. I wasn't doing all this for Serena. Of course not. After blow-drying my hair, I slowly composed myself, went to the kitchen and fussed around for a while, making a small Oreo cake. I remembered Serena really liked eating Oreo-flavored things. After finishing everything, I brought the small cake to Serena's house, preparing for a New Year's Eve with just the two of us. Around 10 p.m., the New Year's Eve programs on the major channels had started. I leaned against the soft gray sofa, lazily yawning, as if I was at my own home, even more comfortable than at my own home. Serena sat beside me, quietly watching TV with me. The two of us weren't sitting very close. There was even room for another person in between. At the same time, on the TV screen, an idol group was performing their new song on stage. The lights brilliant, shining dazzlingly bright. It seemed to be the new girl group from this year's selection show. 10 members total, all types of female idol visuals. Fans below frantically waving their light sticks, screaming and shouting. The next moment, at the climax of the song, the 10 female idols suddenly took off their outer jackets, showing off their sexy figures toward the camera while doing extremely seductive moves. Serena didn't care about the entertainment industry, wasn't very interested in celebrities either, just slightly tilted her head to look at me. But I seemed to be watching very intently, not moving, not even blinking. Serena secretly gritted her teeth, thinking for a moment. She reached out and cut a small piece of Oreo cake, bringing it in front of me, cutting off my concentration. I immediately came to my senses, took the cake, my gaze no longer falling on the TV. I lowered my eyes and focused on eating the cake. Only then was Serena satisfied. The girl group's performance quickly ended. I had to admit, the figures of those 10 female idols just now were indeed amazing, but I'd barely paid attention to them. In my head, Serena's perfect figure appeared instead. Moreover, she was sitting right beside me. The more I thought, the worse it got. I lowered my head and quietly ate the cake, hiding the stirring in my heart. The New Year's Eve program was a bit boring. By 11 p.m., I was already drowsily sleepy, gradually fading, slowly tilting my head to the right. Serena tilted her head to watch my drowsy form, her body reacting before her mind, shifting over bit by bit, almost pressing against me, but always maintaining a small gap. Until the moment my head rested on her left shoulder, time seemed to stop, only my soft, even breathing, continuously amplifying by her ear. Serena turned down the TV volume, the room slowly sinking into silence. The New Year's Eve program held no attraction for her at all. She slightly tilted her head to look at the young man beside her, her gaze dark and unreadable. I quietly leaned against her. Very well behaved, so well behaved. Her heart pounded. On the TV, the New Year's Eve program switched one after another. I suddenly startled awake, seeming to be pressed against something beside me. Turning to look, Serena was sitting right next to me. We hadn't seemed to be sitting this close before. Like a conditioned reflex, I shifted to the side, my breathing in disarray, my head a jumbled mess. I dreamed again. Those scenes with Serena. So embarrassing. Serena probably didn't dream about it, right? Otherwise I'd die of embarrassment. Serena had her eyes closed, her head tilted toward me, her breathing even, seemingly already asleep. When she closed her eyes, her whole being lost several shades of coldness, revealing a few shades of gentleness and vulnerability. My body couldn't help but quietly move back to the earlier position, pressing against her, using my shoulder to support Serena's head that was about to fall, until Serena's hot breath drifted over, tingling and spreading throughout my body. I finally snapped awake, my whole body burning. But I didn't dare move, fundamentally didn't dare move. My gaze firmly fixed on the TV, upright and serious, my eyes as solemn as when taking the party oath. But the programs on TV, I really wasn't watching at all. My mind was in chaos. Naturally, I also didn't notice the corners of Serena's lips slowly curving up in the darkness. It wasn't until fireworks crackled outside that Serena opened her eyes. Sitting up straight, Logan Mercer. I tilted my head to look at her. The New Year's Eve program on TV had entered the final countdown. All the guests came on stage, chanting in unison, 3, 2, 1. At the same time, Serena's pleasant voice sounded by my ear. Happy New Year. I broke into a smile. Happy New Year. The cozy little room had a romantic atmosphere. Turns out winter could also be very warm. Hearing the commotion outside the window, I grabbed onto the windowsill, excitedly pointing at the fireworks in the sky. Serena. Look! She stood right beside me, curving her lips, her voice pleasant. I see. The fireworks were brilliant and gorgeous, nearly lighting up the night sky like daytime. The ear-piercing crackling sounds. My heart also pounded wildly along with them. In the years to come, I wanted to spend them all with Serena. In the silent villa, there wasn't a trace of the lively New Year's atmosphere like in ordinary homes. The girl before the vanity had a gloomy face. Audrey had long since found out. That scarf fundamentally wasn't a gift from me, but in the past life it clearly wasn't like this. Clearly before she didn't need to do anything, just stand in place, and I would approach her with eyes full of stars, offering various carefully prepared gifts. I was the one who changed first. I'd said I would try hard to pursue her. I'd said I only liked her alone. In that moment, it seemed like something had completely spun out of control, something she'd never wanted to admit, never wanted to face. In her panic, she suddenly remembered I seemed to really like skiing. In her past life memories, the two of us had once had a cold war over the entertainment industry issue. She didn't want me out there flirting with others. I could only revolve around her. The Cold War hadn't lasted long before I caved first, eagerly running to find her, eyes full of anticipation, inviting her to go skiing in Switzerland together. But she'd refused without hesitation, not going. The Kingsley Group was in its most critical year. She was too busy to get away. Moreover, she wanted to teach me a lesson. Wanted to use excessive behavior time after time. Cold rejections time after time. To ensure I would never leave. Would love her unconditionally forever. Even every time she rejected me, seeing the sad, disappointed emotions in my eyes, she would feel tremendous joy and pleasure from being valued by me, being cared about by me. In the relationship, she assumed she was always in the dominant position, but she didn't expect that after being rejected, I really did go to Switzerland alone. From then on, more and more disappointment seemed to accumulate in my eyes. Audrey stared at a snowflake, carrying obsession and certainty. She was certain that deep down I was still waiting for her. That's right, as long as she took a little initiative, I would, like in the past life, follow her with eyes only for her. The skiing regret from the past life could be made up for in this life. The short New Year's holiday quickly passed. As soon as finals week arrived, all the college students became obedient. Feeling the collapse of impending doom, Ryan in the dorm broke down screaming, "Goddamn advanced mathematics. I don't even understand the questions. Please, professor, save me. If you save me, you'll be my goddess." Marcus was frantically drilling practice problems, nearly going insane. Grinding his teeth, I only skipped 2 classes this semester, and both times I got caught. Who could be more broken than me? Skipping class feels good for a moment. Finals cremate you at school. I'd always studied seriously. After exams, I started packing my luggage, pulling my suitcase alongside Serena, walking side by side toward the school gate. Just as I was about to get my earphones, suddenly an exquisite, expensive ticket fell out of my bag pocket. I was about to ask. After a moment, I picked it up from the ground to examine. Zermatt Ski Resort, Switzerland. VIP all-inclusive couples ticket. I moved my gaze downward. The signature was 3 very simple letters. AK. I was all too familiar with her initials. Had countless times secretly carried bitterness and anticipation, stroke by stroke, seriously writing her name. But now I only felt extreme horror. My scalp going numb. I seemed to sense something. Looking toward the roadside. Not far away, a black luxury car was parked. The window slowly rolling down, revealing a small, delicate face. Audrey Kingsley was staring at me. The moment our gazes met, I unconsciously leaned toward Serena. I vaguely recalled my past life. Back then, I'd taken the initiative to bow my head, wanting to go skiing in Switzerland with Audrey, but she'd refused. Somehow from the past life, that bitterness seemed able to transcend time, transmitting to me in the present. Disappointment and hurt continuously spreading, bit by bit extinguishing the passion I'd willingly ignited. Were those my emotions from my past life? I just stood there frozen. Serena stared at the ticket in my hand, her fingertips by her side slowly tightening. The moment she saw me facing Audrey, her whole heart also rose to her throat, unable to help but call my name, Logan Mercer. She wanted to speak but stopped, deliberating for a long time before saying, "I was just about to invite you to go skiing, just to an ordinary domestic ski resort. Not as magnificent as Switzerland's Zermatt, and definitely can't book out the entire resort." The heavy feeling of inferiority nearly drowned Serena completely. In the discreet luxury car not far away, several girls were also sitting in Audrey's car, all staring at my every move. "Hey, will Logan Mercer agree?" "I don't feel so sure." "He'll definitely agree. Absolutely will agree." Just then, one relatively clear-headed girl spoke softly, but he didn't just block us. He specifically cut ties with us. Last time in the elective, he even directly rejected Audrey. Is it really good for us to keep chasing like this? The moment those words landed, a girl beside her sneered, "What do you know? Didn't he really want to go skiing before? Even if he's playing hard to get." This time, Audrey personally invited him. "If he really doesn't come, I'll cut off my head for you to kick like a ball." Hearing this, Audrey's expression softened considerably. Everyone looked over, only seeing the cold wind blow through my hair. I held the ticket in my hand, seeming to smile gently. The depths of Audrey's eyes lit up, her lips unconsciously curving up, but the next moment, I tore the ticket in half without hesitation, folded it and tore again, until the intact ticket became shreds. Then I threw it in the roadside trash can. The movements were fluid, without any hesitation. The entire group in the car was completely stunned, slowly widening their eyes. I turned around without looking back, a bright smile blooming at the corner of my lips. If it were the past life me, seeing this skiing ticket from Audrey, I'd probably be very happy, but not anymore. I admit I was moved, but from now on I would rely on my own abilities to achieve it. A broken mirror can't be mended. Like the torn ticket, it also couldn't return to its original pristine state. The cold wind grew biting. Dark clouds covered the sky. The gray sky poured down a light sleet. One umbrella was enough to cover 2 people. I opened the large black umbrella over both our heads. Serena's gaze slowly swept past that trash can, when suddenly I lightly tugged at her sleeve. Serena turned to look at me. What's wrong? I walked beside her, gathering my courage to say, winter break. Go skiing with me. I lowered my head to look at my shoulder, saying seriously word by word, Serena, I want to go with you. Is that okay? Raindrops pattered on the umbrella, the sound growing louder. So loud that Serena could no longer distinguish between the rain and her heartbeat. Every word I just said struck deep into her heart. Serena's gaze fell into my eyes. How could she possibly refuse? In this rain? She heard her own voice. Then it's a day for winter break. We'll go skiing together. I nodded, full of anticipation. Serena took in all my reactions. The corners of her lips couldn't help but slowly curve up. She couldn't help but sigh. The weather is really nice today. The harmonious figures of one man and one woman gradually disappeared around the corner. But in the luxury car, the atmosphere was cold enough to freeze. Audrey felt like nearly all the blood in her body had frozen, her entire face about to completely collapse. What I'd torn up wasn't the ticket, but her heart. Audrey's cold eyes, in this moment, were tinged with obsession, also carrying a few shades of confusion. How could I reject her? How could I tear it up? The feeling of panic crashed down like the sky falling, hitting her in the face. Recently, she'd often dreamed of some past life memories. Back then, when I was rejected by her, did I feel this uncomfortable too? The other girls were also wide-eyed and gaping, especially one of them. 2 minutes ago, she'd even declared that if I really didn't come, she'd cut off her head to be kicked like a ball. Face slapped. Cheeks burning hot. That girl froze for over 10 seconds, taking a long time to react, hurriedly clutching her head. I'm not seeing things, am I? Is Logan Mercer serious this time? Not playing hard to get, not rejecting while wanting to accept. Really not chasing anymore? Another girl beside her couldn't take it. Wasn't the guy's rejection clear enough? Someone saw Audrey's expression was off, hurrying to smooth things over. Oh, come on. Men chasing Audrey could line up from here to France. She doesn't need him. Whatever, if he doesn't like her, forget it. What is Logan Mercer anyway? Before she finished, Audrey suddenly coldly uttered a few words. Numb. He likes me. Her voice was stiff, her cold gaze shining on that girl's face. Those 7 years of the past life, regardless of mockery and ridicule, I'd still wholeheartedly followed her. Audrey didn't know how things developed after that in the past life. But she was certain. I would marry no one but her. Couldn't leave her. Couldn't leave in either the past life or this life. Thinking of these things, Audrey forced a certain expression, but her face was terrifyingly awful, stubbornly repeating, he likes me. Don't know if she was telling others, or telling herself. That clear-headed girl really couldn't stand seeing her like this. Couldn't help but advise, but liking isn't eternal. I used to be crazy about skateboarding. You all know that. But I haven't liked it for a long time now. The implication being, I didn't like her anymore either. After those words, Audrey's fingertips trembled slightly. Still coldly calm, no. You don't understand Logan Mercer. He doesn't give up easily. The girls fell silent, looking at each other, both seeing strangeness and shock in each other's eyes. Since when had Audrey become like this? Did she know she was deceiving herself? The sleet through the car window, drop by drop, hit Audrey's face. She was stunned for a long while, silently raising the window, her entire face ugly to the extreme. The old driver in front had been eavesdropping for half the day. Softly speaking up, miss. Shall we go back to the old villa now? The next second, Audrey's cold gaze looked at him, forcing out 3 words through her teeth. What did you say? The driver was silent for a moment. Yes, miss. Oh my God. Someone save this working man. Money is hard to earn. Shtit is hard to eat. The driver was drenched in cold sweat, silently driving. Not long after winter break officially started, I received good news. I'd successfully passed the preliminary round of the singing competition, received prize money, and qualified for round 2. The moment I received the official message, I felt like I'd been hit by a surprise box, unconsciously sharing the good news with Serena. The next second, Instagram pinged. Serena poked my head and said, "Great job. I'll go with you for round 2 too." I held my phone reading the message over and over, somehow feeling like that poke was as if Serena had really reached out to pat my head. So indulgent, so indulgent. I hugged my phone, heart beating faster. February 2nd was Chloe's birthday. Everyone planned to set off that day for a trip, 2 days and 1 night total, and celebrate her birthday while at it. Chloe was crying miserably in the group. Wah wah. Brothers and sisters, I'm really so touched. I love you guys. Someone immediately replied, You love me? Gross. Serena replied, This birthday suits you pretty well. Pretty too. Chloe tagged me. Logan, look at this. She's publicly bullying me. You have to stand up for me. Several other girls also tagged me, saying only I could handle Serena. I looked at the phone messages, a subtle emotion rising in my heart. How could I possibly handle Serena? In the end, I just sent a random comforting sticker. The skiing group had 8 people total. The rest either had internships or had family emergencies, all expressing regret, crying in the group while holding their heads. I'd long been looking forward to this trip, searching online for strategies, booking tickets in advance. This was the skiing trip I'd always dreamed of, and it was skiing with Serena. All day my head was full of skiing with Serena. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore, quietly burying my face in my pillow. That damn Serena. What kind of love potion had she secretly given me? February 2nd, just getting off the high-speed train, the surroundings were all plastered with ads for the ancient city, along with the large words, Luo City welcomes you. Tourism atmosphere filled every pillar. This day had finally arrived. As soon as we reached the station, the whole group excitedly cheered. The first thing when traveling was to go to the hotel to drop off luggage. I was sharing a room with Zhangchen's younger brother. Having known earlier that a 3rd grade little brother was coming along, I'd specially prepared a box of Lego. Zhangchen was immediately won over. The whole way the little boy was practically glued to me, calling me brother non-stop. Serena's gaze casually fell on the 2 of us brothers, only looking away after a long while. Chloe half-jokingly said, Oh my little octopus girl, if only you were as cute as your little brother. If you were a boy, I'd definitely marry you. Zhangqin glared at her. Today's your birthday. I won't hold it against you. The first stop of the trip was the ancient city. On the road, almost every 3 people, included one wearing hanfu, as if really stepping into history, the rich cultural atmosphere rushing over. After everyone finished eating local hot pot, they went to the pre-booked hanfu shop to transform. Serena chose a hanfu set embroidered with small golden koi. When the makeup artist was doing her makeup, she specifically emphasized she didn't need hot girl makeup. Light makeup was fine. The makeup artist gave an okay sign. She moved her lips, admiring herself in the mirror again and again, as if seeing a different version of herself. Zhangchen wore a blue hanfu set, his face full of excitement, shaking his head. Chloe ran out first, a magnificent empress costume, proudly puffing out her chest. This empress has arrived. She laughed heartily. I quietly said from not far away, Empresses have already flooded everywhere. Chloe turned her head. Sure enough, a whole group of women had all chosen magnificent empress costumes. I wore a red general's ancient costume, golden clouds embroidered on the wrists, my whole being like a blazing flame, yet also like being draped in sunlight. Sharp brows, keen eyes, high-nose bridge, truly spirited and vigorous. A young general in brocade robes on a galloping horse, under Serena's burning gaze. Even my breathing slowly paused. Zhangchen beside us lit up. Wow, Ing, clapping his hands, saying, Sister Serena and Brother Logan are wearing matching outfits. Hey! The moment those words landed, the meaningful gazes of the girls floated over. A string of question marks rose on my forehead. I looked towards Serena, then lowered my head to look at my clothes. Sure enough, it couldn't be refuted. At first glance, they really did look like matching outfits. At my waist, I even wore a koi fish ornament, looking exactly like the little koi on her clothes. The whole way my mind was racing, deliberately walking at the back of the group, secretly holding up my phone and pointing the lens at Serena. For some reason, I wanted to capture this beautiful appearance of hers and set it as my Instagram chat wallpaper. I took a deep breath, appearing calm and composed on the surface, but actually even my hands were trembling slightly. I secretly opened the first photo. The result was completely blurry because my hand shook, not even 1/10 of her real beauty. Entering the scenic area, I quietly walked behind her, pretending to be calm, while the girls were playing around, finding the right moment, messes and faxes of refilled Action's office. I raised my phone from the side and took several shots in succession. But right at the moment, I pressed the shutter. I don't know if it was my imagination, but I kept feeling like Serena seemed to have casually turned to look at me, the elegant curve of her lips carrying enchantment and indulgence. An illusion? It was definitely an illusion. Like a guilty thief, I immediately put away my phone, my chest pounding, seeing Serena still looking cold. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to myself she probably didn't notice. There really were a lot of tourists around. I opened my album only to discover an old man had gotten into the shot, completely blocking Serena, couldn't even capture a single hair. I continued scrolling down, gradually becoming absorbed. There was one that was passable for a chat wallpaper. The graceful appearance of a young woman. She wore red, the corner of her mouth slightly curved up. Suddenly, my phone was gently taken away. The screen happened to stop on that photo. Let me see how they turned out. I didn't know when. Serena had appeared before me, without anyone noticing. She lowered her head to look at the secretly taken photos, letting out a soft laugh. Not bad, just a bit blurry. Oh no, I'd been caught. The tips of my ears instantly turned red, taking a long time before I could lower my head. Caught taking secret photos, and the subject saw them on the same day. I was so embarrassed I wanted to burrow into the ground. I mumbled, "These quick shots, casual photos, are the most natural." I unconsciously touched my nose, pretending to be calm. Definitely not secret photos. The depths of Serena's eyes held a few shades of helplessness. She laughed softly, going along with my words. I know they're not, and didn't expose me. Who told me I was this cute, even when lying? The whole group walked to the famous check-in spot of the scenic area. Zhang Chen proactively raised his hand, wanting to take photos for me and Serena, saying we were in matching colors. Today we definitely had to take a photo together. I hurried to stand under the city wall. Serena leisurely followed, like a little tail stuck behind me. Suddenly, Zhang Chen put his hands on his hips and commanded with conviction, "You have to hold hands. Hurry up, little couples have to hold hands." How much Lego and snacks had Brother Logan given him? He had to assist properly. I was about to raise 2 fingers in a V sign, when Zhang Chen even winked at me, with an expression of, "You get it, bro? I'm helping you out." I didn't want to get it at all. At this moment, my hand hanging by my side felt a stream of warmth. It was Serena's hand gently touching mine. My hand passed through the gaps between her fingers, gently holding her hand, the corner of my lips gently curving up. Just like that, our 10 fingers interlaced. Serena's fingertips pressed tightly against my hand. Zhang Chen held up the phone, taking photos of us from various angles. Suddenly, Serena slightly tilted her head. Her warm breath, Logan Mercer. Hearing my name. Like a conditioned reflex, I immediately turned, looking down at her. The two of us faced each other right at the moment the shutter was pressed. Serena smiled lazily. "Nothing." At this point, Zhang Chen waved at us. "Done." The little boy proudly lifted his chin, turning toward the group of girls behind to show off. "What do you sisters think? Am I good or what?" All the girls nodded, giving him a thumbs up. That assist was beautiful. On the phone screen, brilliant lanterns cast down, a layer of warm light. A man and woman stood before the ancient city wall, both wearing red hanfu, gazes meeting, 10 fingers interlaced, frozen into a heart-stirring ancient painting. One girl said sourly, oh my, no wonder I felt so full. Turns out there's a whole pile of dog food here, not even together yet, can't even compare. Already this sweet, what happens when they get together? Wouldn't they be stuck together every day? Someone immediately chimed in. I bet Logan and Serena will definitely get together this year. If not, I'll take a huge dump in front of the school gate. Everyone laughed heartily then. Randomly found an enthusiastic passerby, asking them to take a group photo. Chloe was the birthday star today, naturally standing in the C position. As soon as the photo was taken, a girl posted it on social media, even specially changing the location to show off. The content was, landed in Luo City, the beautiful trip begins. While strolling through the market, everyone split up, meeting up at the designated time. Serena and I walked together. When I saw the ring toss game, my gaze was deeply attracted, completely unable to move. Especially since the guy currently tossing rings was extremely skilled, hitting a whole pile of souvenirs at once. The owner was nearly grinding his teeth. Watching someone else succeed, I was eager to try. More importantly, I'd fallen in love at first sight with the folding fan at the farthest end. Serena, I want to play this. Serena was like a little tail, following behind me. I did what I said. After paying and holding 10 rings standing at the starting line, I tragically discovered that folding fan was really far away. But I didn't want anything else. I stubbornly wanted that one. At this moment, Chloe and 2 other girls also happened to walk by, standing aside to watch, all cheering me on. I took a deep breath, throwing a ring toward the folding fan. The result was no exception. The first several all ended in miserable failure. The 7th one was just a tiny bit off. My heart nearly shattered. The owner, though, was happy as could be, smiling brightly at me. He liked this kind of customer the most, both stubborn and loved to play, couldn't hit anything no matter what. I gave up on myself. Whatever, just casually throwing one. Unexpectedly the next second, The silver ring landed firmly around the owner's neck. I couldn't believe it, my eyes widening. The smile on the owner's face immediately froze. Chloe immediately excitedly shouted, "Oh my god! Logan is so OP. You even hit the hidden item." This time, the owner's face was even uglier, silently removing the silver ring. I thought to myself there really was no need for such praise. Just as I was about to throw the next ring, Serena walked over. "Want that fan?" "Let me help." I lightly shook my head. "I want to do it myself. If I can't get it, it just means I wasn't fated with this folding fan." Confidently throwing the ring, the result was the next one still missed. Chloe slapped her forehead and sighed, advising me to throw at something closer, like a porcelain cup or a sachet. At least I wouldn't go home empty-handed. I moved my lips, still throwing the ring toward the farthest folding fan. I didn't even have time to react when someone shouted, "Amazing." The golden ring landed right on target. The owner also very happily handed me the folding fan. "Congratulations, handsome." This was the hardest one to hit. I was a bit incredulous, holding the folding fan and laughing. Perhaps I really did have some luck on me. Serena walked beside me, her gaze falling on my face, her voice pleasant. "You like it that much?" Treasuring a fan like it's a precious gem. I fell for it at first sight. The next moment, this folding fan was unexpectedly pressed into Serena's arms. She hadn't had time to react, then saw my reddened ear tips. In the gentle breeze, she also heard my low voice, "For you." After saying that, I pretended to calmly look around. Serena stood frozen in place, looking at my back, her heart fluttering. After I finished strolling around, I walked with Serena to the archery spot. The rules were very simple. Hitting the bullseye earned the highest points. Points decreased the further out you went. 10 arrows total to shoot. The final total score could be exchanged for different levels of prizes. Several girls passing by ahead were slapping their foreheads and sighing. After all their hard work, they'd only exchanged for a few small keychains. After Serena paid, she stepped forward and drew the bow, aiming at the bullseye, her eyes slightly narrowing, sharp as an eagle. I stood beside her watching, quietly cheering her on. I watched as she raised her arm, placed the arrow on the bowstring, aimed at the target. The arrow quickly sliced through the wind. 8 rings. Everyone around widened their eyes. But Serena frowned slightly, her gaze falling on the bow and arrow. Hadn't shot in a while, her hands were a bit stiff. Moreover, this bow had some issues. She repeated the motion of drawing the bowstring, each arrow quickly lodging into the target. 9 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. The more I watched, the wider my eyes grew. Oh my god, Serena really was extraordinarily gifted. Chloe and Jung Chen beside us were both stunned. I, with a proud smile at the corner of my lips. "Serena, you're amazing. When did you learn this?" Serena tilted her head to look at me, beaming. She laughed softly, saying indifferently, "The racing team did team building before and we played. Actually, I'm not that good." But my eyes only had her. At this moment, the owner beside us also forced a smile, inwardly gradually collapsing. Damn it. Is this girl here to wreck my business? Losing money? Losing money. The last arrow remaining, Serena wasn't in a hurry to shoot, lifting her head to ask me, "Wanna try?" I pressed my lips together and lightly shook my head. I don't know how. This game exchanges prizes based on accumulated points. 10 rings is 10 points. If I drag us down, wouldn't these 10 points be wasted? Serena smiled at the corner of her mouth. "I'll teach you." Perhaps the sunlight was too bright. The girl's brilliant red struck my eyes, making me nod as if bewitched. I took the bow and arrow and turned around. Serena held my hand, the distance between us infinitely shortening. My whole body suddenly stiffened. Even my breathing quietly held. "Save me." My mind seemed about to freeze. Again, Serena's pleasant voice echoed by my ear. "Logan Mercer, don't be nervous. Relax." I felt like I was about to be intoxicated by her. Even my voice was slightly trembling. I slowly drew the bow and aimed at the red star. I don't know why my heart was beating faster and faster, fundamentally having no mind for archery, all my attention on the girl behind me. Both my hands and my back were abnormally hot. Too hot. A layer of pink climbed up my ear rims. The next moment, the arrow in my hand quickly shot out, precisely pinning into the red star. Chloe shouted excitedly with eyes full of enthusiasm. "Damn! Serena is so OP. Can you teach me?" The most I ever got was 5 rings. Serena looked up and smiled, telling her to scram elsewhere. Chloe pouted. "So mean. I'm going to draw a circle and curse you." The owner beside us was also quietly drawing circles, blessing this little couple. Being so good at archery was one thing, but she also had to damn well feed him dog food. It wasn't until Serena put distance between us and went to exchange for prizes that I finally gasped for breath, my chest heaving violently. Zhang Chen innocently held up his phone, a face begging for praise. Brother, look quick. I just captured the moment when you two were doing archery. Together. I really thank you. I took the phone, lowering my head to look at the photo full of questions. No, what is this? Why did I look like I'd been drugged back then? Suddenly, Serena walked over. I immediately turned off the phone, guiltily looking up. What's wrong? Serena stood in front of me, pressing a lantern handle into my palm. Seriously saying, a return gift for the folding fan, Logan Mercer? I hope the koi will bring you luck. It was a koi-shaped handheld lantern she'd exchanged for. On the lotus lantern, a red koi danced. Traditional handicraft so lifelike. I came to my senses, dazedly holding the koi lantern. Facing Serena's clear, cold eyes, complex emotions rising up. The scenic area was bustling, but in my eyes, only the person before me remained. In that moment, I suddenly realized, actually, my heart was the real bullseye, and Serena had long since hit it precisely. That evening, we ate local specialty hot pot, and secretly ordered an extra-large cake for Chloe, wishing her a happy February 2nd birthday. The moment Serena brought out the cake from behind, Chloe immediately burst into tears of emotion. The kid at the next table was so envious they cried along. The birthday gift I gave was a pair of sunglasses, while Serena gave her a pink gaming chair, shipped directly to her home. Chloe wailed, "So touched!" I love you guys. The scenic area at night was even more beautiful. I leaned on the bridge, enjoying the night breeze. I really loved trips like this. After strolling through another attraction, the whole group was exhausted and headed back to the hotel, the step counter on their phones showing tens of thousands of steps. I had just finished blow-drying my hair and came out, already seeing Zhang Chen lying face down on the bed watching TV. The TV was playing an idol drama. After the male and female leads confirmed their relationship, they went on a date together. The male led doing archery, winning plush toys to make the female lead happy. Finally, the two listened to music together in the snow, 10 fingers interlaced, gazing at each other affectionately. My face was full of confusion. Wait, why did this plot seem so familiar? Zhang Chen was drinking yogurt while quietly complaining, idol dramas nowadays are way too formulaic. I watched the male and female lead somehow already liking each other, and somehow already being together. Not even as sweet as you and Sister Serena. The tips of my ears reddened slightly. I quietly refuted. Where are she and I sweet? Zhang Chen said with conviction. Sweet, of course. The eye contact pulling threads, eyes full of each other. Even a dog walking by would have to eat a mouthful. If you don't believe me, look at the photos. I was rarely silent, returning to my bed, opening the photos in the group, scrolling to the photo of me and Serena holding hands at the ancient city, 4 eyes meeting each other. My breath paused slightly. The way I was looking at Serena in the photo, why did I look like a lovesick fool? I quietly saved the photo, setting it as my chat wallpaper. I couldn't help but browse through our chat history while at it, scrolling up bit by bit, reminiscing about our every little moment. Too many. Couldn't finish scrolling at all. Clearly it was such a beautiful chat history. Clearly it made people feel warm. But as I kept scrolling, my eyes inexplicably grew hot. How could she be so good? Everyone said she was cold, but she was clearly the gentlest and most thoughtful. Every time I received a message from Serena, I always couldn't help but feel happy. Serena also almost always replied to me immediately. Turning off my phone, the seed that had long sprouted in my heart had somehow grown into a towering tree reaching the sky. Luo City Ski Resort was one of the most famous ski resorts in the country. Early the next morning, everyone put on ski gear, took the cable car up the snow mountain, excitedly throwing themselves into the embrace of the snowy slopes. The skiing trip I'd been looking forward to most. Standing at the peak of the snow mountain looking down into the distance, feeling like I'd also become much smaller. I wore a gray-black outfit, wearing goggles. My helmet even had 2 wolf ears, accentuating my broad shoulders and narrow waist. The next second, my head was lightly patted twice. I immediately turned around and glared at the culprit. Why did you pat me? Serena stood right behind me, high ponytail tied up, wearing goggles, in a white ski outfit, adding a few shades of pride to her steady temperament. The girl's lips slightly curved up, her pleasant voice echoing by my ear. Saw you looking handsome, so I couldn't help wanting to pat you. I moved my lips, not to be outdone, reaching out to lightly pat Serena's helmet. Then you're cute too. The girls beside us were sour to death, frantically patting each other's heads, accompanied by an ode, you're cute too. Serena immediately gave them a knife-like glare. The gentleness in her eyes completely vanished, switching to fierce and cold. Right now, compared to just before, was truly 2 extremes. The girls begged, "Ma'am, spare us." Skiing began. Everyone scattered to play. Zhang Chen followed Zhang Chen to the safer, flatter children's area. I was still thinking about how to ski, when Serena had already rushed down first, testing it out for everyone. A girl called from above, "Sister Serena, slow down! Don't fall." But Serena seemed to have great athletic talent. She practiced racing motorcycles. Her core body strength was extremely good. Clearly, she was also a first-time skier. But she moved freely on the slopes, graceful and unrestrained, immediately attracting the attention of quite a few guys around, even drawing the attention of some girls. I followed along, learning the movements from Chloe and the others, imagining I would also be like Serena. Very cool and beautiful. I don't know how long passed. I'd learned somewhat decently, carefully moving the snowboard bit by bit. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The moment I moved, my whole body lost control and fell backward, my butt slamming into the snow. Serena finished her run and came back, when Chloe suddenly threw herself into a hug. "You're amazing. Let me hug you to rub off some of your talent." Serena laughed softly. "Sure, go ahead and rub. Everyone gets a turn." Not long after, another girl directly made her move, pushing Chloe aside happily. My turn. I want to rub off some glow too. After all the girls had touched their luck and rubbed off some glow, only I remained. I stood in place, silently watching the girls laugh and play happily. Suddenly, a slender figure entered my vision. Serena walked up to me, slightly spreading her arms, her voice pleasant. "Logan Mercer, come rub off some luck too." I froze for a few seconds, softly asking once. Serena received a response, stepped forward and hugged me, her small face buried in my chest. My mind froze for 2 seconds, then I took the initiative to embrace her body. I thought I'd be like the other girls, just hugging for a few seconds. But when I was about to let go, Serena was still hugging me tightly, not letting go. I held my breath, feeling her soft body, saying softly, "Serena, you're amazing. Good at everything you do." The moment those words landed, Serena's gaze became gentle. Softly, her voice low and warm. The girl's hot breath was all exhaled onto my chest burning hot. My heart nearly wanted to jump out of my body. All signs showed I seemed to really be done for. I just buried my head like that, obediently staying in her arms. Serena's eyelids slightly drooped, deeply feeling my heartbeat, her fair face tinged with a faint pink. I don't know how long passed. Serena put some distance between us. Done hugging, she turned around with a natural expression, an appearance of calm coolness, actually trying to hide her flushed cheeks. In order to openly and legitimately hug you, I hugged everyone. The two of us put distance between us. I had just breathed a sigh of relief, when Serena suddenly extended her hand toward me. "I'll take you skiing together." My breath paused for a moment. In my past life when I went skiing alone, I fell so badly my ankle was severely sprained. I'm still a bit scared even now. But if Serena was there, I seemed to be completely wrapped in a thick sense of security. Even that little bit of fear and worry completely dissipated. I reached out and took her hand, my heart inexplicably beating faster. Okay. Serena and I held hands facing each other, slowly skiing down from the mountain peak, coordinating in perfect harmony, like a pair of butterflies lightly dancing, fluttering over the snowy slope. Not far away, Zhang Chen held up his phone taking photos and videos of us. On the screen, one white, one gray. The romantic atmosphere was too thick. They looked so good together, he just wanted to push their heads together. Zhang Chen was enthusiastically shipping them, grinning, when he lost his balance and fell onto the snow. "Ow!" he cried out in frustration. Zhang Chen helplessly pulled him up. "I told you, don't play with your phone while skiing." Cold wind rushed over. I held Serena's hand tightly looking down the mountain. Serena slowly picked up speed, looking at me, saying softly, "Relax. Can you handle this speed?" I nodded, my eyes sparkling with unusual light. Yes. If I could stay forever in this moment, it seemed like that wouldn't be bad either. I was no longer nervous and scared, gradually getting excited. 2 figures glided past the howling cold wind, also gliding past this pure white snowy slope, leaving behind a perfect trail. This winter seemed especially romantic. Finally, the whole group gathered in a circle, taking check-in photos at the ski resort. Having experienced the free and unrestrained wind, having also experienced passionate and wild youth, the trip ended. When everyone returned to take the high-speed train, as if suddenly pulled back to reality, all having strong withdrawal reactions, forming a thick sense of contrast. The girls cried miserably. "Wawa, I feel like we just got here. Why do we have to go back already?" "I don't want to. Press 1 to go back to day 1. "Wawa, that was so fun. Sisters, let's continue next time." I sat quietly, just smiling and nodding in agreement with their words. Suddenly, Serena tilted her head and called my name. "Logan Mercer." I tilted my head to look at her. The high-speed train ran steadily and quickly on the tracks. Serena tentatively touched my index finger. Come see the ocean with me during summer break. In the luxury villa. Audrey, these are the photos you requested. Audrey had already gone more than 10 consecutive days without a good night's sleep, the dark circles under her eyes growing heavier. She forced herself, coldly zooming in on the photos, on the pure white ski slopes. A man and woman held hands skiing down. Intimate posture, romantic atmosphere. In the scenic area, two people in matching hanfu strolling through the lantern festival, smiling at each other, like a couple in love. Audrey suddenly snapped the pen in her hand, cold as if dropped into an ice cellar. She stared at the person on the phone screen, extreme emotions nearly drowning her completely. How could this be? Audrey's blood flowed backward. She couldn't believe it, talking to herself. How could he go skiing with another girl? The confidence built high in her heart collapsed completely. Audrey helplessly fell backward. In her head, as if from very far away, a voice came, telling her to bow her head, telling her to go beg, telling her no matter what, don't regret it. Two girls beside her quickly caught her. Couldn't help but speak the words buried in their hearts for a long time. Audrey, we think Logan Mercer really isn't coming back anymore. He's doing pretty well now. We feel the same way. Especially Madison Sterling. Before she used to mock him to his face every day. If it were us, we would have fled long ago. Audrey, if you really like him, you have to say it. The next second, Audrey suddenly turned her head, coldly looking at her. I like him? Clearly he's the one who likes me. He's the one chasing me relentlessly. Audrey forcefully pushed her away, striding forward, her back lonely and tattered, as if she would completely collapse the next second. Lunar New Year arrived. Other families were lively and warm, while I spent the entire New Year alone at home. After showering and blow-drying my hair, I hadn't looked at my phone for a while, and it was still on silent mode. The February weather was cold. Past 11 p.m., it suddenly started pouring rain. Suddenly, several urgent knocks on the door unexpectedly rang out. I walked out with a face full of confusion. Through the peephole, I saw Chloe standing at the door calling, Logan, Serena is drunk. Help her. I immediately opened the door, my expression tinged with worry. Drunk? 4 or 5 familiar girls stood at my doorstep, with expressions of, what do we do? Save us. Seeing me like seeing a lifeline. In the middle of the group, Serena had her head lowered. She wore a black puffer jacket, her whole body almost leaning on Zhang Qin, seemingly already drunk. Zhang Qin supported one of her arms, seriously saying, Serena, she's drunk for some reason. We unanimously decided to hand her over to you. I nodded, stepping forward. My nose caught the faint smell of alcohol drifting in the air. Not the overwhelming, unpleasant kind. On the contrary, it was light and even slightly fragrant. The depths of my eyes were confused. She's really drunk? The girls frantically nodded. Of course she's drunk. Drunk to the point of not knowing up from down. Feels like she'd do anything. By the time I reacted, Serena was suddenly pushed hard by Zhang Qin, her whole body thudding against the wall, staggering like she was about to fall. My nerves tensed, almost unconsciously stepping forward to catch her. The girl's entire weight leaned against me, her mouth still breathing lightly. I had just helped her stand straight. When the next second the girls had vanished, running while shouting, we have urgent business. Going ahead first. Logan, we're counting on you. I stood there gaping, frozen for 2 seconds before hurriedly saying, wait, don't go yet. The moment those words landed, the girls ran even faster, practically about to take flight on the spot. I really have urgent business. My house seems to be on fire. Gotta run. I really have something too. I suddenly remembered my dog hasn't eaten. I have to feed it. Otherwise it'll starve to death. Logan, sorry for the trouble. The figures of the group quickly disappeared. I stood there dazed, full of disbelief. What's wrong with these people? I lowered my head to look at the girl on me. My heart suddenly softened, starting to feel sorry for her. Again, no one was willing to stay and help her. I sighed. Aunt Chin was still working the night shift. On such a cold winter night and rainy too, was I supposed to just leave a drunk person unattended? My fingertips trembled slightly, quickly fishing out keys from her pocket to open the door, carrying Serena up and placing her on the sofa, closing the door. I turned on the lights, changed into slippers, and even squatted down to change Serena's shoes for her, muttering, Serena, I really owe you. But I was also willingly in her debt. In my mind slowly appeared the image from the hot spring trip. That night I got drunk and started making a fuss, clinging to Serena, wanting to sleep together. Sure enough, what goes around comes around. The boomerang finally came back to me. I caught my breath. Extremely familiar with the layout, I went into the kitchen, made a cup of honey lemon water to help her sober up. Seeing Serena slumped crookedly on the sofa, I pulled her to sit up straight, sitting beside her. Here. The moment those words landed, Serena dazedly looked up, her eyes holding a few more shades of confusion and helplessness, her whole being, like a pitiful little dog abandoned by its owner in the rain, wagging its tail at me twice, sincere yet hazy, humbly requesting to be taken in online. I'd never seen Serena like this, a strange emotion rising in my heart, almost unable to believe the person before me was Serena. She was too cute. I suddenly remembered something strategist Ryan had once said. When you see a girl who's really cool and fierce suddenly become cute, that means you're done for. Completely done for. Right at this moment, Serena's eye sockets reddened slightly. Her voice tinged with grievance and confusion. Can you feed me? I didn't hesitate, unconsciously agreeing, okay. After all, I really couldn't do anything about her. I went to the kitchen to get a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of honey water, leaning down to bring it to her mouth, my voice unconsciously gentle. Good girl, open your mouth, like coaxing a kindergartner. I was wearing pajamas. The buttons not fastened properly. Following the motion of leaning down to feed her, my abs showed. The grievance in Serena's eyes immediately dissipated, her gaze lingering on my body for 2 seconds, the base of her ears growing even hotter. Serena immediately lowered her eyes, obediently opening her mouth. I coaxed her to drink the water spoon by spoon, unable to help but smile. Drunk Serena was really well behaved, especially innocent, especially cute. Who said she looked fierce anyway? After feeding her a cup of honey water, I also used a towel to wipe the raindrops from her face. Meticulous and gentle. I saw the base of her ears and the skin of her neck turning red, becoming even more certain she was definitely drunk. Only drunk people get flushed faces and red ears. I tentatively extended my index finger, waving it in front of her eyes, moving my lips to ask softly, Serena, who am I? I only saw Serena tilt her head, eyes half closed, looking lazy. After a long time, she still didn't say anything. I thought about it, whatever. Serena right now. Probably didn't even know who she herself was. How could she recognize me? Wait, doesn't that mean I can do whatever I want? 2 little people suddenly popped up in my head. Devilstar wore a face full of mischievous smiles. Hurry up and strip her clean. While she doesn't know up from down, touch everywhere worth touching. She won't know anyway. Angelstar beside him widened his eyes, face flushed red. But that's wrong. Can't be a perv. I was startled by my own wicked thoughts. My earlobes tinted pink. I silently clenched my fist, shaking my head hard. Since when did I crave Serena this much? I painfully rubbed my temples and started directly taking off her jacket. The room had the heater on, blowing out streams of warm air. I helped her take off her outer puffer jacket, planning to tuck her into the blankets later, that way she wouldn't catch a cold. At this moment, Serena drowsily lowered her head, mumbling in her dream, hug hug. My fingertips tightened slightly, hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds. I spread my arms and gently embraced her. I lowered my eyes, fundamentally not daring to look at her, just carefully burying my face in her shoulder. Not even understanding myself why I did this, just longingly hugging her. Serena was already drunk. I was just satisfying this small request of hers. It probably didn't count as taking advantage of her. The girl mumbled out 2 syllables. I leaned against her shoulder, finally hearing what she said clearly. Turns out it wasn't hug hug, but baby. I suddenly lifted my head, immediately letting go, feeling extremely awkward and embarrassed inside, guiltily touching my nose. She fundamentally didn't want to hug me. She was just talking nonsense while not sober. All of it was me being delusional. I raised my hand to pat my face, rationality gradually returning. I picked up Serena, preparing to carry her to the bedroom, planning to throw this unconscious drunk onto the bed and immediately flee. Pushing the door open, Serena's bedroom was clean and tidy. The only unfamiliar spot was probably the nightstand. There were displayed all the little plush toys I'd given Serena, all different colors, not matching the rest of the room. I had just placed her on the bed, when unexpectedly my knee slammed hard into the edge of the bed. My legs went weak. My body suddenly tilted, losing control and falling forward without time to make any reaction. The next second, I was in an extremely dominant posture, pressing Serena completely underneath. The 2 of us sank into the big, soft bed, hearts about to explode. My face lightly touched Serena's lips. The warm and soft sensation was like an electric current, immediately striking me, spreading through my entire body, both numb and soft, stimulating every nerve, meaning Serena had kissed my cheek. I sprang up like a spring, raising my hand to cover my right cheek, my face instantly flushing red. Late at night, the world was covered in a layer of hazy moonlight. The room immediately sank into silence, only the sound of even breathing continuously amplifying by my ear. Serena seemed to have completely fallen asleep, without any reaction. She had her eyes tightly closed, her lashes casting a small shadow. I quickly covered her with a blanket, turned off the lights, and fled home like escaping with my life. The whole way, I could clearly feel my own emotions. In my heart, it was like there was a little reindeer, frantically running around everywhere. It was an emotion that, even when facing Audrey, I never had. I rushed into the bathroom, swoosh, turned on the faucet. Using cold water to pour over my body, the ice-cold water stimulating my skin, also stimulating every nerve in my brain. In that moment, I seemed unable to deliberately deceive myself anymore, because I'd been deeply hurt by someone before, had been coldly abandoned, so I'd always been timidly avoiding, never daring to face it, not daring to admit it, but actually in my subconscious, I'd long ago known that I liked Serena. On the big, soft bed, Serena suddenly opened her eyes, the depths of her eyes without half a trace of drunkenness. She raised her hand to lightly touch her own lips, the corner of her mouth gently curving up. "Good night, Logan." But tonight I was very restless. My whole body curled up in the blankets, hands gripping the white comforter tightly. Not knowing if it was because the heater was too high, or because of that accidental cheek kiss, I was hot all over. Even cold water couldn't dissipate it. Liking is something that can't be controlled. When did I start liking Serena? I silently pulled up the blanket. In my head, it was like a movie playing in slow motion, countless clear images flooding into my brain. But quickly I lowered my eyes in disappointment, my chest filled with a light sadness. I didn't dare confess. Serena and Audrey were different. I originally didn't know Audrey, so I dared to muster the courage to actively approach, to actively express my feelings. But Serena was different. What if Serena only saw me as a little brother, didn't like me, and after learning about my secret crush, kept distancing herself from me, avoiding me, ignoring me? I didn't want to lose Serena. I wanted to be by Serena's side forever. Fear of losing made me timid. I thought again about my past life. That segment of memory was very hazy. I didn't know what had happened. That I could have married Serena, like I'd lost my mind. So even now I had no certainty. The brothers in the dorm group were all night owls. During winter break, they'd stay up until at least 2 a.m. before sleeping. I got up and started a video call. All three answered immediately. As soon as they heard I had someone I liked, they immediately spoke up. "Don't play guessing games with us, bros. The person you like is Serena, right?" Marcus laughed. "Is the CP I've been shipping finally going to be mutual?" "Wait, I haven't even said anything yet." How did everyone guess it? My voice was weak. "So, dear strategists, what should I do now?" Ryan was the typical passionate, aggressive type, his eyes spitting fire. "What do you mean, what should you do?" "Go for it. Pin her down, Logan. You directly pin her down, force kiss her. I don't believe she won't accept. Charge. I gripped the blanket tightly, a small flame inexplicably igniting in my heart. Actually, I'd already pinned her down just now, and even got kissed on the cheek. But Chase from the conservative faction firmly shook his head. "Considering for a moment, I don't think that's a good idea. First of all, the three of us haven't had direct contact with Serena. Everything we know is through Logan's accounts. Can't just charge in recklessly." Chase's voice held some worry. "What if she's like that Ice Queen Audrey, stringing people along? If you're too proactive, she won't cherish you." Although all the various fortune tellings had calculated that Serena was my destined soulmate, but he was afraid if the calculations were wrong, it would ruin Logan's whole life. Ryan was also somewhat persuaded after hearing this. After hearing these words, the small flame in my heart that had ignited was immediately doused by a bucket of cold water. Suddenly Marcus asked, "Logan, when is round 2 of your music competition?" I lifted my head to recall. February 14th, right on Valentine's Day. Marcus's thin lips slowly curved up. "I have a great idea. Not only can you test her feelings, it also lets you retreat completely intact. And who knows, might even add some romantic atmosphere." Everyone moved closer to the screen, ears perked up, only hearing Marcus laugh softly. "That is, after the competition go out to celebrate, and you deliberately pretend to be drunk to bait her." February 14th, Valentine's Day, was also the day of my round 2. That evening, all the dorm brothers came, along with Serena and a group of girls from the friend group. They all came one after another to cheer me on, saying they wanted to be my fan club. Under the brilliant lights, contestants took the stage to perform one by one. After the screening rounds, contestants who made it to round 2 all had some skill. 7:30 in the evening, in the front rows of the theater, Chloe craned her neck looking around. "Where's Logan? Where's our Logan? What's he wearing for his performance?" Little Jung Chen yawned, also looking everywhere. "Where's brother Logan? When does he come on? I can't wait anymore. So excited. In the center, Serena wore a black dress, her expression lazy, until I appeared on stage wearing a vest. Her gaze gradually focused, the corner of her lips slowly curving up, her voice unconsciously becoming gentle. He's on. But what Serena didn't know was, right behind her by several rows, Chase and Marcus were secretly observing her, their gazes carrying assessment. Chase narrowed his eyes. This girl is grinning from ear to ear. Look at that lovesick expression of hers. Marcus was deeply meaningful, nodding. This girl's current performance is acceptable. When other handsome guys went on stage, she didn't even bother to lift her head. The moment Logan came out, her eyes went completely fixed. Plus points, plus points. Ryan's face was full of successful shipping. I seriously love this. At the same time, the host calmly began. Introducing contestant number 82, Logan Mercer, performing the song Dangerously. The livestream room already had hundreds of thousands of people, comments flying everywhere. Logan, my internet prince, you finally arrived. This is my bet's favorite. Followed Logan here from short videos on the app. Really exceptional, exceptionally talented. The stage lights suddenly went out for a moment. White light slowly illuminating me. A group of girls was completely stunned, all widening their eyes. Damn! Is this Logan? Logan Mercer hangs out with us? Someone even whispered, oh, our Serena is really blessed. Serena's eyes were deep and dark, her throat suddenly feeling a bit dry. The moment the piano intro sounded, everyone unanimously looked toward the stage. I slowly opened my eyes, sang into the microphone, stunning from the very first note, voice clear and warm, the tone like heavenly sound striking straight into the heart. The audience only felt their mood incredibly joyful, healed. During the climax, the backdrop burst into flames. I gripped the microphone tightly and began enjoying the stage. Almost in that moment, I lifted my head directly towards Serena. Our gazes collided, intertwining. In that moment, the whole world seemed to have only the two of us left, looking at each other. Until the last note fell, the entire audience was still immersed in that world. The 10 serious judges in the front row finally nodded. They looked at each other, from each other's eyes, seeing a sparkling light of approval. Zhang Chen excitedly raised his phone. Brother Logan is amazing. Serena only felt her whole body burning hot, her eyes full of only the young man on stage. Suddenly, Chloe urgently patted her shoulder hard, several times before calling her back to her senses. Serena, Serena! Serena was unexpectedly interrupted. Slightly frowning, raising her index finger, shh, and to signal her to settle down a bit. Don't overdo it. But Chloe's voice echoed in her ear, carrying a few shades of worry. No, Serena, you're having a nosebleed. Serena raised her hand to her nose. Sure enough, touching a warm sensation, her fingertips stained with red blood, contrasting sharply with her fair skin. Extremely striking. Serena was rarely silent. The girls beside her all stared in amazement. Thinking about Big Boss Serena, who kept everyone at arm's length, now just watching me from afar and already having a gushing nosebleed. The girls looked at each other. 2 seconds later, they burst out laughing together, but not daring to laugh loudly. They had to hold it in, their stomachs aching too. Expressions all contorted. Quietly comforting, Serena, you, ha ha ha, go to the restroom to wash your face. When Logan comes later, if he sees you like this, we don't usually laugh at you, unless we can't help it. Serena stood up to go to the restroom, shooting a knife-like glare, scaring everyone into immediate silence. A few people secretly poked at Serena from behind. Ryan's eyes widened. Holy shit, she's having a nosebleed. Did Logan's singing make her that excited? At the same time, the song ended. I slowly stepped off the stage. I wasn't even this nervous during the performance. Now my heart was pounding wildly. This time was my best performance ever. Looking into the distance, seeing Chloe and Zhang Chen excitedly waving at me, I smiled brightly at them, but I didn't see Serena's figure. My mood suddenly sank. Strange, where did she go? I didn't know when. Serena's every move had already begun to control all my emotions. Since the night Serena got drunk, we hadn't seen each other for over a week. I kept thinking if only I could see her anytime, anywhere, how wonderful that would be. The next moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in my sight. Not far away, Serena stood in a corner watching me, leaning against the wall, full of youthful charm, with an indescribable deadly allure. She smiled, laughed softly, then waved to call me over. The corners of my lips that had been drooping immediately curved up, my footsteps light as I walked toward her. The hidden corner around the turn was dimly lit. The audience was all focused on watching the stage. Fundamentally, no one noticed the two of us. I moved to her side, carefully opening my mouth to ask, how was I today? I was wearing an eye-catching vest, making me look several shades more mature. Serena stared at me, her voice pleasant. Want to hear the truth? My fist by my side tightened. Inexplicably nervous. I want to hear the truth. Hearing this, Serena slowly curved her lips, seriously answering, "Absolutely amazing." Today, I probably didn't know. When I stood on stage singing, in that moment, everyone had their ears perked up, eyes fixed straight ahead. Right at this moment, Serena also slightly lowered her head, helping me adjust the red rose on my chest, looking so casual yet distracted. Her fingers were slender, the tips of my ears gradually reddening, my gaze awkwardly looking around randomly. I suddenly kind of wanted to run away, be a cowardly soldier. Ever since dreaming about my past life, those images with Serena, or rather, ever since confirming my own feelings, I seemed to be a bit afraid to look directly into Serena's eyes. Afraid I couldn't control myself and pin her down. Even more afraid my little secret thoughts would be completely exposed, and she would stop caring about me. I was lost in thought. The next second, Serena softly called my name, her enchanting voice with warm breath echoing by my ear. "Oh right, a small gift." She continued to add indifferently, "Just bought it randomly." I came to my senses, lowering my head to look at her hand. It was a super huge white bag, probably could fit several of my heads. I was stunned. This is a small gift? What's small about it? It's clearly this big. Serena lifted the bag, flipping through it a few times, lazily looking up. It's just food. Happened to be on sale, accidentally bought too much. All things I liked to eat. I was completely stunned. Oh my god, there's so much I can't finish it alone. Looking at my cute, confused expression, a joyful smile rippled in the depths of Serena's eyes, really wanting to reach out and pinch my cheeks. This time, Serena really wasn't lying. She really did accidentally buy too much. Originally, she only planned to bring me 2 or 3 small cakes. But 2 days ago, when I went downstairs to take out the trash, Serena happened to see through the window that I'd gotten thinner again. At that time, she thought about it for a while, then kept throwing a pile of delicious food into her cart. By the time she reacted, the payment had already gone through. Looking at this huge pile of pastries, I was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Serena used to buy me snacks before too, but I always felt, now, it was different, because I liked her. So every feeling became different. At this moment, Serena casually raised her eyebrow, smiling, laughing, softly looking at me. "Do you like it?" I kept shaking my head, a bit anxious, blurting out a rebuttal. "I like it. Of course I like it." Then whispered, "But Serena, do you think I'm a pig?" Serena's almond eyes slightly narrowed. "A pig?" After a long while, she laughed. "Logan Mercer, can you really not tell?" Just meeting her, my reaction suddenly became much slower. "Tell what?" Serena helplessly sighed, half joking, half serious. "I'm not treating you like a pig. And clearly," her voice suddenly paused for a beat, "treating you like a prince." The girl deliberately lowered her voice both soft and warm, every word, striking hard at the softest place in my heart. From very young, I knew I wasn't a prince in a fairy tale world. I was just a tiny speck of dust that couldn't be more insignificant. Very ordinary, very average. Definitely couldn't be a male lead radiating brilliance. An ordinary person like me, how could anyone truly treat me like a prince? I didn't know if she was joking. Couldn't utter a word for a long time. Could only quietly respond with an all-purpose phrase, "Thank you." The next moment, a black gift box suddenly entered my sight. Exquisite and high-end. Serena held the box, gently shaking it in front of me, matter-of-factly. So how could our prince not have a watch? She opened the box. Inside was a watch. Very beautiful, very high-end. So this was the small gift she'd really prepared. My heart skipped a beat. Now I really felt surreal. Could I really be the male lead in a romance novel? Damn, I really am too narcissistic. Today I really wasn't wearing a watch. Taking the gift box, then helped me put it on. I carefully glanced at Serena, tentatively asking, "Is that okay?" A light flashed in Serena's dark eyes. Her brows curved. Up, the corner of her mouth slightly raising, "Of course." She took out the watch, naturally stepping closer. The distance between us suddenly shortened. A faint fragrance from the girl, hot breath rushing over. Looking from afar, it was as if I was holding her tightly in my arms. The surroundings were very quiet, quiet enough that I could clearly hear my heartbeat. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. My ears immediately perked up. Like a guilty thief, I whispered urgently, "Someone's coming." Serena looked up at me. She laughed with conviction. "What's there to be scared of? We're not doing anything shady." I leaned to the side, using my tall figure, to completely shield Serena in the corner. The footsteps grew clearer and clearer. The distance between us also kept shortening. My gaze slowly moved down, finally precisely landing on her lips. I wanted to kiss her. The next moment, 2 young girls walked by hand in hand. One of them poked her head out. "Damn! Where's the restroom?" "I clearly remember it's here." The person beside her hurriedly pulled her back. The restroom is in the other direction. You directionally challenged idiot, don't go that way. Hurry, hurry. Can't you see the couple over there is making out? After saying that, the two girls immediately ran off. The conversation wasn't loud, but I heard every word clearly. A huge question mark rose above my head. Making out where? I came to my senses, suddenly realizing it really didn't look innocent. For example, right now, I was practically pressing Serena into the corner of the wall. If looking from afar, it really was no different from making out against the wall, and the domineering kind too. My breathing was in disarray. Looking down, I only saw Serena looking serious and righteous. An inexplicable feeling of failure and disappointment rose in my heart. So this kind of interaction, this close distance, from beginning to end, only I was the one in chaos. Serena had no reaction at all. She put some distance between us, her voice pleasant, all done. I didn't notice anything unusual about her. Still immersed in happiness. I also had a small gift for Serena, but I had to wait until we got home to give it to her. After the competition ended, the whole group went for a barbecue. The team building rule was to drink until wasted before going home. The February weather was cold. I wore a thick white puffer jacket, formally introducing my roommates to the girls. Marcus and Ryan were both Sagittarius, the typical self-socializing type, very quickly blending in with everyone. Chase was a Virgo, alone with his head down, quietly eating. The server quickly brought over a tray of beer. The three brothers immediately signaled me with their eyes. I solemnly nodded, a small flame of fighting spirit igniting in my eyes. I didn't forget the main mission today. Drink a little and pretend to be drunk, then frantically probe Serena. Lure Serena out. People say alcohol gives cowards courage. Logan charge. This place was an outdoor self-service barbecue. Everyone sat in a circle, welcoming the cold night breeze. The grill and charcoal were already prepared. Serena controlled the heat, grilling skillfully, her gaze focused, looking so reliable, so captivating. I stared at her small, delicate face, suddenly feeling a bit hungry. Couldn't help secretly swallowing my saliva. Not long after, Serena brushed a layer of sweet and spicy sauce on a skewer, pressing it into my hand, saying indifferently, lamb skewer, try it. I lowered my head and took a bite, immediately smiling at her, so delicious. In those clear eyes, there was only room for her alone. Serena, you're amazing. Serena smiled faintly. Just something easy. One, you're amazing, went to her head. She started frantically grilling food for me to eat. Plus, her skills were excellent. Everything she grilled was fragrant, crispy outside and tender inside. Every piece of meat radiated ultimate appeal, making people drool. Chloe looked at the lamb skewer burnt to charcoal in her own hand, then glanced at the perfect skewer in Serena's hand. Smelling the aroma, she sidled over. She whined in a cutesy voice, Serena, you're so good. I want to eat food you grilled too. Serena's hands didn't stop. She gave her an indifferent glance, her voice cold. Don't you have hands? Her voice was both cold and hard, completely opposite to the gentle tone when facing me. Chloe, Ed, when it comes to me it's not easy anymore. Discrimination? Turns out I loved the wrong person. The girls looked at each other, secretly passing messages. So funny, turns out Serena is peak love-brained. So many sisters here in her eyes. Probably not even worth a single strand of Logan's hair. Our hanging hearts have finally shattered, wishing her success. A bunch of resentful single dogs raised their beer bottles, chugging, drinking wildly. The whole table only had Zhang Chen as a kid. He could only sneakily drink Coke. Everyone got along on their own. Started playing Number Bomb, Werewolf, and all sorts of little games. Losers had to drink as punishment. The meal was filled with laughter. The atmosphere was really too good, very easy to blend into. Even Chase, who was afraid of socializing, was completely playing his heart out. The games went round after round. I was slightly tipsy, feeling like I was almost a bit drunk. One more drink and I'd really be drunk. But every time I kept losing, Ryan was also getting tipsy, constantly clinging to me, wanting to drink together. Even Marcus, with the best alcohol tolerance beside us, was getting tipsy too. Chase frowned, sensing something was wrong, hurriedly grabbing my arm. Logan, are you drunk? You can't be drunk. Gotta stay sober. I froze for a moment, slowly turning my head to seriously look at him. I'm not guilty. Chase was slightly uneasy, holding up 4 fingers. Logan, how many is this? My eyes lit up, my voice extremely confident. I know, this is a bunny. The moment those words landed, Chase's face stiffened. It's over. This guy isn't acting well, and he's not pretending to be drunk. Motherfucker, he's really drunk. He hurriedly tugged at Marcus's clothes, somewhat worried, saying quietly, what do we do? The plan has changed. Logan seems really drunk. Marcus unhurriedly delivered an advertisement. I know you're anxious, but calm down first. Just listen to me. Chase seriously leaned in closer. The next second, Marcus's voice suddenly got louder, slamming the table hard. Everyone listen to me. The bigger the fish, the bigger the bones. The bigger the bones, the less meat. The less meat, the smaller the fish. So the bigger the fish, the smaller the fish, get it? The girls thought carefully for a moment, all chiming in. Right, you make a good point. So smart. Zhang Chen's head was full of question marks. Why are all these adults so dumb? Chase thought to himself. It's over. This guy's gone too. Turning his head to look back, Ryan was hugging a beer bottle, singing loudly with the girls. The wind is howling, the horses are neighing, all out. Not a single one was reliable. If he'd known, he should have done a divination first before coming out. Chloe confidently finished singing and sat back down, drunkenly saying, Logan, you don't know. Serena, every time she sees you. The corners of her mouth just curve up like crazy. Before she finished. Serena immediately reached out and covered her mouth, blocking all her words. I still heard a little bit, dazedly leaning in. Huh? What did she say? Serena, one hand firmly covering Chloe's mouth, on the side saying indifferently, nothing. She's having a drunk episode. Don't pay attention to her. Ed. Nearly 11 p.m., the games also came to an end. I drowsily leaned against Serena, still wanting to drink another sip, but was stopped by her hand. Don't drink anymore. You're drunk. Hearing this, I obediently withdrew my hand, seriously saying, yes, ma'am. When I was drunk, I was very quiet, completely different from that crazy bunch singing and dancing. Serena's heart was about to melt. Everyone started standing up to pack their things. See everyone when school starts. The girls waved their hands, while giving her the okay sign, telling her not to worry. Everyone went their separate ways home. The lively, noisy atmosphere from before immediately dissipated. The road home for the two of us was very quiet. I walked beside Serena, gathering courage to slowly extend my hand toward her. In that moment, Serena seemed to look up at me, the corner of her lips slightly curving up. I immediately panicked and withdrew my hand, pretending nothing happened while looking around. Until we passed a street, I gathered my courage again, carefully using my index finger to gently poke Serena's hand, but she seemed to have no reaction. I was a bit discouraged, lowering my head, then ignited my fighting spirit again, reaching out to poke her. The next second, Serena suddenly grabbed my hand, laughing softly. Good boy. Stop being naughty. The girl's hand was slender and soft, 10 fingers interlaced. I suddenly stopped walking, standing in place, not moving. I wasn't being naughty. I was very seriously probing. Clearly, I'd gotten my wish to hold her hand. But why did my chest still feel sour and bitter? The alcohol rushed to my head. I suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. But I also didn't understand why I felt so aggrieved. It was really unreasonable. Serena looked up at me, coaxing softly, What's wrong? At this moment, all things were silent, each streetlight casting a warm, gentle glow, stretching the shadows of the two of us endlessly. I still stood in place, not moving, stammering, I don't want to walk, didn't want to leave her. If we got home, home would only have me again, cold and empty. Moreover, once we got home, I couldn't be with Serena anymore. So I wanted to walk slower, a bit slower, even if I could be with her for just a few more seconds. That would be good. Squat down in front of her, get on, I'll carry you. Serena froze for a moment. It took a while before she reacted. Lying on my back, her arms gently wrapping around my neck. My back was very broad and thick, very warm, also very safe and reliable. I carried her slowly, walking forward. In my heart, I was frantically wrestling with moral principles. I was really so wicked, because I didn't just want to take advantage of being drunk to lure her. I also wanted to have ulterior motives with her. I even secretly sniffed her. The night was hazy. I repeatedly called her name. Serena. The girl patiently responded. Hearing the response, I moved my lips, my heart bubbling with joy. In the dark hallway, following the sound of footsteps, the motion sensor lights above slowly lit up, gently covering the two of us. We're home. So fast. Why was time so fast? For a very, very long time after, I reluctantly let go. Serena stood steadily on the ground. She gently squeezed my hand, softly saying, Good night, my boy. I somewhat anxiously called her back. Wait! Quickly unzipping my backpack. Serena, I also have a small gift I want to give you. I squatted on the ground rummaging for a while, finally pulling out a red rose from my bag. It was a handmade wine glass-shaped rose. Every stitch on the red petals was meticulously and exquisitely woven, like a carefully carved work of art. I smiled completely, like a treasure holding up this red rose toward her, even automatically providing sound effects. Ta-da-da-da, for you. I learned from a video blogger. Took a very, very long time to make these roses. But they're really ugly. This is the prettiest one. The moment I held up the rose, Serena suddenly froze in place. She was even thinking whether she'd drunk too much too. All of this was like an illusory dream. Like walking on soft clouds, one careless moment and she'd suddenly fall into an abyss. I shook the red rose in my hand, calling her back to her senses. Serena pinched her own finger hard, only then realizing the scene before her was all real. She reached out to receive it, but the next second I suddenly withdrew my hand, not wanting to give it to her anymore. Serena couldn't help but laugh, tilting her head to look at me, coaxing and cajoling. "Didn't you say you'd give it to me?" I gripped the rose stem tightly, not even daring to look directly into her eyes, my voice carrying a bit of nervousness. "If you accept this flower, then you're mine." Hidden in those words was shyness. Romantic Valentine's Day, an eternal rose, meaning there was only the other person in one's heart, hoping to have a passionate, brilliant love with the other person. This line was taught to me by Marcus. My gaze was evasive, not daring to look at her. Serena gently called my name, Logan Mercer. I knelt down to be at her eye level. Serena accepted the rose, her enchanting voice carrying seriousness. "I've always been yours." I processed for a few seconds, my mind suddenly freezing up. Not long after, the base of my ears slowly grew hot. I seemed to have been counter-flirted. Damn, where were the strategists? None of the strategists were here. What do I do next? What should I do after all? I frantically thought of countermeasures. After a long while, I pretended to rummage through my backpack. Serena asked, "Looking for what?" I froze for 2 seconds, pitifully looking up. "Serena, I think I didn't bring my house key." Hearing this, Serena helped me search through my backpack, even checking all my jacket pockets thoroughly. Really not there. I squatted on the ground, quietly muttering, "What do I do? Am I supposed to sleep on the street? It's so cold outside. I'm so scared." Serena was just about to say something. The next second, I reached out and gently grabbed the corner of her clothes, like a little animal with nowhere to go, as if there was only her in my eyes. "Serena, can you let me stay over for one night?" The moment those words landed, boom, Serena's rationality exploded into pieces. I got my wish to enter Serena's home. Like returning to my own happy den, my whole being visibly cheered up. Serena's home even had my own pair of cotton slippers. I drowsily nodded off, secretly praising myself for being so smart. The key, actually, had long been secretly hidden in my sleeve. This way, I could openly and legitimately be with Serena all night. But thinking about it, I felt a bit worried and guilty. What I did was very wicked. Using any means necessary because of liking someone wasn't good at all. But what I didn't know was, Serena had long taken in all my emotions. So fickle, too. Serena coaxed and led me into the bedroom, not forgetting to pour a cup of honey water to soothe me. Serena held the handmade rose, and seriously, tucked it into a small teddy bear's arms, casually patting the bear's head. I watched her place the rose, while holding the cup drinking honey water, my heart sweet as could be, carefully asking, "Serena, am I sleeping here tonight?" Serena held the remote and turned on the warm air conditioning. I'll go to my mom's room later. I had actually thought Serena would sleep with me on this bed, then wouldn't I be able to hold her and sleep all night? Wonderful, I smiled. Serena took off her outer puffer jacket, took her pajamas into the bathroom, telling me to sit obediently on the bed and not be naughty. This time, she didn't forget to lock the bathroom door, preventing a certain drunk from crawling over to open the door and peep. She turned on the shower in the bathroom, not knowing if it was because the weather was too cold or because of being slightly drunk. Through the mirror, Serena could clearly see a layer of rosy flush had covered her face. Oh no. Nearly 11 p.m., the air conditioning blowing streams of warm air. I had no choice but to take off my white outer puffer jacket, still wearing the competition vest inside. As soon as Serena came out, I pouted, "I want to take a shower too." Serena softly, Ed, this drunk and still wanting to shower. What if he drown? I weakly refuted. "I'm not drunk." Serena sat beside me, patiently coaxing. "Okay, you're not drunk." I lowered my head, somewhat stubbornly muttering to myself, "I want to take a shower." Later sleeping in Serena's bed, I'd definitely have to be clean. More than 10 minutes passed. I finished showering and wrapped in a towel walked out of the bathroom, the depths of my eyes carrying some confusion. "Serena, I can't find the hairdryer." Serena looked up. The next second, she was completely stunned. I was only wrapped in a towel, my wet upper body revealing my abs. Serena's cheeks flushed red, stunned for a long while, before she finally found her voice. "You're not wearing clothes, huh?" I seriously nodded. My clothes are dirty." The more carefree and innocent I was, the more Serena felt like she was the pervert. Where exactly did she resemble a good person? Silent for a moment, then went to the bathroom to get the hairdryer for me. Serena held the hairdryer, her voice slightly hoarse. Come here, I'll dry it for you. I visibly cheered up, obediently approaching. Thank you. Serena, one hand holding the hairdryer, the other hand stroking my hair. Her voice lazy, you're welcome. Her fingers threading through my hair, gently stroking the roots. The next second, I suddenly turned around, facing Serena and hugging her tightly. Serena's breath paused slightly. I whispered by her ear, my voice even more seductive because of being slightly drunk. I used your towel, and also used your body wash. Serena turned off the hairdryer in time. Hearing my words clearly, I lowered my head and nuzzled into her neck. So now I'm also yours. The room suddenly sank into silence, the romantic breaths of the two of us quietly intertwining. I didn't know. These words of mine were like a passionate flame, completely burning away Serena's rationality. She took a deep breath, thinking I was drunk to the point of losing all consciousness, couldn't even distinguish numbers. But I also seemed to still retain a bit of rationality. So did I, maybe like her a little? Realizing this, Serena's heart beat faster and faster. Late at night, almost past midnight, I happily lay in Serena's blankets. Actually, I was very sleepy. Very sleepy. I was still forcing my eyelids open, trying to stay awake. Finally, Serena finished showering and came out. I'll sleep outside. If you need anything, remember to call me. The moment those words landed, my face changed. I couldn't believe it as my eyes widened. My voice strange. You're not sleeping with me? Serena's face was full of confusion. When did she ever say that? Stop making things up. Seeing Serena about to leave, my heart sank bit by bit, my complexion growing paler and paler. So she fundamentally wasn't planning to sleep with me. I looked pleadingly toward her. I don't want to sleep alone. Serena, you can't leave. After saying so much, suddenly I seemed to think of something bad, curled up in the blanket and stopped trying to keep Serena. The bedroom suddenly sank into silence. Serena asked me through the blanket, what's wrong? I pulled the blanket over my head. My whole body curled into a ball, not speaking. But the next second, Serena seemed to sigh, her pleasant voice penetrating through the blanket into my ears. Fine. I won't go. The moment those words landed, I immediately lifted the blanket, unexpectedly delighted. Really? Serena nodded. I'll sleep on the floor. After saying that, she turned to get a mat and comforter from the closet, spreading them on the empty floor space beside the bed. My voice deflated. Why won't you sleep with me? I won't touch you. I swear. Serena grabbed another pillow and threw it on the mat, her voice indifferent. I wanted to say something, but stopped, mumbling, oh. Serena saw I was sad, silently pressing her lips together, quietly turning off the lights. The room sank into darkness. Serena lay on the mat she'd spread, gently coaxing, good night. I didn't bother responding to her. Serena thought I didn't hear, repeating, Prince, good night. But I still didn't bother responding to her. Serena's face slightly froze, a bit panicked, inexplicably remembering when I got drunk at the hot spring. The next morning I flipped and didn't recognize anyone. Serena sighed. It's not that she didn't want to sleep with me. She was afraid that sleeping with me would trigger her animal instincts. Suddenly, thud. The silent night suddenly rang with a loud noise, as if something had fallen. Before Serena could react, I had nimbly rolled to her side, through a layer of blanket hugging her tightly. My voice carried grievance. I want to sleep with you. The floor around was pitch black. Serena's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The next second, my hands precisely cupped her face, lowering my head and leaning close, quickly kissing her right cheek. Serena froze for half a beat, hurriedly sitting up and turning on the lights. This wasn't a dream. I had really kissed her cheek while drunk. Oh my God, the culprit was still dazedly blinking, face full of pride, as if written all over it, kissed you, so what? Serena reached out and pinched my cheek, deliberately asking in a joking tone, do you like me? Her eyelids slightly drooped, brows furrowed, seriously thinking, I like you. I like Serena. Really like? This is a little secret. But that annoying Serena won't sleep with me. I suddenly don't like her anymore. I opened my mouth resentfully, just about to say I didn't like her, then worried she'd be sad, worried she'd be heartbroken, hesitating for a moment. I held up my clearly jointed finger, carefully measuring a tiny bit, like a tiny bit, afraid she'd be too proud. So only a tiny bit. The moment those words landed, the top of Serena's head, boom, as if struck by lightning, her heart completely pierced through by me. In her head, repeating this sentence over and over, all the sour emotions from before immediately dissipated, and I was already very sleepy. Also didn't care about liking or not liking anymore, just buried my head and burrowed into her blanket. Voice low, shh, I'm going to sleep. Serena was still frozen in place. By the time she came to her senses, I had already fallen asleep, obediently lying beside her. The girl's lips slowly curved up, her voice gentle. I like you too. Many, many points of liking you. Serena sank into chaos, her head full of only the cheek kiss, and the tiny bit of liking. Secret love is admiration hidden in the darkness, is careful affection that never sees the light of day. She walked alone on a dark, cold road, not knowing how long she had to walk, only knowing she definitely had to persist and keep going, until just now, a warm ray of light burst forth, illuminating the road ahead. Clearly she could persist through so many years of waiting. But now, after being proactively kissed on the cheek, she seemed to really be unable to wait anymore. Serena wasn't the least bit sleepy. She opened her phone, created a new group chat, sent an Instagram red envelope, help me with something. Several girls in the group had already drunkenly fallen asleep. A few hadn't slept yet. As soon as they saw the red envelope, their sleepy eyes immediately widened. Completely awake. Oh, Serena, really? We're all sisters. Definitely will help with anything. Why send a red envelope? That's right, with our relationship. Do we need to measure things with money? This is really insulting. The two girls had just finished saying their touching words, immediately fought to grab the red envelope, afraid 1 second slower and it'd be gone. The next moment, the group suddenly exploded. Such a big red envelope. Tell us, what exactly is it? Even had to make a separate small group. We got you covered. Late at night, Serena at this moment was extremely calm. She just typed on the screen, but as if using all her strength. I'm preparing to confess to Logan Mercer. Golden sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains, dyeing the entire bedroom. When I slowly opened my eyes, a room both strange and familiar appeared before my eyes, startling me. Wasn't this Serena's room? I seemed to realize something, my complexion changing, sitting bolt upright. In that moment, the chaotic memories of last night came flooding into my head, clear images falling into my brain. Not only the intimate embrace in the bathroom, but also the cheek kiss on the mat. I had kissed Serena while drunk. My eyes suddenly widened. The next second, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, the girl half leaning against the doorframe, in light-colored pajamas, voice lazy. Awake? I bought lunch. Eat some before you go back. I froze for 2 seconds, hurriedly pulling the blanket to cover myself. No, sis. This isn't about lunch or dinner right now. Last night you were so romantic and intimate, and you still have the leisure to eat? Eat what? Serena seemed to laugh softly, through the blanket, her pleasant voice slowly drifting over. Don't worry. Last night I slept on the floor. We're still innocent. After doing enough mental preparation in the blanket, I finally slowly got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash my face, constantly comforting myself, no matter what. At least I kissed her. Didn't lose this time. In the bathroom, Serena had prepared a disposable toothbrush for me, and a face towel. I brushed my teeth while frowning and thinking of countermeasures, planning to pretend I didn't remember anything. After washing my face, I took a deep breath, pretending to be relaxed as I sat at the dining table, flashing a bright smile at her. Good morning. Serena sat across from me, softly, her gaze constantly wandering on my face, saying indifferently, it's afternoon already. Ed. The lunch she bought was from the dim sum place I liked most. Serena sat across from me, using chopsticks to pick up a siu mai. Even a casual movement was enough to make hearts flutter. I ate siu mai while secretly glancing at her, my gaze slowly falling on Serena's right cheek, suddenly feeling a wave of guilt. Was that where I kissed last night? My ears reddened as I immediately lowered my head. I suddenly felt like I lost big. If I'd known, I should have kissed her lips too. Serena seemed to realize something, asking indifferently, oh right, last night. But before she could finish, I immediately interrupted her as if equipped with radar, speaking very fast, loudly. I don't remember anything from last night. After saying that, I realized my reaction was too intense, confessing without being asked. Ed, strategically lowering my head to eat, the corner of Serena's mouth curved up, smiling. She slowly leaned closer, one hand propping up her chin. Really don't remember anything? I drank another sip of mung bean soup, nodding. After I get drunk, I completely lose my memory. Thank you for taking care of me. I tried to stay calm, but my hand holding the spoon was trembling slightly, mercilessly, betraying me. Serena's gaze precisely fell on my fingertips, letting out a soft laugh. I kept feeling like I'd be exposed the next second, deciding to take the initiative to attack, tentatively asking, I didn't do anything too outrageous last night, right? My face was full of sincerity and innocence. Serena dipped a siu mai in vinegar while looking at me. You want to know? I stubbornly nodded. No matter what she said, I'd flip and deny anything asked was because I was drunk, stupid. But the next second, Serena took out her phone. Good thing I made a recording. Do you want to listen? I slowly widened my eyes, face full of shock. No way. Why is this person so evil? What kind of good person makes recordings every day? I finished the last sip of soup, hurriedly standing up. Okay then, I found my house key, have to go home urgently. I just wanted to quickly run away. Staying any longer, my heart couldn't take it. Suddenly, Serena grabbed my wrist from behind. Logan Mercer. Following her movement, I faced her dark eyes. Dazedly responding, The distance between us was very close. This time, Serena dropped her lazy demeanor, her voice carrying a few shades of seriousness. Next week is my racing competition. You'll come, right? I reacted, smiling brightly at her. Of course I'll come. Serena had accompanied me so many times. Of course I also really wanted to cheer for her. Also hoping she could stand on the podium, shining brilliantly. Hearing this, Serena stood on tiptoe and reached out to pat my head, her gaze carrying a few shades of seriousness. Good. You must come. I ran with big strides back to the empty house. Rolling quickly along the way to my bedroom, hurriedly opening my phone. The dorm group had completely exploded. 99 press new messages. I'd been tagged countless times. Chase asked, Logan, how'd it go? You doing okay? Marcus tagged me, you little brat, sleeping so soundly. Ryan tagged me, I'm so anxious. I'm clearly not the male lead. Why am I so anxious? Marcus, you beast, don't tell me you really ate the goddess? I sat cross-legged on the bed, roughly describing last night's events. Ryan exploded as soon as he heard. Damn, you got drunk. And got that wild? In the bedroom, I put down my phone and looked at the pure white ceiling, my head full of Serena's face. I was very firmly in love with her. Loved her to the point where I couldn't hold back anymore, couldn't pretend anymore. Wanting to cling to her every moment, wanting to hug her every moment. This emotion was like vines growing wildly, wrapping tightly around my heart. The room sank into silence. I don't know how long passed. Finally, I took a deep breath, picked up my phone and sent a message. You guys tell me, if I confessed to her, would I succeed? Serena was participating in the National Open Motorcycle Racing Competition, with higher stakes than any competition she'd participated in before. Also the official starting point of her career. She seemed confident and skilled enough. But the closer to competition day, the worse I slept at night, always having terrifying nightmares. Like falling into an endless abyss, 3 or 4 consecutive days without a single good night's sleep. My roommates all comforted me, saying I was too tense, worrying for nothing. I just kept feeling uneasy, so I invited them to go mountain climbing together. Mystic Temple on White Feather Mountain. Praying for love and peace at the temple was very effective. Each person could only pray for 2 people, and had to be sincere for it to work. The 4 of us arrived at the foot of the mountain. Everyone gradually made their way deep into the forest, the sounds of birds chirping and streams gurgling in our ears. Our mood was relatively pleasant, but the next moment, boom, a loud sound echoed. Everyone climbing the mountain unanimously stopped in their tracks, their expressions suddenly changing, as if the pause button had been pressed. Ryan panicked and looked up at the sky. No way? The heavens aren't doing what I think, right? The moment those words landed, heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. Ryan's face looked like he'd been bitten by a dog. Motherfucker. The weather forecast clearly said it would be sunny. They had specifically chosen today to climb, because today was not only forecast to be beautiful and sunny, but was also an auspicious day. And this was the result. Marcus was furious, pointing his index finger at the sky, cursing loudly. What the hell? Why'd you suddenly dump rain? Don't like looking at your father? Chase sighed. Should have done a divination before coming out, but luckily we all brought umbrellas. Several passers-by around didn't bring umbrellas, carelessly walking in the rain heading back. Most chose to go down the mountain. Ryan and the others seemed like they didn't really want to keep climbing either, but didn't say it because of me. I stood in place, moving my lips, saying softly, the rain is too heavy. Maybe you guys should go back first. You don't need to accompany me. Thank you guys. Chase looked up, slightly worried. You really still want to climb? We can go another day. I shook my head, saying somewhat stubbornly, I want to climb up the mountain. I'd been having continuous nightmares these past few days. Couldn't remember what I dreamed about, but it seemed related to Serena. I always had an ominous premonition, deep in my head like there was a voice, telling me I definitely had to go do something. So I came to White Feather Mountain to pray for her a peace blessing charm. Tomorrow was already Serena's competition. My roommates hesitated for a moment. Before leaving, they reminded me to be careful. Don't push myself. Ed, alone and lonely, holding an umbrella walking up. Even with an umbrella, my pant legs, shoes, and shoulders were all soaked. 1,314 steps. I climbed the mountain while thinking of Serena's appearance, remembering her covered in wounds as a child, her cold demeanor in middle and high school, her blazing brilliance on the racetrack, her indulgent affection while skiing. Every version of her had completely occupied my heart. Thinking and thinking, I don't know how long passed. When I climbed to the mountain peak, the heavy rain finally let up a bit. Around the wishing tree hung red silk ribbons, wooden plaques, and bells, making crisp sounds in the heavy rain. I caught my breath, full of reverence and sincerity. Going to worship at each hall, finally at the temple I prayed for myself and Serena, a peace blessing charm, wishing her a lifetime of peace and smooth sailing. The moment I gripped the peace blessing charm tightly, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The confusion and fear of so many days seemed to gradually dissipate. In the late afternoon, the city had no rain. Serena's door was knocked twice. Opening the door, she saw a big, soaking wet dog standing at her doorstep. I held up the peace blessing charm in my hand toward her, my beautiful eyes clear and pure. "This is for you." Serena froze for a moment, not knowing what emotion was in her heart. "Thank you." She accepted the peace blessing charm, the corner of her lips unconsciously curving up. "Tomorrow's competition, you must come." My eyes were clean and clear, full of only her. "Okay, then you also have to promise me to be safe and sound." I lowered my head, saying a bit embarrassed, "No matter what place you get, I'll think you're the best." "Really?" The moment those words landed, Serena nodded. Really couldn't help reaching out to pat my head. "Okay, I promise you I'll definitely be safe." I extended my pinky. "Then let's pinky promise, like when we were little." Serena didn't find it childish. On the contrary, very seriously hooked onto my pinky, her voice low and coaxing. Pinky promise." I was satisfied. Whoever lies is a dog. The moment our two thumbs pressed together, it was like invisibly signing some kind of contract. Competition day. I wore a light brown jacket. The scene was lively and chaotic. About to begin. A group of people sat in the stands nervously watching the track. I don't know if it was my imagination. I kept feeling like these girls were strange today. Even Zhang Chen, the third grade boy, was staring at me with a face full of anticipation. Something was off, very off. At the same time, the electronic screen on the track switched to the racers, immediately causing a round of loud screams. "Look quick! Our Serena is so cool." I looked up at the big screen. The girl wore a black and red racing suit, her figure absolutely perfect. The mole under her right eye made people even more mesmerized. In that moment, she was like a female lead stepping out of a manga. My heart was immediately filled with honey, her love. A few guys beside me lit up, excited. "Look quick!" How was racer number 1 both beautiful and cool? On the track, the racers were ready. The stands were buzzing with excitement. Chloe hurriedly clutched her heart. "Save me. I'm so nervous." Zhang Xin was silent for a moment, patting her shoulder and speaking, "It's okay. We have to believe in Serena." I lowered my eyes, quietly mumbling, Serena can definitely do it. Not knowing if I was comforting others, or comforting myself. I kept repeating, "It'll definitely be fine. Serena will definitely be safe and sound." After all, that was the future world-class racer. A gunshot fired. The race officially began. The racers shot out like bolts of lightning. I watched racer number 1's figure on the screen, the black and red racing suit alternating like a blazing flame, shooting forward like flying, making people's blood boil with passion. At the curves, her bike was practically pressed against the ground, her knee also nearly grinding against the ground. A single drift, extremely dangerous. My heart suddenly tightened, not daring to breathe heavily, my heart immediately hanging in my throat. Every curve watched with my soul leaving my body. When the camera switched to a close-up of racer number 6, it in shock, my complexion immediately turning pale. In that split second of lightning, I seemed to return to that nightmare. Terrifying nightmare. Chloe saw my state wasn't right, hurriedly asking, "Logan, what's wrong? If you're feeling tense, just close your eyes. It's okay." Though her mouth was comforting, Chloe's thighs were also trembling. I came to my senses, gripping the peace blessing charm in my hand tightly. "I'm fine. Just haven't been sleeping well lately. Serena promised me last night she'd definitely be safe. If she lied, she'd turn into a dog." Hearing this, Chloe breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to look up and watch the race, loudly cheering. The final lap, also the most intense stage, all the spectators screamed wildly as if injected with adrenaline. At the curve, racer number 6 caught up, almost level with Serena, brushing against each other, almost about to touch, competing extremely fiercely. The entire audience was tense. Chloe was so nervous, sweat beaded on her forehead, but the next moment, a thud suddenly sounded by her ear. She turned to look, her expression suddenly changing. I had fallen straight to the ground. Damn, Logan Mercer, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. The girls let out panicked screams. Quick, 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 Logan fainted. The race continued. Number 1, Serena and racer number 6 were nearly tied. The competition extremely fierce, brutal. On the screen, racer number 6 on the inside of the curve infinitely approached the ground. Suddenly he lost control and slid sideways. Racer number 6 completely lost control, crashing straight toward the outside. Serena was level with him. Crash. The piercing sound of collision suddenly rang out. The two drew a blinding streak on the track, continuously spinning and tumbling. Sparks flying everywhere. Both flying off the track together, Serena crashed. A crash was truly a fatal blow in a race. The entire venue was suddenly paused, dead silent. In that moment, the whole world seemed to be distorting and deforming, turning into a bottomless abyss, bit by bit swallowing my body, surrounded by coldness and despair, completely unable to move, also unable to speak. Only heart-wrenching pain remained. We clearly promised to definitely be safe and sound. Why did you lie? I woke up with a start, suddenly opening my eyes, letting out a scream. No! I shot up from the sofa, my complexion pale, a thin layer of sweat on my forehead, my heart hurting so much. Serena's voice rang out urgently and worried. Logan Mercer, are you okay? I slowly came to my senses. Around me was an unfamiliar restroom, and Serena was just like that, completely intact. Sitting beside me, she was still wearing the black and red racing suit. The only difference was, there was something extra around her neck. It was a gold medal. I unconsciously grabbed Serena's hand, asking, "Are you okay?" Serena, one hand holding mine, the other hand shaking the sparkling gold trophy beside her. Logan Mercer. I won the championship. The moment she stood on the podium, she kept thinking I would definitely see her too. But after receiving the trophy, she received news that I had fainted, practically running madly to get here. In that moment, she nearly went crazy. The on-site doctor couldn't find any problems, just said I needed to rest for a bit. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. When I fainted, I seemed to be in so much pain, so sad. No matter how she called, I wouldn't wake up. I stared at the trophy for a long while, holding her hand tighter, saying quietly, "I want to watch the live stream replay." Serena, Ed D, placing her phone horizontally in front of me, dragging the progress bar. I watched the screen intently. The crucial moment of the final lap. Racer number 6 beside Serena lost control, flying off the track. Luckily, Serena was a tiny bit faster, wasn't affected, shooting straight across the finish line. Then she stood on the podium, her graceful figure lifting the championship trophy, the whole venue cheering, boiling with excitement. The replay ended. My lips were pale. This number 6 crashed. Serena's voice was steady. Almost hit me. Later, the medical staff even discovered he used performance-enhancing drugs. He'll probably be banned from competition for 3 to 5 years by the organizers. After hearing this, my nose stung even more, like eating the sourest tangerine in the world. So, the nightmares these past few days, so that horrifying scene just now, were all memories from my past life. Every time I remembered those memories, I would uncontrollably faint. In my past life, Serena had an accident in this race, was seriously injured, and it was the first failure of her career. But in this life, she wasn't just safe and sound. She even won the championship. We both kept our promises. I came to watch Serena compete, and Serena was also safe and sound. Neither of us broke the pinky promise from last night. I kept telling myself to be happy, can't cry. Clearly, it was a perfect, wonderful result. But I still couldn't help feeling heartache. Feeling heartache on behalf of Serena from her past life. If she got hurt, I would be sad. I lowered my head, eyes red. The next moment, Serena took off the gold medal and put it around my neck, even reaching out to pinch my cheek. Good boy. The gold medal is for you. Can you stop crying? I was originally holding back tears. After a while of Serena coaxing, they finally couldn't help but fall. Suddenly, the restroom door was pushed open hard. Chloe, Jongchin, and a group of girls squeezed in, gaping at me, wiping my tears. Chloe blurted out, "Damn." Serena, "Why are you bullying Logan?" Jongchin smacked her butt hard, lowering her voice, "Shut up, idiot. Can't you see she's comforting him?" Chloe immediately reacted, putting the black backpack in her hand on the chair beside her. "This is Logan's backpack. We'll go first. Good luck." The moment those words landed, the whole group hurriedly left again, not forgetting to close the door. They went to a nearby clearing and squatted, playing cards, while anxiously chatting. "Do you think Serena can successfully confess today? Will our Logan agree? Did he just reject her? If those two fail, then I'll never believe in love again." In the quiet restroom, Serena carried the backpack and placed it beside me, casually asking, "It's a bit heavy. What's in it?" I immediately hugged the backpack tightly, looking pitiful, absolutely refusing to say. Serena didn't ask further. Sitting beside me, Logan Mercer. "Can you tell me what's wrong?" She also wanted to help me share the burden. Any emotion was fine. I carefully glanced at her, my voice trembling. I just had a dream. I was still organizing my words, thinking about how to express it. Unexpectedly, Serena immediately understood, gently coaxing. "A nightmare, right? Dreamed about me crashing or me being hit to death?" I immediately reached out to cover her mouth, anxiously saying, "Don't say it out loud. It's bad luck." Looks like she guessed right. Serena removed my hand while also taking out the peace blessing charm, seriously saying, "Don't be scared. Aren't I alive and well? When you fainted just now, I even specially had someone find your roommate's contact. Your roommate said you've been having nightmares lately, not sleeping well. Also said yesterday you all went climbing White Feather Mountain. Then halfway through it started pouring. Everyone else turned back. Only you persisted and climbed the 13-14 steps. You prayed for this peace blessing charm for me." Serena held up the peace blessing charm. Her eye sockets also gradually tinged with red, staring intently at me. Just now I really almost got hit, so when I got off the bike I kept thinking, was it this that protected me? The moment those words landed, my emotions that had just slightly stabilized surged up wildly again. Not caring about anything else, I just hugged Serena's waist tightly, burying my face in her neck. But that dream was so real. That was her past life. All that real pain precisely struck my heart. It hurt so much. Serena, I'm so scared. Scared you'd crash. Scared something would happen to you. I really don't want you to suffer. Serena, Eileen. My voice grew quieter and quieter. The last sentence was unclear. Serena reached out and gently patted my back, like coaxing a child. Like what? She was still thinking about how to comfort me. Who knew the next moment? I suddenly lifted my head and said, "I like you." If I don't confess, I'm really going to explode. The restroom fell into complete silence. I suddenly regretted it. The confession in my imagination should be very romantic, surrounded by beautiful flowers, everything dreamy and beautiful, not like now. Right now I was probably really ugly. Moreover, like a crazy person, hugging Serena tightly and not letting go. Thinking about this made me want to cry even more. And the confession speech. I stayed up all night preparing it. Something about stars, something about the moon. Anyway, especially romantic and beautiful, but now my head was empty. The confession speech I'd memorized by heart, completely forgotten, could only repeat over and over, like Serena. Really like her. Serena stood frozen in place for a long time without reacting. I don't know how long passed, before she gradually heard her own voice. I immediately covered her mouth with my hand. "No! You be quiet, let me speak first." I hurriedly unzipped the backpack, taking out a motorcycle helmet, assembled from Lego, black and red, as big as a real competition helmet, even with 3 initials, SB. I spent a very long time assembling it. I gathered my courage. "This is my confession gift for you. Congratulations on your successful competition." Under the slightly dim lights, Serena looked up at me, a strange light rippling in her eyes. But the moment she opened her mouth, I quickly covered her mouth again. "Don't rush. I have more." Perhaps because I was too nervous and panicked. Now even my hands were shaking. From the backpack I fished out treasures, a fountain pen, a diamond bracelet, a glory badge. Serena opened her mouth. I once again covered it. "Wait, this is the last one." I took out a pink love letter, my trembling fingers pressing it into Serena's hand. The tips of my ears red enough to bleed. "Serena..." But this time it was Serena's turn to interrupt me, resting her head against my chest. Speaking with both complaint and indulgence, Logan Mercer. "Stop interrupting me." Hearing this, I froze for a moment while holding her. Only heaven knows how nervous I was right now. Scared Serena wouldn't agree. Scared my love wouldn't be reciprocated. Serena hugged me tightly. "I like you, even longer than you've liked me, Logan Mercer. Today is a confession I've planned for a very, very long time. On a romantic mountain, I have so many gifts for you, and the most romantic, passionate confession speech. I was planning to reveal it there, but unexpectedly. You forced me to say these 3 words first." She also didn't expect me to suddenly faint. She even more didn't expect that her prince turned out to be braver than her. Serena hugged me tightly. I felt like I'd gained the whole world. After hearing all this, I rubbed my eyes hard. Serena said she liked me, she also liked me, she really agreed. I dazedly lowered my head, asking softly, "You were also planning to confess to me today?" "What a coincidence." Serena smiled and pinched my cheek. "Because we're soulmates." A very, very long time ago. When I was little, I really wanted those gold medals. Pointing at the picture and saying to her, Sister Serena, when you get medals in the future, you have to put it on me. So many years, and she still remembered. So, she had thought about it long ago. When she won a gold medal, she would confess to me. The sunset on the mountaintop dyed the entire sky. I held Serena's hand. Step by step, walking up the gentle mountain peak. Before us, a bunch of high-end golden balloons. Immediately caught my attention. This was the first confession gift. Serena had changed into a JK uniform. I pointed in surprise at the pile of balloons not far away. Those are all confession gifts? Serena, Ed, Logan Mercer. Opened the gifts. Along with her intentions, bit by bit revealed. I squatted down, eagerly opening the golden gift box. I saw a bouquet of fresh flowers. Underneath was a black envelope. Following Serena's signal, I slowly opened it. Logan Mercer, you always seem not very confident. Always feeling you're very ordinary, very average. But in my eyes, you've always been the only one. Even more dazzling than the sun. My nose stung. Serena held my hand. Walking to the next gift, saying as we walked, these don't need to be taken right away. I'll have someone send them to your house. When I read the final section of the love letter, my hands opening the gift were trembling slightly. The gift was a jar of paper stars. Compared to the exquisite beautiful love letters before, this envelope was very old. Even just rough scrap paper. The handwriting also somewhat childish and ugly. But every stroke was written very seriously. Logan, thank you for giving me paper stars. Actually, in the paper star I gave you yesterday, there was a hidden secret. It said, I like you, but you never discovered it. And I never dared to tell you. That was what little Serena wrote to me. My heart felt like it was gripped tightly by a hand. Couldn't breathe. So, it turns out, she had liked me for this long, but the bitterness of secret love was really very bitter. Very bitter. Holding back tears, clearly very happy. But more than that was heartache. Heartache for her. The last love letter only had 3 words. I love you. Opening the gift box, inside was actually empty. The next moment, a pleasant voice sounded beside me. This gift is me myself. Serena lifted my face, tilting her head. Logan Mercer, I want to be your girlfriend. Do you want to be with me? In my eyes, there was only one person. Yes. So I wasn't an insignificant speck of dust. So I was also worthy of being secretly loved. I just kept nodding repeatedly. I like you to death too. Like you so much. Want to cling to my girlfriend. I buried my head in her neck, hugging her tightly. We have to be together. The moment those words landed, Serena wrapped her arms around my waist. Both comforting and coaxing. Together forever. Have to be together for life. Have to be together for all eternity. Never apart. Her years of quiet, secret love finally got to see the light. But behind a tree not far away, several heads were secretly poking out. Zhang Chen's eyes were full of stars. Couldn't help but clap. Brother Logan and Sister Serena are really together. The girls fought to hide behind the tree, secretly watching, constantly exclaiming, I told you they'd succeed. Those two are really the perfect couple. I could tell early on they liked each other. Our world-weary, cool, cold demon king, Serena, has finally found her match. So sweet. My romance brain is about to act up again. Can't end without a wedding. I want to be a bridesmaid. On the other side, Serena wasn't unaware of this group of idiots either. She kept patting my back to comfort me, with great difficulty finishing comforting me before holding my hand. Let's go home, boyfriend. She waved her hand, signaling the girls to help carry the gifts. The girls grinned from ear to ear. We told you. If you succeed, you have to treat us to that spicy crawfish. Zhang Chen raised balloons while drooling. I want to eat too. Serena at this moment had eyes and heart full of only her boyfriend. To their words, she just nodded lightly. Eat, eat. The few gluttonous ducks hearing there was crawfish to eat. The whole group immediately happily carried things. Congratulations to Logan and Serena for 100 years of happiness. Chloe shouted with eyes full of emotion. You have to be happy. Logan, Serena, if he bullies you, remember to tell us. Serena glared at her. The other immediately shrank back and ran to catch up with the group. I lowered my head, not forgetting to report the confession results to the anxiously waiting strategists, roughly recounting everything. The dorm group immediately exploded, chased through confetti. It really was mutual. I told you, she's your destined soulmate. You two were born to be a pair, absolutely. Ryan replied, to love someone like this in this lifetime. To love someone like this in this lifetime. To love someone like this in this lifetime. After replying to messages, I put down my phone, looking at the pile of balloons and roses before me, pondering, thinking, carefully for a bit. I decided to give the balloons and roses to passers-by. thinking of spreading happiness and goodness. Serena naturally listened to me, pulling the pile of balloons along while I held the roses, the two of us walking home shoulder to shoulder. When passing by a park, there happened to be many children, especially some little girls, receiving cute balloons and beautiful roses, their whole being so happy they jumped up, their mouths sweet, "Thank you, big brother and sister. Wishing you forever happy, forever blessed." We also met a street cleaner on the road when she received a red rose, her eyes full of disbelief. After a simple explanation, her eye sockets grew moist. "Thank you." The sky gradually darkened. The balloons and roses were also quickly given out, receiving so many smiles and blessings from strangers. The night breeze blew over, my lips still curved in a gentle arc. Suddenly, Serena stood before me and asked, "Boyfriend, can you carry me home on your back?" My body was a step faster than my brain. Turning around and squatting in front of her, the girl wrapped her arms around my neck, walking through the quiet little path, the streetlights casting a soft, gentle glow, endlessly stretching the shadows of the two of us, leaving only the sound of each other's strong heartbeats. Not until the dark hallway did I put Serena down, my gaze dark and deep, bending down to lift her face, my voice hoarse and enchanting. Word by word, "I want to kiss you." Serena's nose bridge trembled slightly. The next moment, warm lips pressed together. The taut string in my head suddenly snapped. Serena unconsciously reached out to wrap around my shoulders and neck. Even lifting her head to respond to me, I felt my whole body becoming very light. I don't know how long passed. I reluctantly kissed her one more time before gradually putting distance between us. This first kiss? The two of us just pressed our lips together, feeling each other's softness. No other excessive movements. I lay on the bed, reminiscing about the first kiss just now, watering my parched heart. Night was deepening. The moonlight outside the window was gentle, softly scattering down to the ground. I curled up in the blanket, holding my phone. Serena sent, "Good night, boyfriend." I happily replied, "Good night, girlfriend." Seeing the message, Serena smiled, very quickly posted a relationship announcement on social media. The caption was simply a red heart, and the attached photo was secretly taken by Chloe lying in the bushes. On the romantic, gentle mountaintop, two people hugging each other tightly. Serena even changed her cover photo, as if wanting to tell the whole world I was her boyfriend. A few days later, the love affair slowly spread like wildfire. In the upper-class party hall, Audrey wore formal attire, hand holding a glass of wine, her expression composed, always maintaining a perfect distant demeanor. Just the faint dark circles under her eyes made her look somewhat haggard and pale. The girl beside her paused for a moment, clearly a bit surprised by her state. "Audrey, haven't you been resting well lately? You look so fragile." Audrey sat in the middle of the sofa, her face suddenly darkening. She had been very busy lately, so busy she basically had almost no time to rest. It's not like she hadn't used unknown numbers to call me, but I seemed to have changed my phone number. Couldn't get through no matter what. In her head, a voice kept telling her to hurry and bow her head, telling her not to regret, telling her to take the initiative to find him. But her pride and precious time didn't allow it. From start to finish, she kept comforting herself. He definitely still had her in his heart. Suddenly, a girl held up her phone. "Logan Mercer is in a relationship again." The moment those words landed, Audrey dazedly looked up, eyes full of disbelief. Then coldly squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Logan Mercer is in a relationship?" Audrey tried to stay calm, but the wine glass in her hand unexpectedly fell to the ground. The unlucky waiter immediately ran over to clean the floor, inwardly screaming at the heavens. That girl nodded, wanting to spill all the news she knew. "That's right, Logan Mercer and Serena are together. Just a few days ago, even posted it publicly on social media." Every word was heavy as hail, hitting straight at the heart, completely breaking through Audrey's inner defense. All her rationality and composure completely shattered in this moment. Sitting alone on the VIP sofa, she sneered. How could this be? How could Logan Mercer turn around and choose someone else? How could he abandon me? A girl immediately contacted others, very quickly obtaining screenshots from Serena's page. But before she could even enlarge the photo to look carefully, it was snatched away by Audrey. The photo framed a romantic and warm moment. Pink sunset pouring down honeyed affection. A man and woman hugging each other tightly, surrounded by balloons and roses, undoubtedly a confession scene. The romantic photo was like a sharp blade, mercilessly cutting into Audrey's eyes. She stared until her eyes turned red, her fingertips gripping the phone, turning white. The truth was also about to emerge. Actually, there were clues all along. It all progressed gradually. But at that time, she was confident and certain, completely unwilling to bow her head, even testing me. None of this existed in her past life, all different from her past life. How did it deviate from the track? How did I suddenly stop pursuing in this life? Audrey's head was in complete chaos. She stood up abruptly. Number, I have to go find him. The moment those words landed, everyone gaped at Audrey, then looked at each other, eyes full of shock and strangeness. No way. This elite party was very important to the Kingsley family. How could she just leave? Another clear-headed girl beside her furrowed her brows tightly, couldn't help speaking up to remind Audrey, he already has a girlfriend. Going to find him now? What would people call you if not a homewrecker? Audrey's face was ice cold, rationality gradually slipping away. So what if he has a girlfriend? It's just dating. Can't they break up? As long as I'm willing to take the initiative to find him, as long as I'm willing to bow my head a little to win him back, he'll definitely break up with her. A girl suddenly stood up to block her. Audrey, wake up. Mrs. Kingsley won't let you leave. Audrey mercilessly brushed off her hand, a raging flame of anger igniting in the depths of her eyes. Scram, don't stop me. I have to go find him. Everyone could see Audrey had gone crazy, completely deceiving herself. Wasn't Logan Mercer's rejection clear enough? The girls thought of the warning Mrs. Kingsley had given them, once again exchanging glances with each other, immediately rushing up to stop her, crying miserably, Audrey, you really can't go. What kind of man can't you have? If Logan Mercer is gone, then he's gone. Stop deceiving yourself. Wake up, we're begging you, our dear ancestor. No matter how they held her back, Audrey's eyes were still red, forcefully shaking off their hands. Her voice cold, scram, all of you scram. She deceived herself? It's impossible. In my past life in those dreams, he pursued me with a sincere heart for 7 years straight. A full 7 years. And that was only the small part I dreamed of. Who knows, maybe in my past life he followed me for over a decade. Or even his whole life. Audrey's expression was gloomy and uncertain. She jogged out of the party hall, determined to find me. At worst, she'd lower her stance a bit, to get me back to her side. She wouldn't deliberately treat me like before anymore. As long as she did this, it would be fine. Audrey comforted herself while walking quickly. She rushed out of the party hall, walking faster and faster. Suddenly, she stiffened and stopped. More than a dozen stone-faced bodyguards surrounded her, and Mrs. Kingsley was standing before her, wearing a dignified, refined, dark red kippah. Her bearing elegant and noble, her gaze not carrying a trace of warmth, as if looking at a tool. Why do you want to leave early? It wasn't the normal concern and worry of a mother for her daughter. Her voice was full of thorns and mockery. Audrey clenched her fists, her voice somewhat cold. I have personal matters. The next moment, a stinging slap unexpectedly landed on her face, making a crisp sound. Mrs. Kingsley laughed coldly, her face full of ridicule. For a man, you've lost your soul like this. What has Audrey Kingsley become now? Absent-minded all day long, so far from before. She used to be proud and cold, emotions never showing on her face. Useless trash, I raised you for nothing. The harsh words were like a bucket of ice water poured from head to toe, completely extinguishing the flame of anger in her heart. After a long while, Audrey finally came back to her senses in a daze. She moved her lips, I understand, her body like a machine, turned around and returned to the party. Like her life of the past 20 years, cold and numb. Early March, the weather gradually warmed. With great difficulty waiting until school started, Audrey finally had time to come find me again. It was also when she went through the trouble of having people find me that she suddenly discovered it turned out they had no points of intersection, and meeting wasn't so easy. Before, she always felt meeting me was very easy, whether in high school or just entering university. Those 2 or 3 months, it seemed like she could see me anytime. I was like a little animal quietly following behind her. Couldn't escape no matter what, turn around, and there I was. But now if she didn't deliberately check the class schedule, she couldn't possibly get close to me. The girl beside her had a face full of difficulty. Awkwardly, Audrey, Mrs. Kingsley won't let us help you find him. I really don't dare. Last time I don't know who tattled, I even got a warning call. Moreover, Logan Mercer already has a girlfriend. In this school there are quite a few guys pursuing you too. Why don't you consider them? The girl started changing the subject, 10,000 expletives running through her mind. Those 2 lovebirds were so sweet in their new relationship, practically stuck together all day. Did this, Audrey Kingsley, have something wrong with her brain, insisting on breaking them up? That girl secretly looked up to observe Audrey's reaction. The other was anxious to know. Face cold as ice, voice indifferent. So, what if Logan Mercer is with Serena now? They're childhood sweethearts. If they liked each other, they would have been together long ago. Why wait until now? Looking like she was talking to others, actually brainwashing herself. The more Audrey spoke, the more confident she became. Extremely certain. Because his true heart, fundamentally, isn't with Serena. Love without feelings definitely won't last long. They'll break up sooner or later, understand? The girl really wanted to raise her hand and give her the crazy sign. Audrey wasn't resigned. Alone, she walked toward the male dormitory, wanting to try her luck. Past 9 p.m., the roadside lit up with dim lights, endlessly stretching her lonely, solitary shadow. Suddenly, she stopped. In front of the dormitory entrance, I was wearing gray pajamas, seemingly waiting for someone, eyes full of anticipation. The depths of Audrey's eyes revealed joy and error. She hurriedly stepped forward to approach, but the next moment, her whole body suddenly stiffened, only seeing a graceful figure walk out, running over from another small path. Serena carried a bag of sweets in her hand, pressing it into my arms, brows and eyes full of smiles. I smiled brightly, sometimes patting her head, sometimes pinching her little cheeks, the corners of my mouth curving up uncontrollably. The two intimately chatted, while Audrey was standing behind a bulletin board not far away, like a mouse in the darkness secretly peeping. She watched the scene before her in disbelief, her eye sockets inexplicably heating up, her lips also gradually becoming pale and weak. Not far away, I held the bag of sweet treats and secretly looked around, confirming no one was nearby. I bent down and kissed Serena's cheek. In that moment, Audrey froze in place. I quickly finished stealing a kiss on Serena's cheek, ears slightly red, immediately covering my face and running away. All of this transformed into ice-cold needles, stabbing hard into Audrey's most fragile soul, the confidence and certainty she had brainwashed herself with for so many days, shattered in an instant. She was most familiar with this expression of mine. Back then, I used to smile at her like this too. Audrey unconsciously stepped back, her legs heavy as if filled with lead. Serena walked toward her step by step, her voice indifferent. I wonder how long some people want to keep peeping at other people's boyfriends? I hadn't noticed her, but Serena had long seen her figure. Hearing the words, peeping at other people's boyfriends, Audrey was so angry she nearly went crazy. She stepped forward forcefully, staring at Serena. It's you. What tricks did you use? To deceive him to your side? You stay away from him. Clearly I'm his person. Clearly he only likes me. It must be this green tea bitch Serena, using some tricks, inserting herself between us, driving a wedge. The moment those words landed, Serena also stared at her, her eyes becoming dangerous. She suddenly remembered the confrontation in the snow last time. At that time, Audrey was in a position high above, coldly mocking her. But now their positions were completely reversed. Who had the upper hand? Who was brainlessly going crazy? It was clear to see. The corner of Serena's mouth still held a smile. A cold, mocking smile. You're telling me to stay away from him? Logan Mercer is my boyfriend. In this world, competing to recommend yourself as a mistress in front of the legitimate girlfriend. Legitimate mistress? Every word crazily stabbed into Audrey's heart. She was drained of strength, but still forced herself. Logan Mercer chose to be with you to provoke me, to anger me. That's why he's deliberately with you. As long as I'm willing to bow my head and find him, you think you can still be his girlfriend? She spoke word by word. Coldly, the person he likes is clearly me. He pursued me for so many years. Serena, you know best in your heart. The moment those words landed, Serena suddenly rushed forward and grabbed her collar, her voice fierce. So you do know. No, he pursued you for so many years. But how did you treat him? After saying this, Serena's eye sockets reddened slightly. How had Audrey treated Logan Mercer? How had she treated that boy full of heart and eyes of anticipation? It was letting the girls around mock him, belittle him, bully him. It was deliberately being cold to him, ignoring him, but still again and again giving him hope and stringing him along. Thinking of these things, Serena's eye sockets grew even redder. Gripping Audrey's collar tightly, if you had been just a tiny bit more proactive, I wouldn't have had a chance. But you gave me this chance. Audrey was drained of strength, her complexion turning pale in an instant. Serena added another blow. You don't deserve Logan Mercer. He hasn't liked you for a long time now. After saying this, Serena abruptly let go of her, walking away step by step, eye sockets terrifyingly red. She kept comforting herself. It's okay. The good things others couldn't give Logan Mercer. She would double and double again for him. Audrey powerlessly collapsed against the board, her eyes lifeless. The last string in her head snapped and broke. Serena's words repeating in her ears. Logan Mercer is my boyfriend. If you had been just a tiny bit more proactive, I wouldn't have had a chance. But you gave me this chance. Thinking of the past 2 years of this life, plus the full 7 years of her past life, Audrey's complexion grew paler and paler. Not a trace of blood left. All these years, If she had turned around sooner? If she had treated me better sooner? If she hadn't been so cold to me, how would Serena have had a chance? At that time, my heart and eyes were full of only her, only liked her alone, even stayed away from Serena. I had already tried walking 99 steps toward her. She only needed to take one more step toward me, but she just stood in place, not moving. No one stays proactive forever. Audrey stood frozen in place for a long while. Finally, she collapsed and covered her face, constantly talking to herself. I have to go find Logan Mercer. I have to explain clearly to him. He's so soft-hearted. He'll definitely agree. Saturday, I made a date with Serena to hang out together. As soon as I saw her, I immediately activated clingy mode, pressing my shoulder against hers, even casually handing her a small bouquet of white balloon flowers, delicate and beautiful, symbolizing unchanging love for you. She happily accepted the flowers, breaking into a soft smile. Looking at her curved brows and eyes, my eyes were full of joy. Serena very naturally held my hand, 10 fingers interlaced. The date location was at Yoxia Mountain. The two of us took a high-speed train for over 40 minutes. The foot of the mountain was lush and green. Before our eyes was like a landscape painting full of vitality. Serena turned her head and said, "Before you climbed White Feather Mountain for me to pray for a peace blessing charm, I thought I should climb with you once too." When I fainted, Serena contacted my roommates, receiving their messages. Logan hasn't had a good night's sleep these past few days. Yesterday, he really looked very tired, very exhausted, but he still stubbornly climbed up in the pouring rain to pray for a peace blessing charm for you. Everyone else went back down. Only he went up alone. Hearing these words, Serena's heart ached again. She didn't know what kind of feelings I carried that day. As I slowly climbed step by step holding an umbrella, Serena paused for a moment, continuing to add, "Moreover, I heard couples who climb this mountain together can stay together for a long time. The scenery on the mountain is also very beautiful. So I want to see it with you." I held her hand, even without climbing. We'll still be together for a long time. I even told her about Chase's divination results, saying we would be together for all eternity, never apart. Serena's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really?" My voice carried a few shades of pride. "That's right. He even calculated that we're a destined pair, made for each other." Serena listened as the corners of her lips curved higher and higher, deliberately drawing out her words. "Really?" I furrowed my brows very seriously. "Really? His divinations are very accurate." Serena held back and pressed her lips together, secretly delighted inside. I wanted to say something but stopped. I don't know how long passed before I leaned by her ear and whispered, "Serena, I'm clinging to you now, the kind that can't be shaken off no matter what." After hearing this, Serena completely froze, her heart as if gently plucked, a tingling electric current running through her whole body, her entire being slowly warming up. Saturday, the tourist area was very crowded. Moreover, most were couples, pursuing the so-called being together for a long time. Serena went to the restroom near the tourist area. When she came back, she saw me holding up sugar painting with one hand. "Eat." Serena's eyes lit up, silently resolving. She also had to double how well she treated me. When preparing to go up the mountain, I squatted in front of Serena. "Get on, I'll carry you." Serena froze for a moment, surprise flashing in the depths of her eyes. "You're going to carry me up the mountain?" "I'm Ed," as if it were obvious. "There's a mission tonight. Can't let you get tired." She blinked in confusion. "What mission?" The next moment, my lips carried a mischievous smile. "Tonight, I'll teach you how to kiss." That time in the hallway, that was our first kiss. I straightened up, carrying her step by step up. That was just pressing together. It doesn't count as a real kiss. Saying it early so she could mentally prepare. The girl behind was silent, just burying her face in my shoulder, not speaking. So that was agreement. My mood was quite good. Along the way, many strangers looked at us, because piggyback climbing was really too eye-catching. The steps up the mountain weren't too steep. Walking was also fairly smooth. Serena felt guilty inside, using her index finger to poke my cheek. "Logan, are you tired? Put me down." My footsteps didn't pause at all. Laughing lightly, looking down on your boyfriend like that? "Don't worry. Almost at the mountain peak," I said shamelessly. "If my girlfriend feels sorry for me, can I get a little reward?" Serena leaned in and kissed my right ear. Thinking about it, she felt it wasn't enough, so she leaned in and kissed again, asking, "Is this reward okay?" My footsteps paused slightly. A hoarse echoed from deep in my chest, the base of my ears visibly flushing red. We reached the mountain peak, went to worship at the temple together, and even hung a love prayer plaque on the ancient prayer tree, each writing half a sentence to form a complete one. "May there be years to look back upon, and grow old together with deep love." A gentle breeze blew by, The wooden love prayer plaques and red silk on the tree branches fluttered. Under the tree, I held Serena's hand, an unprecedented satisfaction and happiness rising in my heart. After strolling around all afternoon, I was covered in sweat. After dinner, as soon as we got back to the homestay, I went into the bathroom. The homestay room booked was a large double bedroom. The entire room exuded a romantic atmosphere. I closed my eyes. Thinking about how I would really kiss Serena later, my heart beat wildly. Coming out of the bathroom, I wore gray pajamas and scooted over to Serena. Sitting on the soft sofa, my whole body tensing up, Serena smiled and patted my head. Pointing at the small cake and milk tea on the table, "You eat first. I'll go shower." It seemed this person wanted to enjoy tonight well. Savor him thoroughly. I lowered my head, eating the small cake, my heart both anticipating and nervous. Finally, Serena came out wearing light-colored pajamas, collarbones faintly visible. I stood up and reached out to pull her into my arms. The room lighting was slightly dim, the warm light hazy and dreamlike. Serena was made to laugh by my adorableness, her voice carrying a hint of laziness. "Let's watch a movie first. Tonight is still long. Take it slow." I directly found a romance anime, a new release. The intensity level was a tiny bit high. The movie started, I hugged her, feeling a bit uncomfortable, wanting to scoot to the side, but as soon as I moved a little, Serena pressed close again, adjusting to a comfortable position. The beige sofa was very soft. The two of us almost sank deep into it. She sat between my legs, her back leaning against my chest. The unexpectedly romantic position made my heart beat wildly. The male and female leads in the movie were childhood sweethearts, two unsuspecting kids, growing up together since childhood, also the ones who understood each other best. At first, the male and female leads, neither recognized they liked the other. Seeing the other interact with the opposite sex, they would inexplicably feel irritated and unhappy, immediately feeling a sense of crisis. After recognizing their feelings, both sides began carefully testing, from poking fingers to interlacing all 10 fingers, then to a romantic embrace, depicted very vividly and delicately. I rested my chin on Serena's shoulder, faintly able to smell her light fragrance. She wore pure white pajamas, the collar loose, also exposing 2 soft snow-white mounds, offered to me without any concealment, making one want to rush up and take a bite. The shape also just fit the palm of my hand. My breathing gradually heated up, my body continuously burning. Night fell. The male and female leads in the movie were already embracing, kissing deeply and passionately. I was teased by Serena to the point I couldn't watch anymore, just nodding and mumbling, like. Not just my 2 ears liked her. My entire being liked her. Serena's pleasant voice sounded again. "Say it again." She liked to hear it. This time I didn't speak, but lifted her face and kissed her lips. One arm hugging her waist, the other hand firmly holding the back of her neck. She held onto my shoulders with both hands, slightly lifting her head to receive my kiss. She was kissed until her mind went numb, soft breaths escaping from the corner of her lips. The more I kissed, the deeper it got. Serena's whole body was burning hot, completely melting soft on my lap. By my ear was Serena's soft breathing, and also the faint sound from the movie. Romance continuously spread everywhere. Everything was wonderful to the extreme. I don't know how long passed before I was willing to let her go a little, the depths of my eyes carrying an intense look. "Serena, do you like me kissing you like this?" The room fell into silence, the sound of 2 people's heavy breathing continuously, amplified. Serena's snow-white face flushed rosy pink, softly, her cherry pink lips covered with a glossy sheen, her soft hair obediently falling before her chest. I got to taste the most delicious dessert in the world. My mood was happy. Princess carrying Serena, carrying her straight to the big bed in the bedroom, patiently covering her with the blanket, saying, "I'll go take another shower." Serena looked up in confusion. Very quickly she realized something, pausing for a moment, suddenly burying half her face under the blanket. I stepped into the bathroom, couldn't help looking up at myself in the mirror. Very unfamiliar, the base of my ears flushing red, my whole body as if soaked in a honey jar. I lowered my head to look at myself, silently turning on the cold water. I came out of the bathroom, one hand pulling Serena into my arms, lying close beside her. "Good night, Serena." Serena had her back to me. Good night, Logan." The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, as if the whole world had fallen asleep. That night I slept especially warm, and especially peaceful. After saying goodbye to Serena and returning to the dorm, immediately 3 pairs of eyes wandered over my face, carrying scrutiny and research. I was stared at until I got goosebumps. "What?" Marcus leaned in to look at me, squinting. "Looks like you 2 kissed intensely last night." I widened my eyes, asking quietly, "You can even see that?" Chase beside us couldn't help laughing. Logan, he's messing with you. Marcus went back to his seat, crossing his legs. Actually, I couldn't tell. But your perverted face has betrayed everything. Ryan's face was full of curiosity, purely wondering, so what does kissing feel like? Does it feel good? I touched my nose. It does feel good. For the next several consecutive days, Serena was preparing for some computer science-related competitions, busy without rest. The number of times we met decreased slightly, but the frequency of video calls clearly increased. Every 2 days we had to video call once. Serena really liked looking at me. Listening to my voice, just seeing me would make her happy. She even often dreamed at midnight of the two of us sharing a bed, dreaming of her proactively sitting on top of me, boldly touching my abs. Logan, I want. But when she woke up, the huge gap with reality. Serena felt that ever since that night on the mountain, she had become like a big pervert. Couldn't focus on problems, couldn't scroll on her phone, even food had no taste. Every night she dreamed of sleeping together with her boyfriend, but waking up the bedside was empty. Nothing at all. Her whole being was gloomy. She wanted to hold Logan and sleep together so much, but was afraid her boyfriend would think she was too perverted, so she never said it out loud, planning to find the right opportunity. It's 10:30 at night. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore, video calling from her dorm bed. I had just finished drying my hair, put on wireless earbuds, and pressed answer, immediately hearing Serena's gentle voice. I miss you so much. Just 4 words, and my ears were already tingling. Nodding lightly, saying obediently, me too. Serena half leaned against her pillow, the corner of her lips blooming into a smile. Love without any concealment, displayed and passionate, straightforward to the point of thinking about you every moment. She wore wireless earbuds, but the words she said were still overheard by her roommates. The few single dogs in the room were envious with red eyes, all teasing, women in love are so scary. Even her voice has become gentler. Who's that being so clingy with her boyfriend? Not afraid of being called annoying? Serena smiled and told them to scram. I also vaguely heard her roommate's words. Pausing for a moment, I called her name, Serena. Serena seriously looked at me through the screen. Yes? I lay sprawled on the desk, smiling softly. I like you being clingy with me. Not annoyed at all. Because I also want to be clingy with you. Not until nearly 11 o'clock lights out, did we reluctantly say goodnight. End of March. Spring was gradually deepening. On campus, pink petals gently drifted with the wind. I collected all the competition essays from the class. After placing them on the teacher's desk, it was already dinner time. This lecture building was almost empty, but I hadn't walked very far when suddenly footsteps came from behind. My wrist was grabbed tightly by someone. I turned around and looked up, obviously facing a girl's cold, shallow eyes, wearing a clean white dress, her skin pale and cold. It was Audrey. But Audrey now was completely different from before. In the past, she was always perfectly poised, keeping people at a distance. But now her eyes were full of red, bloodshot veins, dark circles spreading heavily under her eyes, her lips also slightly pale. Audrey excitedly gripped my hand tightly, her voice filled with anticipation. Logan Mercer. Finally, I have a chance to find you and talk privately. I froze for a moment. It had been a very long time since I'd seen her. I'd even forgotten about this person. When removing that filter, I suddenly realized, actually, Audrey wasn't that beautiful, also wasn't that attractive to me. My wrist was gripped very tightly. I frowned slightly. Let go of me. Audrey was a step faster and grabbed both my hands tightly, forcibly pulling me into a small classroom nearby. Bang. Audrey closed the door. Her voice somewhat urgent. Logan Mercer, didn't you used to like me? I agree to be with you. Really? She locked both my hands tightly, seriously staring at me. She had already lowered her stance to come find me like this. Someone as soft-hearted as me would definitely agree, definitely return to how things were before. But I found it absurd and laughable. Was this person really not right in the head? Blinded by her own confidence? Either way, I spoke directly. Audrey Kingsley. I've already said this many times. I haven't liked you for a long time. Stop bothering me. It's really disgusting. Audrey again seemed to deliberately pretend not to understand my words, her eye sockets reddening as she approached bit by bit. Stop joking. Logan Mercer, be my boyfriend. She even tried to force a gentle smile, wanting to appear a bit softer, but it looked somewhat horrifying. I seriously looked into her eyes, word by word, my voice calm. I like Serena. Only like her. She's my girlfriend now. Audrey Kingsley, there's no possibility between us. Give up. Not liking means not liking. What's broken can't return to the past. Objects are like this. Human feelings are also like this. My voice was calm but forceful, every word like a sharp knife, stabbing deep into Audrey's fragile heart. Audrey stepped back, her head echoing with, "I like Serena," suddenly feeling heart-wrenching pain, as if the only warm ray of light in her world had also disappeared, leaving only coldness and darkness. Why? Audrey lost confidence and lowered her head, muttering to herself. Hearing it from others was one thing. Personally hearing me admit I liked another girl was another thing entirely. How could I like someone else? Did I really like someone else? Audrey's whole body stiffened, her voice dry as she questioned, "Bleh! Didn't you only like me?" I found this person truly unreasonable. Just about to open my mouth, but was suddenly interrupted by her. "Whatever Serena can give you, I can give you too." Audrey's originally cold voice became hoarse, her eye sockets rising with an unwilling red color. "Whatever she can give you, I can give you better." Her fingers gripped tighter and tighter, as if trying to grab onto a life-saving straw. "Logan Mercer, come back to me. You can have whatever you want." But my eyes were extremely calm, without a trace of emotion, numb. You can't give it. Open favoritism, pure, passionate love, and also respect, understanding, and support. These things Audrey would never understand. Audrey seemed to think of something, looking up into my eyes, trying to salvage, "You don't like the girls around me, right? They always mock you. I swear, from now on, I absolutely won't let them bully you anymore. Will you come back? I promise they." I suddenly interrupted her. "Audrey Kingsley, you're really so fake." Her voice suddenly stopped, dazedly looking at me. The empty classroom. Only my well-reasoned voice remained. "Every time they belittled me, mocked me, you clearly heard it all. But you pretended not to hear. Never once stopped them. And it wasn't just once or twice. It was countless times." I stared at her, my light-colored pupils as if indifferently interrogating her soul. "Because you were enabling them. Actually, you were also bullying me. Or rather, you were the one who bullied me the most, relying on the fact that my heart and eyes were full of only her, bullying me again and again. But Serena was never like this. Serena's friends were always respectful and warm to me. As long as I was beside Serena, no one dared to say a single bad word about me." Thinking of this, my heart softened. Having never seen sunlight before, I thought such darkness was normal. Now truly possessing scorching warmth, how could I want to go back to the past? Audrey's ears were buzzing. She saw in my beautiful eyes a few more shades of disgust and mockery, completely unlike before when they were full of starry love. Audrey's hands gripping me had loosened, her voice carrying a bit of bitterness, stammering, "Logan Mercer, I wasn't bullying you. I was just testing that you would never leave. Just making sure that no matter what happened, you would firmly burn for me." I forcefully pried her hands off, saying coldly, "But no flame burns forever without stopping. No matter how hot a heart is, it will grow cold. I will marry Serena in the future. Will be with her forever. Audrey Kingsley, stop harboring unrealistic fantasies. I won't turn back. All of this is what you deserve. You brought it on yourself." In the empty classroom, my voice repeated, echoing in Audrey's ears, especially the phrase, "I will marry Serena." Audrey's pupils suddenly contracted. They got married? Why was this so familiar? It seemed like some uncontrollable memories came flooding in. In an instant, all her organs surged with suffocating pain. All strength in her body dissipated. Audrey's vision blurred and she felt dizzy, collapsing exhausted onto the empty floor beside her, the pain nearly driving her mad. While she collapsed, I opened the classroom door, didn't look back, ran to the bathroom in another lecture building to wash my hands. Everywhere Audrey had touched me, I washed clean. My trembling fingertips opened my phone. The next moment, 2 messages appeared before my eyes. "Serena, just ordered milk tea delivery for you." After 10 minutes, Serena patted my head. "What are you doing? I miss you so much." I hesitated for a moment, a bit afraid she'd worry, thought about it and still decided not to hide it, roughly told her what happened. As soon as I sent the message, Serena immediately replied. From every word to every sentence, you could see her worry. "Where are you? I'm coming to find you." In the classroom, Audrey lay powerlessly on the floor, a portion of past life memories like waves, rushing to drown her. These were things she had never dreamed of. Also what happened after the 7 years I liked her. After being with me, she still enjoyed my initiative from her high position. Also let the people around her mock me, even secretly undermining my career. Certain I would never leave. So every time she saw my disappointed, dejected look, she felt valued, and felt pleasure and satisfaction, until, being pressured by her mother, she temporarily broke our birthday concert date, going to pick up another man returning to the country. But I liked her so much, never once got angry at her. When she checked her phone again, she saw a breakup message. She was dismissive, just laughing coldly. Break up? How could he really break up with me? She was confident and certain. Absolutely guaranteed I definitely wouldn't leave. Would definitely be like before, proactively bowing my head first. But this time she waited and waited and waited for a very, very long time. Half a year later, what she waited for was the hot news about my wedding. I announced my marriage to Serena. Top racer versus top male singer. In my past life, the remaining images also flashed through Audrey's mind, continuously stimulating every nerve of hers. There was her staring at the two people's wedding photos in disbelief. There was her hurriedly seeking reconciliation, bitterly trying to win me back. And there was her collapsing in regret for life on a stormy night. At this moment, Audrey lay lonely and helpless, sprawled on the classroom floor. They got married. In that instant, an indescribable emotion stuck in her throat, making her unable to breathe. Even breathing felt difficult. Before she kept dreaming of her past life, where I pursued her with a sincere heart for 7 years. She took it for granted, thinking I would never leave her. At that time, she was complacent, relying on this without fear, even still high above, indulging in weaving a glamorous dream. But this remaining portion of memories was like a silver needle dipped in deadly poison, mercilessly puncturing this dream, puncturing all her confident lies. Audrey didn't know what to do as she sat on the floor, her eyes red as if about to bleed. So whether in her past life or this life, I no longer needed her. At the same time, Serena practically immediately rushed out of the dormitory, eyes full of worry and heartache, afraid I was sad. Chloe didn't know I had encountered something, her face bitter as she wailed toward the door. I haven't even finished half my ranking match. Serena ran down the stairs without looking back, video calling me along the way, confirming I was completely fine. Only then did she slowly breathe a sigh of relief. Before long, she had run to the farthest lecture building. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Serena alertly looked up. Audrey was standing on the stairs, her eyes full of gloom staring at her, revealing jealousy and extreme hatred. The quiet, silent hallway erupted with bloody storm winds. Serena just thought about how I said Audrey had grabbed my hand, and was furious to the point of madness. She rushed up the stairs and grabbed Audrey tightly, clinging to my boyfriend, demanding to be together. Do you think I'm dead? Dare to force him again and see what happens. This sentence somehow touched one of Audrey's sensitive nerves. Her rationality continuously screaming, she simply reached out and squeezed Serena's neck tightly. It's clearly you. You're the one who stole him from me. Both in my past life and this life, stolen away. If there was no Serena, how could he have left me? Audrey had also been formally trained in martial arts since childhood, immediately swinging her fist at Serena's face. The other seemed not to care, taking the full punch, simply striking back and slamming her head into the wall, movements fast and accurate. A thud sound rang out dully, accompanied by the crack of breaking bone. Audrey's head was in chaos. Serena slammed her head into the wall again, her whole body's strength nearly uncontrollable, every word like precious jade. It seems you still won't admit it, still won't recognize your own fault, always wanting to blame others. Audrey Kingsley, you pushed him away with your own hands. You, yourself, didn't cherish him. You brought this on yourself. Serena's half-face hidden in darkness. So angry even her fists were trembling slightly, her whole being in a state of fight response. These words forcefully tore open Audrey's bloody wound, exposing the truth without any mercy, like a sharp blade, randomly stirring across her body, all her organs shattered into pieces, the pain suffocating. Audrey listened until her face turned pale, yet couldn't say a single word of rebuttal. Yes, she herself pushed that ray of light away. While Audrey was frozen, the other nimbly struck her face, the pain quickly spreading across her entire face. Audrey unconsciously retreated backward. Until she missed a step on the stairs, she suddenly used all her strength to desperately cling to Serena's arm. A loud sound. The two rolled down the stairs together, heads slamming hard onto the ground. Almost time for evening class. There were already 1 or 2 students who had arrived early, occupying the last row of seats. A male student passing by with books was just about to go upstairs, when suddenly 2 people rolled down in front of him. He jumped to the side, letting out a panicked scream. Oh my God, just walking normally and 2 girls fell down. When I ran over following the sound, what I saw was such a tragic scene. I drew in a cold breath, eyes full of worry and heartache as I hurriedly ran over. Audrey was also lying on the floor. When I ran toward her, she still had a glimmer of hope, slowly reaching her hand toward me. In her heart, she couldn't help but expect that she was hurt. Would I feel sorry for her? Even just a little bit of sympathy would be fine. My eyes were full of only one other person. Audrey watched wide-eyed as I helped Serena up, heard with her own ears, my voice trembling slightly, but asking, Serena, are you okay? Are you all right? Serena leaned against my shoulder, comforting, don't worry. I'm fine. The two figures were so harmonious, so distant, staring at the departing backs of the two. Audrey's outstretched hand finally dropped powerlessly to the ground, eye sockets red, tears slowly glistening in the depths of her eyes. Logan Mercer. She struggled to open her mouth, repeatedly calling my name hoarsely. I didn't turn back, but tenderly put my arm around another woman. In that moment, Audrey's spiritual pillar suddenly collapsed, her body lying on the floor trembling slightly. In her head suddenly appeared many images she'd experienced, bitter tears slowly flowing out, silently falling down along Audrey's eye corners. She truly regretted it. Near evening, the sunset slowly sank down. Serena sat on a bench on the quiet path, her eyelashes slightly drooping, like a child who had done something wrong. I stood before her, carefully lifting her face, seriously staring at the bump on her forehead, an indescribable heartache continuously surging in my chest. I pressed my lips together, asking softly, "It's swollen. Does it hurt?" Serena softly, Ed, her voice indifferent, "Just a small wound. Doesn't hurt at all." But when I gently touched it, she still couldn't help but hiss. I sighed softly, knowing she was just being stubborn. Taking a tissue from my pocket, gently wiping the dust on her forehead, then slightly bending down, gently placing a kiss. I said, "No wonder when we were chatting earlier, you suddenly stopped replying. Turns out you were fighting with Audrey, and rushing to fight because I was being bullied." The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. Serena sat on the bench silent for a moment, gently taking my hand. Her voice slightly low, "She just grabbed your wrist." I nodded, but I already washed it clean." Serena said nothing, her soft hand gently stroking my wrist again and again. I stared at her, sensing Serena's mood wasn't very good. This person's lips were drooping, eyes cast down, her whole being as if covered with a layer of gloom. I stepped forward and hugged her, my voice gentle and soothing. "Serena, don't be sad anymore. Look how beautiful the sunset is today." Hearing this, Serena's gaze slightly stirred, reaching both arms to hug me, her whole being silently burying into me. She wasn't sad. She just felt heartache that I was always being bothered by others, worried whether I felt insecure. By the roadside, rows of camphor trees made rustling sounds in the wind. The quiet path was empty of people. I hugged her tightly, patting her head like coaxing a child, seriously thinking about how to make her happy. After a while, I slightly lowered my head to her ear. "Serena, I can grant you one condition, okay?" Serena buried her head in my chest, her voice immediately brightening. "Really? Any condition?" I hugged tighter, nodding firmly. But it can't be too outrageous. Final interpretation rights belong to me." Serena's eyes darkened. "Can I save it for later?" I felt her mood had clearly improved. Laughing softly, "Yes, valid for 1 month." Serena thought for a moment, countless colorful schemes flashing through her mind. She began to sigh. "Logan, I'm being bullied." The next moment I jumped back asking, "Who's bullying you?" Looking like I was about to rush up and fight for her, Serena laughed secretly inside, but outwardly was very serious. "My roommates are bullying me. All 3 of them are bullying me." Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to pinch her cheek, smiling indulgently. "Your roommates can bully you? Lucky they're not being bullied by you." Serena looked aggrieved. "The 3 of them snore so loudly at night. I haven't had a good night's sleep for many consecutive days." She looked up at me with shifty eyes, like a pitiful little dog wagging its tail at me. Really, I just want to sleep well. How could I resist her being like this? And, seeing the obvious big bump on her forehead, I felt even more heartache. Rolling down headfirst from such high stairs. Didn't it hurt? My heart immediately softened. Hearing this, I said immediately, "Then today I'll go stay out with you for a night." Today happened to be Friday. No class tomorrow. Serena pressed her lips together, in a place I couldn't see. Couldn't help revealing a smug smile. We strolled hand in hand around campus, welcoming the gentle evening breeze, slowly walking toward the dormitory direction. I escorted Serena to below the girls' dormitory. Only then did the two briefly say goodbye. I ran back to my room to simply pack, under my roommate's polite inquiries. I briefly told them what had just happened. Ryan almost wanted to vomit blood upon hearing it, his whole being going crazy. No way, that Kingsley girl can't understand human speech. It's really true that late-blooming deep feelings are cheaper than grass. I really want to give her a punch. Chase's voice was calm. "You guys relax. I did a divination for her the other day. Her future seems pretty bad. In short, extremely unlucky." "Watching me pack pajamas?" Chase casually asked. "Logan, going to stay out with your girlfriend again?" I folded my pajamas and put them in a small bag, also bringing my ID. Her roommates snore. "Haven't been sleeping well lately. I'm going to keep her company." just very innocently chatting under the covers. Marcus, oh really? I put on my backpack and headed out. Bye. My roommates also waved at me. When I went downstairs, Serena had already finished packing, standing at the entrance waiting for me. I walked quickly over. How were you so fast? Thinking about being with her for so long later made me happy. Serena held my hand. The two of us went to the hotel and swiped in. I was just about to say something. When the surroundings went dark, Serena's enchanting voice fell by my ear. Logan, I want to kiss you. I've been wanting to go crazy the whole way here. In the dimly romantic room, I was like falling into a gentle trap. I was forcefully pressed against the door by Serena. The air filled with an indescribable confession, almost speaking right beside me, every word carrying an intoxicating magic, making hearts race. I was sandwiched between Serena and the door. Before I could speak, my lips were immediately captured. I immediately lifted her chin and counterattacked fiercely. This kiss was more urgent and intense than the last. Like a violent storm suddenly rising on the sea, I pried open her lips and teeth, eagerly tasting and seizing her sweetness. Serena hooked around my neck and passionately responded. I buried my head in Serena's neck, my voice deep and husky. Serena, I like you so much. Serena's mood cheered up. She inserted the room card and turned on the warm lights. Oh right. Have you been sleeping well lately? I answered. Very well. Since falling in love with Serena, I was very happy every day. My sleep quality improved a lot. Serena's aggrieved voice came from my chest. But I haven't been sleeping. Well, you're in my dreams. But when I wake up, you're gone. I tenderly lifted her face, smiling brilliantly. So tonight I came to keep you company. I carried the person in my arms to the bed. Wait a moment. I'll go shower first. Kissing really made me a bit hot. Need to cool down. After I finished my cold shower, Serena took her pajamas and went in to shower. I don't know how long passed. The girl changed into a pure white nightgown, a small towel still draped over her shoulders, her long black hair like silk, wet and hanging on the towel. My Adam's apple bobbed up and down, standing behind her. Let me dry it for you. Serena happily threw herself into my arms, her voice soft. You're so good. I hugged her into the bathroom together, closed the door, and plugged in the hairdryer. The corners of my lips couldn't help curving up slightly. The two of us faced the mirror. I stood behind Serena pressing the button, patiently drying from the roots to the ends, occasionally combing her hair. Through the mirror in front, I could clearly see Serena's face. The girl had delicate features, phoenix eyes deep with emotion, drying for about 20 minutes. The girl's seaweed-like hair became fluffy and soft. I unplugged it and put it away in the cabinet. The next moment, Serena's waist was suddenly circled by a strong arm. Her whole body was lifted up with one hand. Sitting steadily on the sink counter, she unconsciously grabbed my shoulders, exclaiming in surprise, "What are you doing?" Before she could react, I had already leaned in before her, obviously doing proper things with my girlfriend. The moment those words landed, I kissed her again. The two of us were now at equal height, convenient for me to stand between her legs. This time I kissed very carefully, from her lips slowly going down, bit by bit testing her limits. The palm at her waist was also like fire, through a thin layer of pajamas inching up bit by bit, but about to touch the soft place when it suddenly stopped. I leaned close to Serena's ear, politely asking, "Can I touch?" She looked up, her voice like a kitten. "Yes." My heart in my chest beat wildly. After a long while, I finally satisfiedly let go, carrying her down. I was panting heavily, the base of my ears especially red, wanting to knead her into my body. Serena said softly, "Are you feeling a bit uncomfortable right now? I can help you." Her voice was like hiding a hook, one sentence full of allure. Serena pressed her advantage. "Didn't boyfriend say he'd grant me one condition? I'm using it right now." I felt like I had dug a pit and buried myself, silently glaring at her, but I also said it can't be too outrageous. Final interpretation rights are in my hands. Serena hugged me, her voice somewhat serious. "Logan, I want to help you." Near midnight, the vast night. In the room, the curtains blocked the hazy moonlight. The air faintly carried the sound of soft breathing. Serena slept in my arms. The corners of her lips couldn't help curving up slightly. After so many days, she finally got to sleep well. March 30th was my birthday, falling on a Saturday which also happened to be the music competition finals. Compared to the first competition, the nervousness and anxiety of that day I could clearly feel now, had added a few shades of confidence and courage. Because I had sung for Serena many, many times, and Serena had also praised me many, many times. Being deeply loved by someone, there was nothing left to fear. The finals night was full of bright stars. The audience filed into the hall one after another, anticipating and nervous. Many audience members had contestants they admired. The rest were neutral audience. The preliminary round and round 2 before were divided into multiple regions, so they were far from comparable to this finals round. The spacious, bright stage. The competition also counted judge scores. And online voting, a total of 40 people in PK battles. At 6 p.m., the finals livestream officially began. The MC quickly started warming up the stage. The hall gradually heated up. The cheering from the audience below was very loud, especially some famous bloggers. Fans started holding up signs and screaming. Below the stage, waves of passionate heat rose up. In the distant seats, Ryan excitedly shouted, "Logan really made it to the finals. What do we do? I'm so nervous." Marcus pressed hard on his philtrum. "Stop talking. I'm nervous too. Moreover, Logan just drew third from last. We have to be nervous until 8 or 9 o'clock. Chase quietly comforted them. It's okay. Believe in Logan. I calculated it. Great fortune ahead." The three brothers were nervous for so long. They cast their gazes towards Serena in front, secretly observing her. At this moment, it happened to be a handsome guy, wearing hanfu singing opera style, winning countless rounds of applause and cheers, his original voice shocking the ears. Serena didn't look up, just quietly looking at her phone screen texting me. Suddenly, Chloe poked her shoulder. Serena was still smiling when sending messages, but as soon as she looked up, the smile immediately disappeared, her expression indifferent. "What is it?" Chloe looked around and leaned toward her, whispering, "We all unanimously want to remind you." "Remind me of what?" Chloe said, while throwing a pack of tissues at her. "Don't get a nosebleed later." Serena rolled her eyes. Scram. 8 o'clock. A golden figure appeared on stage, immediately capturing all of Serena's attention. Number 37, Logan Mercer, performing the song February 2nd. Please give a round of applause. The livestream room already had millions of people. I stood under the spotlight, wearing the custom-made suit Serena had given me before, sparkling brilliantly. This time, the hall was bigger. The audience was huge. I completely couldn't find my friends' figures. Fundamentally couldn't find them. In Serena's head, she suddenly remembered. When confessing on the mountaintop, in her love letter she wrote, "Logan Mercer, you always seem not very confident, always feeling you're very ordinary, very average. But in my eyes, you've always been the only one, a prince shining brilliantly, even more dazzling than the sun." I walked on the vast stage, each step calm and unhurried. The lights slowly brightened. I raised the microphone and smiled, looking straight at the camera. When I started singing, time seemed to stand still. My singing voice was clear like a spring, like the first ray of dawn, piercing through gloom and dust, shining into the softest place in people's hearts. For the finals, I didn't choose a song with a strong melody. Instead, I chose a very gentle song, blending tenderness and strength as one, emotion and technique perfectly combined, weaving an auditory feast. The judges below had slightly brightened eyes, couldn't help but pay attention to the talented young man on stage. Serena was watching, mesmerized. Millions of people in the live stream room followed immediately. When the last note sounded, I smiled softly. The audience, immersed in the music for a long time, couldn't come back to their senses. Applause and cheers intertwined, echoing throughout the hall. The girls screamed wildly. The three Dorn brothers also shouted loudly. Ryan was almost moved to tears. "I think Logan sang the best. Am I wearing a filter?" Marcus said while waving a glow stick. "Compared to those who sang offbeat, off-key, voice cracking, our Logan is way more powerful." Not nervous at all, I stepped off stage. In less than 10-something minutes, the last two contestants also finished their performances. The organizers were continuously counting votes. After waiting for a long time, the MC finally came on stage to announce. I sat with the other contestants in the first row. Seeing my online voting ranking was only 18th. Moreover, I also didn't hear. The MC read my name. But I didn't feel too sad. After all, this was my best performance. No regrets. I quietly looked at the 2 messages Serena sent. "Baby, you sang the best. Come to my place tonight." My face slowly heated up, somehow remembering some romantic images. Until the next moment, I seemed to hear my name. The MC's voice was extremely resonant. "First place, Logan Mercer. Congratulations to the champion." The whole hall boiled like water. I froze for a moment, slightly unable to believe my ears, because my online voting score actually wasn't that high. How could this be? Unexpectedly, the judges gave such high scores. The camera captured my dazed, adorable reaction on the big screen. Livestream viewers were about to scroll away. Seeing this scene, they came back and crazily sent comments. Such a cute expression. "Can my baby debut? I really want to be his fam. Want to pinch his cheeks, must be so soft. Haha, this reaction can't be acted. You can tell it's real. Why did our TT only get 3rd place? Unfair. Is the fan upstairs okay? That blogger was trembling while singing in the middle. Both my ears heard it. If not for fans voting high, probably couldn't even make top 5. At the same time, the 3 dorm brothers below were so happy they teared up. The girls screamed even louder. Logan is so awesome! My heart is about to jump out. The 1st place prize money was very generous. I was still in a shock state. Until after the interview was done, on the way to change clothes and go for late night snacks, I finally came back to my senses, hugging Serena's waist tightly, looking down at her. Am I really that good? Serena looked up, staring at her slow-reacting boyfriend, secretly kissing the corner of his mouth, breaking into a smile. That's right. Our little Logan got 1st place. So amazing. The girls followed behind the 2 like zombies. Seeing the 2 showing affection, they painfully closed their eyes, just wanting to poke their own eyes blind. Can't take it anymore, feeding dog food every day. The whole group went to the BBQ restaurant nearby to celebrate my birthday, also congratulating me on winning 1st place. The restaurant was filled with the fragrant smell of grilled meat. Serena mixed the soul-dipping sauce according to my taste, grilled quite a few types of meat I like to eat, piece by piece, putting them in my bowl. I smiled and praised her grilling as delicious. Under the table, I also used my index finger to poke her leg. Serena's face didn't change as she responded, but her hands grilled even more vigorously, wanting to grill everyone present too. I looked at the bowl piled like a small mountain, quietly saying, that's enough. I can't eat that much. Girlfriend should also eat lots. Chloe beside me happened to hear. She grinned at Serena. I can eat. Serena looked up indifferently. Facing Chloe's expectant and gluttonous expression, she put a piece of burnt meat in her bowl. Extremely generous. Eat, Chloe thought to herself. Am I that cheap of a cow? The whole group started playing games while eating BBQ. The dinner was coming to an end. Finally, I started cutting the birthday cake. Serena put a golden cardboard birthday crown on my head. After lighting the candles, I slowly closed my eyes, face full of reverence. Birthday wishes sounded in my ears. There were the girls' noisy, happy voices. Happy birthday, Logan. There were my roommates' warm, happy voices. Logan. Happy 19th birthday. And there was Serena's gentle voice that made hearts race. Happy birthday, my love. After making my wish, I opened my eyes and blew out the candles, starting to cut the cake with a knife. On the birthday cake sat cute little cream animals. Everyone had their corresponding one. My birthday wish was very simple. Hoping Serena would be happy every day, hoping everyone would also be happy every day. 10 p.m. Rain poured down heavily. Everyone said goodbye happily and went home. I held a big umbrella with my arm around Serena's waist walking back. Serena had a faint smile on her lips. Really sleeping at my place tonight? The moment those words landed, another thunderclap even more intense than before, as if wanting to shake the sky apart, startling me. Once I thought of upside-down flying ghosts, I felt a bit creeped out. Of course it's real. Don't tell me you don't welcome me? Serena barely held back the corners of her mouth from crazily, curving up, kissing my left cheek, warmly welcome. Every day I just want to take a sack and trap you, stuff you straight into my home. I rubbed my left cheek. Why did you ambush me without any warning? Still thinking about ghosts? This person suddenly rushed up and kissed, almost scared me to death. The moment those words landed, Serena suddenly kissed my face again, righteous and confident. What about kissing my boyfriend? I pretended to be angry and glared at her. Serena found me adorable to death. Her mood became even happier. The two walked to the apartment complex entrance, when suddenly a familiar voice sounded from behind. As if discovering treasure, Logan Mercer. Serena turned around. The smile in her eyes immediately disappeared, replaced by alertness and disgust. I also stopped, unconsciously turning around, a complicated emotion showing in my eyes. Audrey was standing before us, holding an umbrella. Her lips pale, dark circles under her eyes, her whole being mentally exhausted and drained, as if she would completely collapse the next second. Her demeanor had nothing to do with the aloof flower of the past, but when she stared at me, a sparkling light suddenly lit up in the depths of her eyes. I unconsciously put my arm around Serena. Serena spoke up in warning. Wasn't beating you last time satisfying enough? Audrey didn't bother with her sarcasm. Nothing got through. Her heart and eyes full of only me. She tightly held a bag with both hands, hurriedly unzipping it, as if offering up a sincere heart. Her voice trembling. Logan Mercer. I know today is your birthday. I prepared many birthday gifts for you. The bag revealed all kinds of gift boxes. One look and you could tell they were worth a lot. Audrey held up the backpack, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, looking up full of hope. But the next moment her whole body stiffened in place. My eyes had no ripples, not a trace of being moved. I just quietly watched her perform, as if looking at an irrelevant person. Audrey's ears were buzzing. Probably even if she dug her heart out right now, I still wouldn't be the least bit moved. Her voice was humble. Logan, you don't like them? Didn't you always really like these things? But I still calmly glanced over her, not speaking, as if watching a strange animal perform. In that moment, Audrey's eye socket suddenly became wet. Everything before her eyes a blur. She thought of herself in the past, also thought of herself in her past life. It seemed no matter how expectant and nervous I looked at her, she was always ice cold, expressionless and emotionless, also always silent, always making me coax and pamper her. So this was what it felt like to be cut by pain? The boomerang struck hard at herself, like countless sharp fragments, slicing hard at her heart, penetrating into bone and marrow. Audrey's face was pale as paper, her lips trembling, stubbornly. Then what do you like? Whatever you have your eye on. Can I buy it for you? I looked at her careful fawning, groveling appearance, my eyes calm as water, without any ripples. So it turned out Audrey didn't not know. March 30th was my birthday. I put my arm around Serena's shoulder, my voice steady, narrating word by word, very cheap. The moment those words landed, Audrey was stabbed into stepping back. No, she hurriedly took out a watch, quietly muttering, how could it be cheap? This was $3 million at a charity auction. I spoke up and interrupted her. The sincerity is very cheap. Audrey clearly froze. Dazedly looking up, the last taut string in her head also suddenly snapped. She completely couldn't hold on anymore, her eyes completely bloodshot, choking and sobbing as if begging for pity, like a child who made a mistake. Logan, now I'm sincere. Can you forgive me? I won't let others bully you anymore. Before it really was me being bad. Now let me be the one chasing you instead. Give me one more chance. Logan Mercer. I regret it. In my heart, I've always liked you. She almost abandoned all her pride and pretense, exposing to me her truest and most humble state, desperately hoping I could accept her like this. Audrey urgently wanted to grasp the only light, reaching her hand toward me. The next moment, smack, her face was unexpectedly punched hard. Her whole body fell straight backward. Even though she was knocked to the side, the bag also slammed hard onto the ground. Serena had rushed in front of her at some point, not giving her a chance to breathe, one hand squeezing her neck hard, the other hand precisely striking her stomach, fast and accurate and vicious, simply wanting to beat her to death. Audrey was in so much pain her organs were about to burst. Her expression distorted from the pain. Serena grabbed her collar with all her strength, coldly mocking. Like? If you really liked Logan Mercer, you wouldn't have watched him get bullied, wouldn't have touched him against his wishes, wouldn't have chosen to interfere and destroy his happiness, and definitely wouldn't have stalked and harassed him again and again. Serena exposed the bloody truth word by word. The person you've liked from start to finish is yourself. Who are you performing this deep affection for? Selfish. Cold and fake. Serena stared at Audrey's miserable face, as if from a position high above, looking at a clown who couldn't get on stage. The heavy rain grew heavier and heavier, pounding down on the two of them. The rain was too loud. I held the umbrella standing beside them, couldn't hear their conversation, eyes full of worry and heartache. Suddenly, boom! A clap of thunder rang out, deafening. Audrey's eyes stung. A bloody salty taste rose in her throat. Her mind had a moment of panic. She hadn't slept for many days. Her body was very tired. Very tired. Since birth, she was like a machine with pre-programmed instructions, having to strictly follow commands. What was her goal? What was her belief? What were her hobbies? None. A complete blank. Everything was nothing. She only knew everything had to be done perfectly, just needed to receive instructions, and seriously follow them. But then what? After completing those things, then what? After inheriting the Kingsley family, then what? What should she do? She didn't even have friends. She was lonely and alone, desperately needing a group of people to pamper her. Only like this? Could she feel like she was a living person? How could she not know? That group of people actually fundamentally weren't sincere with her? Audrey's brother and those two-faced people, one face in front, another behind, she knew it all. But so what? Until I appeared. How could she not like me? Audrey couldn't tolerate it, lying on the ground, using all her strength to choke Serena's neck. But Serena seemed to feel nothing, just coldly and ruthlessly grabbing her up, then slamming her head again and again, hard onto the ground, splashing up layers of water with a faint blood color. I don't know how long passed. Audrey had no strength left and lay completely on the ground, rainwater flowing down her face. Audrey stared wide-eyed as I held the umbrella for Serena. This scene was like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into her eyes. She was covered in wounds. "Logan Mercer!" Audrey choked out with difficulty. Even her soul was writhing in pain, begging me to pity her, feel sorry for her. I just slightly lowered my head, indifferently looked at her for a few seconds, my gaze distant and cold, as if looking at someone completely unrelated to me, my voice very calm. "Don't look for me anymore. From now on, I don't know you." The voice was light as a feather, but every word weighed 1,000 pounds, nailing into her heart. In my clear eyes, there was no longer the love and expectation of before, not even mockery and disgust. Audrey's face went pale, her heart as if squeezed tightly by a large hand. She was about to go crazy, struggling on the ground to kneel up, hoarsely screaming, "No, don't! Logan Mercer, hate me. Hating me is fine too. Don't forget me. Don't be so expressionless toward her." Audrey knelt on the ground, watching with her own eyes as I turned around, watching me hold Serena's hand and walk inside, watching the two of us especially harmonious under the streetlight, a perfect match. A thud sound. She collapsed onto the ground as if drained of all strength, soaked by the dirty puddles. The heavy rain completely blurred Audrey's eyes. She desperately and brokenly repeated in a whisper, "Don't forget." In her head, sweet moments from the past kept appearing, forming a stark contrast with the cold, stormy night now. The raindrops pattered down on her face, as if ruthlessly mocking her. The puddles on the road grew deeper and deeper. Audrey was also being submerged bit by bit. Closing her eyes in pain, she seemed to always be hiding in a small, closed, dark room, longing for someone to truly come in. Many people wanted to try opening the store, but they only wanted the treasure in the room, and couldn't persist for long before revealing their true colors, slowly leaving. I appeared at that time, bravely knocking on her door, knocking once then again, but she never opened the door, countless times testing my sincerity, wanting to use coldness to confirm I really wanted to come in. She relied on this without fear, high above. Then the person knocking grew cold-hearted, turned, and left. When she realized her mistake, rushing out to hold on, everything was too late. She herself drove me away with her own hands. Suddenly, a series of footsteps gradually approached. The driver held an umbrella with a face full of surprise, panicking as he ran over wanting to help her up. "Oh my, miss, finally found you. Why are you here?" "The madam is still waiting." Audrey's ears were buzzing. Couldn't hear any sound, her heart completely cold. Her eyes were empty and shattered. Finally lowering her head, dazedly and helplessly covering her face, regretful tears slowly flowing through the gaps between her fingers. Audrey held back her sobbing, crying soundlessly in the heavy rain. I went home to pack some things, then ran into Serena's bedroom. But along the way, my mood was a bit bad. Serena finished showering and changed into light-colored pajamas, staring at me for 2 or 3 seconds. My emotional changes actually weren't obvious, but Serena could always keenly sense them. For example, right now my mood was slightly down. Just thinking about that matter, Serena became angry, Audrey pretending to be pitiful in the heavy rain, even giving so many things. But thinking about it carefully, Serena felt that wasn't right. I wouldn't be sad because of Audrey, but somehow a wave of jealousy still rose, stimulating every nerve of Serena's. She took a deep breath, pretending to be indifferent as she walked over and spoke gently. "It's your birthday. Are you unhappy?" Suddenly I opened both arms, hugging her waist tightly, burying my face in her neck. Serena indulgently patted my back. After a long while, my voice carried a few shades of heartache. "She hit you." Serena didn't care and laughed lightly, slightly raising her eyebrows, even a bit smug. "She only hit me once, but I hit her countless times." I quietly listened to her speak, hugging her tighter. I just thought about it, switching positions a bit. Suppose Serena had a boy who had pursued her for 2 or 3 years. Suddenly one day he regretted it. In front of me, the official boyfriend, begging Serena to be together. If it were like that, I would feel angry, would feel very insecure. So then, was Serena angry and sad right now? I struggled internally for a long while, looked up and seriously called her name, "Serena. Are you jealous?" Serena suddenly froze, paused for a moment, avoiding this question, a smile blooming at the corner of her lips. Why suddenly ask this? I lowered my head again and headbutted her. Might as well just say it clearly, word by word. Don't worry. I, now with Audrey, really don't have any feelings left. Whether liking or disgust, none left. My world has completely excluded Audrey. Serena, the main character, her whole being suddenly brightened. So he was afraid she would be tense and jealous. At this moment, I suddenly secretly kissed her lips, raising my hand to swear, "Serena, I've decided on you. From now on, I only like you alone." My eyes were clear and sincere, giving her complete sense of security. I still wanted to say something. The next moment, the girl suddenly kissed my lips, gentle and passionate. A while later, Serena slowly left my lips, sweetly saying, "I will." I had a confused look on my face. Serena stared at my lips stained with her lipstick. Couldn't help reaching out to wipe it. "Seriously, I will be jealous." I curiously stared at her. In that moment, Serena wanted to tell me the emotions buried deep in her heart, wanted to tell me all her bitter experiences. Her eyes were slightly red, closing her eyes for a moment, then slowly opening her mouth. "Logan, you don't know." Serena didn't continue speaking. Just said in her heart, "You don't know? When you used to secretly look at Audrey, I was also secretly looking at you. You also don't know. When you were quietly pursuing Audrey, I was also secretly loving you in my heart." I frowned and asked, "This girl, why did you stop halfway?" A while later, Serena stood on tiptoe and said by my ear word by word, "Logan, you don't know. Before, every time I saw you smile at Audrey, I was so jealous I went crazy. My head went blank." Suddenly, Serena hugged me and spun around, pushing me hard onto the soft big bed. Bending down to press on top, she didn't hesitate to lower her head and bite my lips. This kiss was even hotter than before. Serena just wanted to kiss more intimately, urgently wanting to get closer to me. I reached out to hug Serena's waist, flipping over to press her underneath, bit by bit more passionately responding to her. In the bedroom, curtains drawn, lights gentle, in the air threads of romance, wove into a net, enveloping the two of us. Outside, it was still raining heavily. Raindrops continuously tapping on the window, making a muffled sound. My whole body became burning hot. My head also gradually became dizzy, feeling like I was about to drown in Serena's arms. We hadn't been kissing for long. Through the thin layer of fabric, Serena suddenly sensed my change. After realizing what it was, her body immediately went soft. Her mind went blank. Her eyelashes also unconsciously trembled. Serena slowly opened her eyes, reluctantly leaving my lips, pulling away, her voice also becoming softer and softer. "Logan Mercer? Why does just one kiss?" I seriously stared at Serena, the depths of my eyes tinted with a faint effect. "Because it's not just my heart that likes you. My body also likes you." The next moment, she suddenly pulled my hand up. My heart beat fast. Only feeling something cold on my hand, I tilted my body to look. On the middle finger of my left hand was a ring, glowing with a layer of light. Wearing a ring on the middle finger of the left hand signifies being in a passionate stage of love. My eyes immediately lit up, immediately taking it off to examine closely. The ring was exquisite and delicate. The inner band was even engraved with Serena's initials. Serena took out another ring, almost identical, putting it on her finger. The only difference was the inner band was engraved with my initials. The name of the ring was "Named After You." 2 rings, as if invisibly witnessing beautiful love. I put the ring back on, using my ring to touch Serena's ring, making a clear, pleasant sound. I couldn't help but curl my lips, my voice becoming cheerful. "Is this a birthday gift?" Serena saw my happy expression, also couldn't help curving the corners of her lips. I prepared it a long time ago." Serena looked into my eyes. "Now I'm giving it to you as your girlfriend." I threw myself into Serena's arms. "Thank you, I really like it." Serena in my arms happily laughed. "Tomorrow I'll bring a box of things to your place. You go shower first. I already prepared pajamas and a towel for you too." I nodded, turning around to go into the bathroom, marveling at her thoughtfulness and dedication. How could one not be moved by such a woman? But when I finished showering with hot water and came out, I couldn't believe it as my eyes widened. The base of my ears red, as if about to catch fire. Serena was wearing pajamas similar to a bikini, lying on the bed, the fabric pitifully little, with a layer of thin light pink gauze wrapped around, easily lifted to reveal skin. I immediately turned my head away, my face so hot it was almost smoking. Suddenly, without any defense, I was pulled by her onto the big bed, even bouncing twice because the bed was too soft. I struggled to sit up and looked beside me. This person did it on purpose, definitely premeditated for a long time. Serena slightly curved her lips. "Why don't you dare look? Is somewhere fat?" I wanted to refute something, but it seemed like I really couldn't think of a reason. I slightly lowered my head, pressing my lips together, mainly because this outfit really was too little. "No, you couldn't even call this clothes." Suddenly, Serena's clear laughter rang by my ear, extremely enchanting. I suddenly looked up, warily looking at her. Serena had a mischievous smile at the corner of her lips, reaching out to unbutton my pajama top. "To be fair, can you also be honest?" The girl's slender fingers unbuttoned each of my buttons, removing the black pajama top. I revealed sexy collarbones and abs, could even faintly see beautiful V-line muscles. The shape and color of the muscles were all perfect, lines powerful, sex appeal pulled to the max. My head froze, dazed. "What are you doing?" Serena raised her elegant willow leaf eyebrows. her gaze enchanting, exactly like a seductress, even slowly leaning closer. What? Don't tell me you don't like it? Saying this, Serena somehow felt a bit confident. It wasn't narcissism, but when soaking in the hot spring, I stared at her chest, my eyes even lit up. When drunk, I also kept wanting to touch her thighs. If not allowed to touch, then I got aggrieved. She saw it all. When I turned back around, I also completely saw Serena's full view. The light pink gauze gently floated, the girl's curves half hidden, half visible, her figure slender and soft, her skin white as jade, both pure and sexy, like a flower blooming in spring, making people unable to resist wanting to pick it. It really suited her. Serena took my hand, placing it on her waist and moving it slowly. Late night, heavy rain outside the window pounded against the glass, the air carrying a few shades of humid stuffiness. I don't know how long passed before Serena slightly tilted her head and asked mischievously, "How does it feel?" I was in a dilemma, completely unable to resist her strong seduction. Serena stared at me, slowly releasing her palm, seriously asking, "Then to be fair, is it my turn to touch now?" I suddenly looked up, my hand still on her waist. Unexpectedly, I was pushed down onto the bed by Serena again. Serena bent down to press on top of me, the scenery at her chest fully exposed. My heartbeat completely lost its balance. I even forgot to breathe. At this moment, exception d'able marquip to accost out, the girl's hot breath fell down, puffing against my neck. Speaking by my ear, "Today is your birthday." "I can help you," she coaxed me bit by bit, step by step. A long while before I reacted, "I don't need it." Serena's other hand touched my abs, going down bit by bit, her voice enchanting to the extreme. "Really? But your body is also saying it likes me." Hearing this, my whole body was enveloped by tingling hormones, my breathing also completely disordered. Serena pressed her advantage. Pinching my waist, liars will turn into piglets. The base of my ears were red as if dripping blood. I quietly turned my face away, stammering. Then, still like last time, I took a deep breath, wanting to calm down a bit, but my heart became more and more chaotic. Under Serena's straightforward, passionate gaze, I secretly scooted to the side. Suddenly, Serena locked onto my waist, staring into my eyes. "But this time I'll change the way I help you, guaranteed to satisfy our birthday boy." I had a bad premonition. "What way?" Serena slightly bent down, saying a few words by my ear. The next moment, my pupils suddenly contracted, unable to believe it, as I stared at her lips. The girl's lips were very sexy. When she kissed, it was very passionate. I unconsciously backed away. "You don't think it's gross?" The moment those words landed, Serena pulled me into her arms, her gaze tinted with a bewitching look. "I'm very willing." Late night in silence. In the dimly lit room, hot breath continuously spread in my head. The taut string snapped and broke, my whole body trembling. My face became redder and redder, low, husky moans continuously escaping from the corner of my lips, until Serena lifted her body up, asking me if I liked it. I quietly pulled the blanket to cover my face, like a little turtle retreating into its shell. Liked it. Serena's heart completely melted. Only after cleaning everything up did she turn off the lights. The room sank into darkness. The sound of each other's breathing became clearer. After saying goodnight, Serena, as usual, hugged me to sleep. But that night, I couldn't fall asleep for a long time, tossing and turning with my head full of the images from just now. Late night, Serena seemed to have fallen deeply asleep. I stared at her for a long while, secretly kissing her left cheek, whispering, "I love you." After saying it, I was satisfied, closing my eyes for a long while before sinking into a sweet dream. But I didn't know. The moment I fell asleep, Serena's eyes suddenly opened. The girl hugged me, placing a gentle and sincere kiss on my forehead. "I love you too." The second half of freshman year passed very quickly. Not only did I pass several certificate exams, participated in quite a few competitions, also participated in many volunteer activities. Extremely busy. Moreover, I was practically clinging to Serena every moment everywhere. People say romance has a 3-month rule. The limit of the passionate love stage is 3 months. Soon after, it will become bland. But it seemed like I liked Serena even more than before. Serena was the same. Every day if she didn't see me, she'd feel uncomfortable all over. When the last spring rain ended, summer quietly arrived. After final exams, was the beach trip I'd long been looking forward to. After everyone went skiing at the resort during winter break, we had agreed to go to the beach during summer break. Summer looking at the deep blue sea, catching the sea breeze with friends. Definitely would be a morning full of youth and passion. I finished packing my luggage at home and went out with Serena. I conveniently carried Serena's suitcase. As soon as I saw her, I transformed into a kiss-stealing maniac. Serena had also evolved to the point where, with just one look, she could accurately reach out and cover my mouth. No kissing. On the quiet little road, camphor tree leaves slowly fell, precisely landing on top of my head. After being scolded by Serena, I felt a bit aggrieved. Why can't I kiss? She quietly brushed the leaves off me, paused for a moment, quietly explaining, today I put on light makeup. If you kiss, you'll kiss foundation and powder. Moreover, it might smear. She was working very hard to learn makeup, wanting to appear beautiful in front of me. I seriously stared at her face for a long while, before encouraging, very pretty. But actually, I really couldn't tell she had makeup on. It seemed like normally she was already like this. Skin fair and clean. Lips also very pink. Big eyes, especially cute. Both my hands were carrying suitcases. Unable to kiss her cheek made me a bit sad. Quietly calculating in my heart. Tonight at the hotel, I definitely had to make up for the kisses. Kiss enough. Kiss her until she couldn't breathe, begging for mercy before stopping. The whole group gathered at the high-speed train station, noisy along the way. On the high-speed train, the whole group's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. Going to Q City required 3 or 4 hours by high-speed train. I also dozed off against Serena's shoulder, probably because I was too excited last night and didn't sleep well. Now I slept, especially soundly. Serena really liked the feeling of being needed, slightly curving her lips as she gently leaned against my head. Over 3 hours? The whole group finally got off and took taxis to the hotel. Everyone stayed on the same floor. Mine and Serena's room was the most special. It was a romantic double room that was very hard to book. Ocean-themed style. Beside it was a panoramic glass window. Could even gaze at the vast sea. My mood suddenly brightened. I excitedly ran over and jumped on the bed, bouncing twice. Gazing at the scenery outside the window, couldn't help curving my beautiful eyes, Serena. I love this place so much. Serena blinked, her heart gradually melting again. It seemed like I could always bring very high emotional value to those around me. I always said so amazing. I really like it. Also often patiently comforted and encouraged friends. My smile was always very sincere. The corners of Serena's lips also curved up. While taking out swimsuits and other things, while organizing both our luggage. Long ago, she had fantasized about such a scene. She would go see the sea with me, stay together at an ocean-themed couples hotel, and also in front of the panoramic glass window, watch the sea while kissing me. Serena came out of the bathroom after changing into her swimsuit, starting to apply sunscreen. Getting tanned was a small matter. The fear was getting sunburned. I directly squeezed sunscreen into my palm. Come here, I'll help you apply it. I lowered my head, unexpectedly facing her burning phoenix eyes. I quietly took a small step back, eyes clear and clean, speaking softly. I'm just helping you apply sunscreen. What are you thinking? Serena threw herself into my arms, her gaze somewhat innocent. I know what bad intentions could you have, I said indignantly. Don't think nonsense. The moment those words landed, Serena raised her eyebrows, her voice full of meaning. You can eat my tofu, touch wherever you want, both my heart and my body faithfully belonged to my boyfriend. I didn't really want to pay attention to her. I turned my face away as consent. A ripple rose in the depths of Serena's eyes. I continued helping her apply sunscreen to her body, my gaze also falling on her swimsuit. It was a bright golden swimsuit dotted with small daisy trim, revealing the girl's slender, soft waist, her skin especially fair and clean, really like white tofu that made you want to take a bite. I slowly applied sunscreen for Serena, not missing any corner, first the neck, arms, back, then gradually moving down to the waist. I slightly narrowed my eyes, both palms at her waist especially hot, and happened to rub right on the most sensitive spot on her waist, causing a tingling electric current. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. Then I continued patiently applying sunscreen to her legs. After applying to her whole body, Serena threw herself into my arms again, hugging very tightly, whispering, "Boyfriend's sunscreen application service." I'm very satisfied. I hugged her tightly while softly coaxing, "If you're satisfied, then give me a tip." Serena looked up, her voice sweet. "What do you want?" I couldn't help but lower my head and kiss her lips. Satisfied. Then we went out, taking the elevator downstairs to meet up with everyone. After eating, it was already afternoon. Everyone eagerly ran to the beach. The afternoon sun was scorching and dazzling, shining straight down on the sea surface, spreading a layer of brilliant light. The sea surface sparkled and shimmered, dazzling and magnificent. Occasionally, the sound of waves crashing against the reefs could be heard. Serena and I interlaced our 10 fingers, strolling on the fine, soft sand, slowly approaching the sea. The sand was fine and soft, like a golden silk ribbon. Stepping on it felt especially comfortable. I felt every step wasn't real. The deep blue sea, golden sand, and the company of my lover were all elements that made my heart race. Serena tilted her head and looked up at me. I was only wearing swim trunks, a large expanse of perfect physique exposed under the sunlight. The hair at my temples slightly blue, my features painted by the sunlight became even more handsome, adding a few shades of freedom and ease. The next moment I suddenly turned my head, precisely meeting her eyes. "What's wrong?" she quietly said, her gaze shifting toward the sea, not caring about the salty sea breeze blowing on her face. "Logan Mercer, I really love watching the sea, especially watching the sea with you." These two sentences fell into my ears. I stopped. "I also really like being with you." The corners of my lips couldn't help curving up, my eyes full of Serena's figure. The girl had her hair in 2 fishtail braids, and specially tied 2 yellow ribbons, braided together with her hair very uniquely and beautifully. Her whole being was glowing. Serena couldn't help but call, "Logan." Serena tightly held the hand holding mine. Word by word, "You're my little son, in existence like a little son." I was silent for a moment, simply shaking my head. "I'm not." I seriously said, "Serena, you're my son." Serena paused for a moment, didn't expect me to answer like that. The two looked at each other and smiled, just after saying a few words. Suddenly Chloe ran over, eagerly pulling the two of us to the beach to take photos. "Hurry up and take photos, only missing you two." Serena held my hand, lazily curving her lips toward the camera. I pressed close to her, breaking into a radiant smile. In the photo, the whole group stood on the soft sand, backs to the vivid blue sea, so alive and free. The photo framed that moment. Summer and the sea, sunshine and waves, all became the backdrop for the youth of these young people, painting a vivid oil painting. After playing for a while, everyone started splitting up, wait for sunset, then get on the boat together to feed the seagulls. Everyone started building sandcastles. My gaze slowly fell on Serena not far away. She went to buy things nearby, but the next moment, a young, handsome guy approached her, opening his phone seeming to want to ask for her WeChat. My gaze fell on Serena, slightly curving my lips. Serena had long given me enough sense of security. Sure enough, Serena held up the ring on her finger, politely shaking her head, leaving without hesitation, seeming to not even remember the guy's face. My heart felt sweet, continuing to lower my head and mold sand. A while later, Serena held 2 sea salt flavored ice creams in one hand, the other hand holding a big coconut, intimately leaning close to me, clinging. "Try the new flavor." But the next moment, she saw the sand pile I built was a 3D heart. On the heart were even carved our initials. I sat on the beach, smile radiant, like showing off a treasure, eyes sparkling bright as I asked, "Look, did I build it nicely?" Serena's footsteps stopped, suddenly frozen in place, somehow remembering images from the past. On New Year's Eve, December 31st last year, under the first snow and moonlight, she quietly hid a secret. And now I drew it on the beach, offering it to her without holding back. How could this not be destiny? After I washed my hands with seawater, I took the ice cream. The taste was salty and sweet, melting immediately in my mouth. My eyes lit up. First time eating this flavor of ice cream, especially novel. You eat quickly too. It's about to melt. Half a minute later, I didn't hear a response. I slightly turned my head. Serena was sitting on the beach beside me, still staring at that 3D heart, smiling foolishly. Nothing got through to her. I used my finger to poke her shoulder. "Serena, are you even listening to me?" Serena came back to her senses. Unhurriedly taking out her phone to take a photo, holding the coconut in front of me. "Take a sip." I lowered my head and put the straw in my mouth. The coconut water had a very fresh and refreshing taste, especially suitable for enjoying on the hot summer beach. On the sea, the sunset was about to fall below the horizon. The whole group got on the boat at the scheduled time, standing on the second floor of the yacht watching the sunset. With the humming sound of the engine and the rushing sound of seawater, the boat headed out to sea. A visual feast gradually began. The deep blue sky gradually tinted with color into pink and purple, compared to the passionate, showy orange-red. The pink-purple sunset glow was gentler and more dreamlike. A girl passing by watched the gentle, rosy glow, reciting poetry. Fish clouds scatter into rosy pondweed river, still as columns. Around the boat, countless seagulls immediately gathered, circling in the air. Serena put on a wireless earbud, stuffing the other one in my ear, playing a romantic instrumental song. I tore bread into small pieces and threw them in the air. Immediately, a seagull caught it. I immediately turned my head. "Serena, did you get it on video?" Serena stood beside me, her phone recording this lively scene, completely immersed in my smile. Got it." Serena's heart gradually beat faster. She often felt she was very lucky to have met me, very lucky to receive my one and only love. Under the cover of the gentle pink-purple sunset glow, The boat slowly glided across the sea. The sunset slowly drew to a close. The boat docked at the shore on the other side. The sky was also gradually darkening. Serena's gaze still fell on me. Watching my radiant expression when I smiled, she unconsciously curved her lips too. She couldn't help reaching out to feed me a small piece of bread, different from the bread usually fed to seagulls. This piece had cream filling, also the kind I liked most. Very fluffy, soft, and sweetly fragrant. I was still taking photos of the scenery, unconsciously opening my mouth to eat. A while later I turned my head. "Why are you feeding me?" "Feeding the seagulls?" Serena gently leaned against the railing, slightly tilting her head. Corners of her lips curved up, her mood especially good. Under the romantic sunset glow, the hair at her temples was gently blown by the sea breeze. Her phoenix eyes became indulgent and gentle. "I have no interest in feeding seagulls. I only like feeding you." After getting off the boat, everyone ate self-cooked seafood hot pot, each person swearing to eat their money's worth. Raising glasses of water, with the clink of glasses touching, one cheer after another, bottoms up. Cheers to a happy trip. Long-lasting friendship. Long live. The whole group started crazily competing to see who could eat more. After eating, everyone walked back toward the hotel to digest. While posting on social media with location tags to show off, Serena also rarely posted 9 photos. The first was a group photo, and there was also a photo of the 3D sand heart. The other 7 photos were all of me. The girls couldn't stand the sourness. While liking and commenting 99 times on WeChat, while loudly mocking someone ever since they started dating, only posts their boyfriend on social media, except for mandatory posts. From school, clubs, and the athletics department, Serena almost never posted on social media. She also rarely looked at others' posts, the type of mysterious, silent person. But since falling in love, she was like a different person, just wanting to change her status every day, even changed her WeChat background, afraid others wouldn't know she had a boyfriend, simply blinding them. Hearing this, a smile hung at the corner of Serena's lips. She didn't go argue with them, just quietly interlaced her 10 fingers with mine, leisurely walking on the little path. She looked up at the bright, clear moonlight. Posting all those social media posts actually wasn't at all to show off the relationship, but because she wanted to give me enough sense of security, wanted to give me the most open favoritism. Along the way, everyone also strolled through the night market for a bit, returning to the hotel around 9:30 p.m. They also bought some watermelons and coconuts. Below the hotel, Serena, in the room next door, split a big watermelon. Waiting until I finished showering, she scooped the center part with a spoon for me to eat. The center of the watermelon was always the sweetest and best. More importantly, it had no seeds. I noticed her indulgent little detail, slightly lowering my lashes, complex emotions rising in my heart for some reason. It seemed like every time, Serena always gave me the best things. Even if the two of us were lost in a desert, in the case where Serena only had 1 bottle of water, she would definitely let me drink it all, and would also casually say, "I don't really like drinking water anyway." I pressed my lips together, finally sighing, using my index finger to gently poke her right cheek. Girlfriend eats first. I wanted to let Serena eat the center. I also wanted to give Serena the best things, but Serena insisted on feeding it to my mouth. I puffed my cheeks, glaring at her, asking, what logic is there for the boyfriend to eat the center? Serena was wearing a silvery white nightgown, her clear eyes sparkling. Just finished showering, so her face was still tinted with a faint pink. Her lips looked especially soft too. Serena couldn't help laughing. "Logan Mercer, it's just a watermelon. Why are you being so polite with me?" I shook my head, very seriously saying, "But I just want to give it to you." Before I finished speaking, Serena suddenly took advantage of me opening my mouth, stuffing that small piece of watermelon into my mouth. I slowly widened my eyes. How could this person be like this? Even launching a surprise attack. But the next moment, Serena put down the spoon and approached me, a mischievous smile blooming in the depths of her eyes. "In that case, then let's eat together." The moment those words landed, she pulled me in front of the panoramic glass window, pressing close to me. I didn't even understand what was happening. Suddenly, Serena didn't hesitate to stand on tiptoe and kiss me, wild and scorching, as if all the suppressed emotions from before were being released bit by bit. In the romantic couple-themed room, starlight lamps lit up. Even the air became especially romantic. Outside the window, occasionally the sound of waves crashing against reefs could be heard. The atmosphere was wonderful. I leaned my back against the cold, transparent glass, my heart beating faster and faster. This window is transparent. What if someone sees us? But before long, I completely couldn't think anymore. Serena wrapped both arms around my neck, kissing deeper and deeper, bit by bit crushing out the sweet watermelon juice. leisurely savoring it. I had never tried a kiss like this. My body pressed tightly against the window by her. Sweet watermelon juice in my mouth. My whole body was tingling, already completely lost in Serena's mouth. Serena pressed very close. Only after finishing the watermelon did she slowly pull back some distance, letting me go and asking mischievously, "Sweet?" I unconsciously answered, "Sweet." Both my hands unconsciously hugged her waist. Serena saw through my worry, smiling, comforting. "This window is special material. Now I've set it to invisible mode. We can see outside, but people outside can't see us." Hearing this, I finally relaxed, looking like I didn't want to pay attention to her. As soon as Serena leaned in, I coldly turned away. Only now did Serena become anxious, leaning by my ear aggrievedly. "Logan, don't ignore me." I coldly turned my head. Serena moved in front of me again, gently hugging me. "Logan, pay attention to me." I was desperately holding back laughter inside, simply closing my eyes, pretending to be angry. That's right, I'm very angry right now, thinking Serena would stop. Unexpectedly, this person saw through my thoughts, becoming more and more pushy. "Little Logan, good Logan." But no matter what she called me, I didn't budge. As a result, Serena really stopped talking. After exactly half a minute, the room was especially quiet. I waited, getting a bit anxious, my eyes secretly opening a crack, wanting to see what she was doing now. Why did this person stop coaxing halfway? As a result, the next moment, my gaze suddenly met the depths of Serena's eyes. Serena's lips curved up, suddenly launching an attack, happily kissing, holding my face tighter and tighter. The girl's voice was especially enchanting, captivating. "Baby, I know you can't bear to be angry at me." Serena hugged very tightly. My arms hugging her also tightened. Outside the window came the gentle sound of sea waves lapping against the sandy shore, making people intoxicated. Before long, Serena keenly sensed my reaction, her whole body startled, her cheeks as if about to catch fire. "Logan Mercer, you pervert." Hearing this, I slowly let her go. Swallowing, voice low, normal phenomenon. "My body really likes you. As soon as I see you, I can't help it." The more she heard, the redder her ears became, unconsciously lowering her head. I smiled and carried her to the bed, covering her with a blanket. "Be good, I'll go take a cold shower. There's still a lot of travel plans tomorrow." I planned to let her go for now, afraid she'd be tired, moreover still young in college. I also didn't plan to really touch her, because I couldn't bear to. Serena lay on the soft seashell bed, leaning against the soft pillow, tilting her head to look at me, putting the watermelon on the nightstand, and afraid she'd be bored, I conveniently gave her my phone to play with. The phone password and payment password are both your birthday. She took my phone and froze for a moment, sparkling smiles lighting up her eyes. Can I really look at anything? I was tidying up pajamas, while looking up with my dark eyes, thin lips curving up. Of course, I don't have any secrets from my girlfriend. You can check anytime. I took the pajamas into the bathroom. Closing the door, a moment later the sound of rushing water came out. Serena's heart was racing from those words. Couldn't help rolling around on the bed, opening the phone to look. The wallpaper was a photo of the two of us confessing on the mountaintop. The lock screen was the same. Opening WeChat, the only person pinned was her, noted as "good baby" with a red heart. In that moment, Serena's heart felt like it was shot. She slowly scrolled through the screen. My WeChat contact list had a lot of people, but most were silent. Normally chatting with all boys, also only talking about gaming stuff. The most frequent phrase was, "get on your account." At the same time, I was showering in the bathroom, somehow remembering the 2 times Serena helped me before. "Logan, I want to help you. I'll make you comfortable. Guaranteed to satisfy our birthday boy." I felt my face was about to catch fire. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Serena opened the bathroom door, her voice sweet. "Logan Mercer, I want to help you." In the bathroom, I seemed completely unprepared for this scene. My body suddenly stiffened, surprise rising in my eyes. Through a layer of transparent glass, the two of us faced each other. Serena clearly saw my body. The man had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a tall, straight physique. There were even crystal water droplets, slowly flowing down along the V-line muscles. Extremely powerful impact. Serena's breath caught. Her mind went blank. I came back to my senses. My scalp numb. What are you gonna do? The moment those words landed, I immediately panicked and closed the door, but hesitating for less than 2 seconds. I opened the bathroom door. One strong arm easily pulled Serena in. She only felt the world spinning, pushed hard into the corner of the bathroom, back against cold tiles, door closed again. And the bathroom steam was hazy, the air humid, romantic and enchanting. I braced my hand against the wall, trapping Serena tightly in my arms, smiling mischievously, my voice especially hoarse and enchanting. "Girlfriend wants to help me?" White steam continuously lingered in the bathroom, the atmosphere especially romantic. My gaze fell on Serena, staring into her eyes. Her face was like a honey peach, white tinged with pink, especially alluring. The corners of Serena's lips couldn't help curving up. Even though I stood in front of her wearing nothing, she didn't feel anything was wrong. My heart beat wildly. Serena sighed, smiling and pinching my cheek, her voice warm and coaxing. "Why are you willing to let me help now?" Looking at her eyes full of indulgence, complex emotions continuously rose in my heart. The base of my ears became hotter and hotter. I don't know where the courage came from. I suddenly grabbed Serena's hand, placing it on my abs. I lowered my head to look at Serena. "Is this okay?" The moment those words landed, Serena's breath suddenly caught. Her gaze suddenly became intense and dangerous. Those two sentences seemed to burn all her rationality. She stared at me. Taking a deep breath, "You said it yourself." Night gradually fell. Bright moonlight covered the beach, reflecting faint, broken light. After the clock hand on the bedroom wall turned countless times, I finally leaned powerlessly against the tiled wall. After Serena washed her hands, I carried her to the bed, squeezed out some hand cream, patiently and gently applying it for her, occasionally leaning in to kiss her lips. "Serena, go to sleep. It's almost 1 o'clock. We still have to wake up early tomorrow to watch the sunrise. There's not much time to sleep." After I finished applying hand cream for her, I tidied up, turned off the lights, I got under the blanket and hugged her waist. Late night, all things were silent. Before long, I carried the drowsy Serena up. She looked very cute in her waiting state, looking like she didn't understand what was happening. My heart completely melted. Couldn't help kissing her cheek. "Serena, it's 30:30 a.m. now. Time to get up and watch the sunrise." After half a minute, she nodded obediently like a machine, only truly waking up after a long while. Washing face, brushing teeth, changing clothes, putting on shoes, I held Serena's hand and left the room. Everyone got on the pre-booked hot air balloon. About an hour of flying. The hot air balloon lit its fire. The heated air expanded. The density decreased. The rainbow-colored hot air balloon gradually rose, leaving the ground farther and farther, like a colored star flying into the sky, opening a romantic journey. Everyone was experiencing it for the first time, couldn't help excitedly screaming, hurriedly recording the takeoff video. The whole group laughed and joked, waiting for sunrise. Serena still had her 10 fingers interlaced with mine. In everyone's eyes, we seemed to always be stuck together, not even separating more than 3 meters. At exactly 5 a.m., the first ray of light pierced through the clouds, lifting the curtain of night. A streak of red quietly emerged, like a fire burning the sky. The clouds burned red, blooming with brilliant multicolored light. Chloe excitedly pointed at one spot and shouted, "Wow, doesn't that spot look like a phoenix on fire?" The person beside her nodded repeatedly. "You're right, it really does look like it." The red sun illuminated the whole world, making people's blood boil with passion. This magnificent scene was reflected in my eyes. A long while before I slowly spoke. "Serena," she softly, Ed, still smiling at me. I took advantage of when others weren't paying attention, lowering my head to secretly lean by her ear. My voice gentle and resolute. "In the future, I want to, together with you, see all the romantic, beautiful scenery in this world, become the most important person in each other's lives. Eternal companionship is the deepest confession of love." The more I thought about it, the happier I became. I didn't know that while I wholeheartedly watched the sunrise, Serena's eye sockets gradually warmed. When getting off the hot air balloon, everyone was surprised that an hour had passed so quickly, flying by in the blink of an eye. After the whole group finished breakfast, they groggily returned to the hotel and collapsed to sleep. I changed into my swimsuit, was pulled by Serena to go place the beach. "Not calling them to come too?" I asked while walking. Serena's eyes flicked up. "They want to sleep more first. I don't want to bring along those light bulbs." She put her arm around my waist, looking up. "So we're secretly sneaking out to play, not telling them." Greeting the early morning sunshine, I gently walked on the sand, slowly heading toward the sea. This time we were playing couples jet ski on the sea, renting a red one. Could play on the sea for an hour. Serena was trying it for the first time. But, as a professional racer, she was practically proficient after a few moves. Could even complete some difficult maneuvers. I wore a life jacket sitting behind Serena, hands holding the handles in front. The next moment, the engine started. The whole jet ski shot into the sea like an arrow leaving a bow, drawing graceful curves on the sea surface. Heartbeat and hormones were continuously wildly stimulated, the excitement almost wanting to burst out of my body. In that moment, our free souls were also gliding across the deep blue sea. In a less crowded area, Serena gradually slowed down and leaned by my ear, her voice carefree and serious. Logan Mercer, run away with me. Together with me on the remaining sea, have a romantic escape. With the sea breeze blowing, Serena turned her head back. I didn't hesitate to kiss her cheek, my eyes full of sparkling smiles. Okay, let's run away. 4 years later, Serena broke the Asian record, bringing glory to the country, relying on her strength to reach one on trending searches, immediately causing heated discussion across the entire internet, attracting countless fans. Under the central TV livestream camera, the girl wore a gold medal around her neck, deep enchanting phoenix eyes, her whole being, passionate, carefree, and proud, like a blazing flame. During the backstage livestream interview segment, the reporter asked quite a few professional racing questions. The world-class GP competition in May, your idol will also be participating. May I ask if you're confident in winning a medal? Serena answered, yes. The reporter asked again, may I ask when you learned you broke the Asian record? How did you feel? Serena answered, great. After many simple questions, the reporter started using killer moves. Voice sharp, today happens to be Valentine's Day. I want to ask if you have a husband in the future. Which would be more important, husband or motorcycle? The confident fans outside the screen thought, Sister Serena is full of career ambition. 100% will choose motorcycle. But in the camera, Serena decisively answered, completely incomparable. She curved her lips into a light smile. The husband in my heart will forever be the most important. The moment those words landed, the whole venue was silent for a moment. The reporter and netizens were stunned. While netizens were endlessly guessing, someone was sneaking to the hotel. To avoid paparazzi taking secret photos, I looked around, full of sneakiness. I had just knocked on the room door. The next moment I was forcefully pulled in, pressed hard against the door. Serena removed my mask and sunglasses, conveniently placing my luggage to the side, directly standing on tiptoe to kiss. She missed me like crazy. In the top-floor hotel room, the light was hazy and romantic. Back leaning against the door, in front of me were the girl's soft peaks. I lowered my head to respond to the passionate, fierce kiss, eyes intoxicated. After so many years, my kissing technique had become better and better, much more skilled than before. One hand firmly held the back of Serena's neck, the other hand slowly caressing at her waist, again and again, like a fierce, hungry wolf, becoming the one leading the kiss, easy as turning my palm, stirring her into a spring lake with rippling waves. Serena's waist was tingling and itchy, her body unsteady, her whole being swaying, had to hold onto my neck. The kiss was scorching hot, plus Serena occasionally letting out soft moans. Oh! Thread by thread sounding in my ear, the sexy, alluring voice hitting straight at my eardrums. Extremely powerful impact. The room also had the heater on. I was unbearably hot. Actually, in front of Serena, I didn't have any self-control ability. Serena's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her eyes quickly tinted with a thin layer of mist. The corners of her eyes dyed pink. Not until she really couldn't take it anymore did I release my large hand at her waist, slightly lifting up, voice low. I missed you so much. After the competition freshman year, I was selected by several media companies, finally signing with a management company, in the music arena, competing and defeating old and new singers, becoming famous overnight. Others all said I was lucky, but Serena knew how much I secretly worked hard to deserve this explosive fame. Recently, I was busy with a nationwide tour. Also had to film variety shows through the night. The two of us hadn't met for nearly a month and a half. I lowered my head and buried into Serena's shoulder, just wanting to merge into one with her. I kissed the base of her ear. I really missed you too. On the way here, I was watching the live stream of your competition. Very amazing. Moreover, I heard those 2 interview lines of hers. Completely incomparable. The husband in my heart will forever be the most important. My eyes curved. Happy Valentine's Day. Serena. Ed looked up at me for a very long time, before letting me go to the bathroom. Only when hugging me could she feel an enormous sense of satisfaction in her heart. Not feeling anxious, Serena said. I prepared a Valentine's Day surprise gift for you. The corner of my mouth slightly curved up. While tidying clothes, I said, getting to see you is already a surprise. I didn't know what gift she had prepared, but as long as she gave it, no matter what it was, I would definitely like it. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Over 10 minutes later, I finished showering and came out. There was no one in the room, only the blanket puffed up in a small pile. I leisurely walked over and lifted the blanket, but the next moment my complexion slightly reddened, my whole body frozen in place. The Valentine's Day surprise gift she prepared for me was a maid outfit. Bedroom, under the warm, hazy light. My deep eyes in that moment harbored surging waves. Rationality was gradually being burned away, swallowing all thoughts. Serena obediently knelt on the big bed. A black and white maid outfit, transparent lace revealing large expanses of snow-white skin. She wore maid hair accessories. On her neck was even tied a small golden bell, sweet and pure to the extreme, like a sparkling pearl radiating light. My Adam's apple continuously bobbed up and down. Blood vessels throughout my body were boiling. My gaze swept over her from top to bottom. Maid bell, super short skirt, white stockings. I gently called her name, Serena. She slightly lowered her head, heart beating faster and faster. Half a minute passed. Serena looked up to glance at my reaction. But I was like struck by lightning. Standing still in place, not moving, I pressed my lips together, not even daring to breathe heavily. My heartbeat was also completely disordered. The next moment, I turned around back to the bathroom, hurriedly closing the door. The room suddenly sank into silence. Serena was slightly doubtful. Could it be he didn't like her like this? Impossible. Actually, in the bathroom, I stared at myself in the mirror, slightly lowering my face, especially looking at the nosebleed flowing down. I was washing my face with cold water while struggling internally. The two of us had been in love for so long but only helped each other. No substantial progress. I felt sorry for her, couldn't bear to touch her. But in our past life we were already married. What was not allowed? I bravely opened the bathroom door. Serena looked up. In that moment, a black shadow shot forward like an arrow, rushing up and pushing her straight down onto the bed, pressing her tightly. Before she could react, the man's dense kisses fell, kissing her until she couldn't breathe. One hand placed on Serena's thigh, one hand gently lifting her chin, voice hoarse and low. Want to seduce me? My right hand lifting her chin slightly moved, flicking the bell on her neck, dingling, a clear, pleasant sound. Serena stared at me and asked, "Do you like it?" The depths of my eyes burned hot. Lowering my head to lightly bite the base of her ear, breathing deeply, "Serena, I like you to death." Hearing my unhesitating affirmative answer, Serena responded, "I also like you the most." I used all my strength to restrain myself, brow slightly furrowed, both hands propped on either side of her, seriously looking into her eyes. "Tonight for real." "Are you sure?" Serena dazedly looked up. Didn't expect that even after hinting so clearly, I still respectfully asked her. Her eye sockets slightly warmed, gently nodding word by word. "I'm sure." The moment those words landed, the fire in my eyes could no longer be restrained. I jumped up and called the hotel number. In less than a few minutes, the hotel robot knocked on the door, bringing a fully stocked box, the extra large size 10-pack kind. I tore open the packaging, turned to look at Serena. In my phoenix eyes rose deep wickedness and indulgence, like a hunter holding control of everything. One hand controlled both of Serena's wrists, raising them above her head, in an extremely domineering, powerful posture, locking her down. Hearing this, I said softly, "Then I'm coming in." Outside the window, the night was pitch black. The crescent moon was like a hook. Only tree leaves rustled in the wind, from 12 midnight until the early hours before dawn. Serena's eyes were dazed, broken sounds continuously spilling from the corner of her lips. Her head was even more of a chaotic mess, completely unable to think. She hazily remembered. It seemed like she had something very important. She wanted to tell me, but she really forgot. The room became especially quiet. Serena's whole body was sore, lying powerlessly face down on the bed, catching her breath, thinking she could finally peacefully sleep. Unexpectedly from behind came the sound of tearing, a plastic wrapper being mercilessly ripped open. She seemed to have completely underestimated my combat strength. The clear, pleasant sound of bells continuously rang out from the dark night until the first ray of sunlight appeared. Serena's consciousness was hazy, her attention scattered. In a blur, she seemed to feel me kissing her back from behind, an alluring voice slowly sounding, lingering by her ear. "Tired? Sleep for a bit." The warm afternoon sunlight pierced through the curtains, spreading a layer of soft, gentle light. I slept for a very, very long time, slowly opening my eyes. My whole body was. Serena also slowly woke up. She wanted to turn over, but her whole body surged with soreness, like being run over by a car. "Awake?" The man's voice was hoarse, enchanting, and alluring, carrying a bit of pampering tone. I propped a soft pillow for Serena, hugging her to sit leaning against the headboard. Her waist hurt so much she drew in a cold breath. In her head suddenly appeared the absurd memories from last night. Fundamentally couldn't count how many times I'd wanted her. Thinking about it now, Serena still couldn't quite catch her breath, even felt like her two legs were still trembling. I sat by the bed swallowing, gently hugging her into my arms, holding a glass of water. Be good. Replenish some water. I wore dark gray silk pajamas, slightly lowering my head, the corner of my lips still carrying a smile. On my face clearly written the two words, satisfied. Serena was unbearably thirsty, simply buried herself in my warm embrace, drinking all the water before her throat felt much better. She said quietly, I'm hungry. I think I smell something really fragrant. I still remember I had something I wanted to say. What was it? Whatever. Let's eat first. I put down the glass. Go brush your teeth first. Then, I carried her to the bathroom, along the way passing many clothing fabric pieces, white stockings, and the maid outfit, torn to shreds last night. The base of my ears gradually heated up. In front of the bathroom mirror, Serena's snow-white neck was covered in pink marks, like red plum blossoms blooming in white snow. She looked at me with complaint. I deliberately lowered my head pretending not to see, squeezing toothpaste for her. Serena came close and gently rubbed against me, the depths of her eyes full of sparkling lights. Logan, I'm so happy. After both of us finished washing up, I couldn't help but hug Serena again, eating her up for a while in the bathroom before stopping. She quietly complained, my body is covered in your bite marks. Are you a dog? I carried Serena back to bed, but smiled. My back is also covered in your scratch marks. Serena didn't believe it. The moment those words landed, I nimbly took off my shirt, turning around to reveal a large expanse of wheat brown, several red scratch marks on my back, especially prominent, like being scratched by a kitten. Even scratched to bleeding, especially scary. Serena suddenly froze. She reached out to gently touch. Does it hurt? I put my shirt back on, turning around to look at her, curving the corner of my lips. Don't worry. It doesn't hurt at all, because these are marks of love. Suddenly, I looked up at her. I remembered. Serena's eyes were indulgent. Remembered what? Official announcement. I hurriedly grabbed her hand. Serena, I want to publicly announce our relationship. The moment those words landed, I was a bit annoyed. How did I forget something so important? I had just reported to the management company and studio not long ago, eager to tell Serena, but felt saying it on WeChat wasn't solemn enough. So I planned to wait until we met, give her a super big surprise. Who knew as soon as I entered the hotel? I was urgently pressed against the door by Serena kissing me madly, kissing until my head became muddled. Hearing this, Serena's heart suddenly skipped a beat, then slowly recovered. Your company agreed? Will it be disadvantageous to your career? I seriously poked her cheek. It's fine. After the nationwide tour, I've already completely established myself. Moreover, the mouth grows on my face if I really want. To go public, they can't stop me either. Besides, I've always wanted to tell the whole world. Serena is my girlfriend. Serena only felt her heart, following each word of mine, beating wildly and powerfully. Yesterday, the hashtag Serena Breaks Record was still hanging on the trending list, attracting countless fans. Many new fans poured into the super chat. The male-to-female ratio almost split in half. Serena is so weird, doesn't post on Weibo for winning championship. Only one auto-generated system post. Hilarious, bro. You're a new fan, right? She only logs into Weibo once every half year. But the next moment, Serena posted a Weibo, long planned. Secret love became reality. I posted one, I will forever be my princess's knight. The posting time was exactly 13,004. Even added a burning red heart, especially prominent. The attached photos were 9 photos together. There were innocent photos from elementary school. There were photos together in blue and white high school uniforms. And there were back-view heart-shaped photos from the beach trip. Fans unconsciously thought it was some fake account, clicked on the profile picture. The next moment, the smiles on their faces gradually froze, their gazes becoming disbelieving. This is actually the real account? At the same time, my tens of millions of fans were the same, beautifully, enjoying the live video from the previous concert. Suddenly, special attention posted, fans' eyes lit up, happily running to boost the data. The next moment, collectively dumbfounded, I went online to repost that announcement, Weibo, and commented, I've picked the hottest son. After both Weibo posts were published, countless people's brains froze, repeatedly clicking on the Weibo profile pages. Reposts, likes, comments instantly skyrocketed, quickly reaching the top of trending. Serena Logan Mercer announced relationship, firmly occupied the first position on the trending list. Melon-eating netizens' faces were full of questions. You're saying who's with who? It feels like two completely unrelated people just got together out of nowhere. Serena's fans, racing fans actually didn't care much about dating or not, only cared about the next GP competition, whether she could win a medal. I originally followed the strength route, but had a huge fan base, mostly career fans and mom fans, shattered then immediately recovered, choosing to give blessings. I put down my phone, unbearably tired. My eyelids were fighting madly. After Serena covered me with a blanket, she turned off the lights and lay beside me, hiding in my arms. I almost fell into deep sleep as soon as I closed my eyes, breathing evenly, sleeping especially soundly. But Serena couldn't sleep at all. Even staying up all night, she wasn't sleepy at all. On the contrary, more alert than usual. Happiness came really too suddenly. They were inseparable for so many hours. Even let everyone know about their relationship. So many years finally fulfilled. Serena carefully hugged me, tilting to kiss my Adam's apple, her voice deep with emotion and gentle, "I love you." March 30th. My 23rd birthday concert. The free new song, Burning Heartbeat, officially debuted. Dedicated to Serena. Also dedicated to every lovely fan. That night, still half an hour before the concert officially started, in the dressing room, my makeup was ready, staring at myself in the mirror. These 2 years, I rarely dreamed of past life memories, but I still remembered clearly. In my past life, it was right after this 23rd birthday concert. It rained heavily. I was almost hit by a red car. Serena passed by and saved me. But was she really just passing by as she said? The lounge door was gently knocked. The little assistant poked her head in. "Brother Logan, 10 more minutes until it starts. You can go backstage to prepare now." I nodded, holding the custom-made microphone. Fans held golden light boards and control lights, like dawn piercing through the morning light, converging into a sparkling golden Milky Way. Extremely stunning. Looking at the fans full of sincerity, chasing to create wonderful moments for me, my eye sockets somehow warmed. Compared to my past life, it was even more magnificent and stunning. My fame was also higher. Everything was getting better and better. At exactly 7 p.m., the birthday concert officially began. The spotlight suddenly lit up. The tens of thousands of people in the music stadium had completely erupted. Screams, cheers rose one after another, deafening, forming an extremely powerful sound wave, shooting straight into the sky. I raised the microphone to sing, descending from above, surrounded by brilliant, colorful flowers. The first song was Music Box, also my first album after fighting my way out of the music competition show, could be said to have debuted at the top, sweeping all the music charts and major awards, stunning the entire internet. One song ended. I greeted toward the camera. "Good evening, everyone. I'm Logan Mercer. The first song, Music Box, is for everyone. Hope everyone can love themselves more, cherish themselves more." The screams at the scene became even more enthusiastic. The online livestream room was also buzzing. I invited many friends and big names in the industry to the scene, also my closest friends. Marcus sighed. "Is this really our Logan? Feels like he's matured a lot." Chase smiled lightly, under the nurturing of favoritism, much more confident than before. "I said it long ago. Serena can greatly enhance Logan Mercer's career fortune. The reverse is also true. Indeed, I didn't calculate wrong. The support and trust of lovers and friends is also a kind of strength." As the concert continued to progress, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more passionate. Not far away, a fan was madly holding up their phones screaming. But before long, he felt the girl beside him was a bit strange. This person wore a white dress, didn't hold light boards and cheer sticks, didn't hold a phone to record, didn't even cheer or scream, just quietly staring at me. Throughout the show, there seemed to be no emotional fluctuation at all. Really too strange. About 2.5 hours, the concert entered its final segment. Under the brilliant lights, I changed into a golden suit, appearing in everyone's sight. The last song is the new song, Burning Heartbeat, dedicated to my lover Serena, also dedicated to every fan. Hope everyone can find their true love. The moment those words landed, fans screamed madly. Cheers poured out like waves. The bass of Serena's ears kept heating up, heart pounding fiercely. The sound was deafening. On stage, I bathed in golden light. Every strand of hair was glowing, my singing voice striking straight at the soul. Listening to the whole song until the end, the audience's emotions had reached their peak, roaring like boiling water. Serena's chest somehow rose with a complex, wonderful emotion, a bit bittersweet. Before the little boy only sang for her alone, now he had tens of millions of viewers, fans from everywhere. Actually, sometimes Serena's possessiveness would rise, wanting to secretly hide me away, not to be discovered by anyone. But then she thought I was so good, I should stand on stage shining, should be loved by countless people in the world. Concert ended. Serena, under the guidance of my assistant, went to the empty lounge. After enthusiastically greeting the fans, I happily ran over to hug her. I lowered my head, eyes sparkling bright, voice especially excited. "Serena, did I sing well?" Serena reached out to hug me tightly, looking up to madly kiss my cheek. mouth continuously repeating that she liked it. When she gave me burning love, I also didn't avoid it at all, giving her open favoritism. Concert ended. Fans had a huge post-concert emotional reaction. Most people walked out of the music stadium with tears. Boom, a thunder and lightning. The sky suddenly poured with heavy rain. The sound of fierce rain rang out. Not until most people had left did a girl in a white shirt stand up. Audrey held an umbrella, aimlessly walking in the heavy rain, her gaze hazy and empty. A few days ago, her mother died in a plane crash. This was something that never happened in her past life. The accident came suddenly, yet she had no emotional fluctuation at all. Only felt she finally escaped the control. Finally free. But after being free, she still had nothing. In her past life, she missed my 23rd birthday concert. It was that very day I proposed breaking up. This life she came, but I had long completely forgotten her. Heavy rain ruthlessly pounded on the umbrella. Audrey held the umbrella expressionlessly, eye sockets slightly red. In a moment of daze, a cross seemed to be a familiar figure, especially heading this way. Audrey stood frozen in place, heart suddenly beating fast. He's very happy now. I can't go bother him. Audrey fundamentally couldn't control her body, rushing over without hesitation. Suddenly in the heavy rain, a red car lost control and shot out from the rain curtain, blinding headlights rushing toward her at high speed. In that moment, as if all time completely froze, she fell to the ground unprepared. Knocked down by the huge impact force, fresh blood gushed out, dyeing the entire white shirt red. Horrifying. The driver let out a piercing, panicked scream. Immediately sobered up from the alcohol, whole body trembling from tension, hurriedly calling 120. Thunder rumbled. Heavy rain lashed like whips. Audrey lay in the rainwater, all strength in her body completely drained. Everything before her eyes was a blur. Even her consciousness was gradually fading. Her world was cold and barren, was terrifyingly gloomy black and white. Heaven took pity and shone a warm golden ray of light, but she herself pushed me away. Audrey was swallowed bit by regretful emotions. She closed her eyes in pain, shedding desperate tears. Logan Mercer, I was really wrong. May 20th, Paris, France. The World GP motorcycle racing competition officially began. Organized by the International Motorcycle Federation, it's one of the most important road racing competitions, broadcast live globally, attracting attention. I wore sunglasses and a mask, sitting in the stands waving a small flag. Extremely worried inside. This time I got a peace blessing charm again. Serena must be safe and smooth. The girls beside me were also unbearably nervous. Chloe wiped her sweat, even her legs were shaking. At a certain moment, I seemed to return to the competition 4 years ago. I fainted and dreamed of past life memories. Thinking Serena had crashed. Scared beyond bearing, Serena took off the gold medal and put it around my neck, indulgently coaxing, "Gold medal for you. Don't worry anymore." Beautiful memories surged up in my heart, like sweet honey, bit by bit dissolving my anxiety and unease at this moment. At the same time, the race began. The roaring at the scene was deafening. Countless motorcycles immediately shot out, all around. Countless foreigners were cheering for their idols, screaming madly. During the second half of the race, there were already some racers who had accidents and crashed, watching the racers withdraw into bitter struggle. Serena this time wasn't like usual, directly pulling far ahead alone, but adopted a restrained driving strategy. Not showy at all. This race, everyone's attention was focused on. Several racers with extremely high fame. The competition between Spanish and Italian racers was especially fierce. It seemed not many foreigners paid attention to. The only Chinese racer participating this time, Serena. Just when global audiences were betting on Spain, Italy, England, and other countries, the result was unexpected. The Chinese racer surprisingly made a comeback, only seeing a red and black figure continuously overtaking two vehicles, crossing the finish line first, with absolute strength and a 4.732-second gap, winning the World Championship, bringing glory to the country. On the live stream screen was a young and unfamiliar Asian face. In that moment, the whole venue was silent for 2 seconds, then erupted in panicked screams. Serena, with her unexpected performance, broke through the siege, overturning everyone's perception, even defeating the idol she had believed in for years. Under the golden sunlight, she took off her helmet, standing on the highest podium, chest wearing a heavy gold medal, taking commemorative photos with the silver and bronze medalists. She confidently smiled with curved lips, spirit heroic. Serena not only reached the top of Weibo trending, even reached world trends. Foreign internet immediately exploded. This was absolutely a scene that could be recorded in history books. At the scene, I was so happy I wanted to jump up. The girls beside me were so happy they cried, hugging and spinning in circles. Suddenly, I put down my phone. Under the assistant's guidance, went through smoothly, going inside. Ahead, countless people crowded into a mass, crowds of reporters surrounding. I took off my mask and sunglasses, taking a deep breath. The assistant handed me what had been prepared long ago. One hand holding a huge bouquet of red roses, the other hand pulling out a diamond ring gift box. Walking towards Serena, curving my lips as I slowly approached. The crowd also opened a path for me. Under countless lenses and interview lights, the girl was still wearing the red and black racing suit. She completely froze in place, heart suddenly skipping a beat, then thumping nonstop, as if the next moment it would jump out of her body. The moment I saw Serena, even my palms were sweating, feeling every minute, every second was like being pressed to 5x speed, especially long. The dazzling lights around and countless people shouting gradually blurred before my eyes. In my eyes only remained the woman before me. I walked up to Serena, kneeling on one knee staring at her, voice low, "Serena, will you marry me?" I held up the diamond ring. The diamond in the center of the ring was very large, sparkling and shining. In that moment, Serena's eye sockets immediately warmed. Everything before her eyes became blurry. Her nose bridge tingled. Her eyes immediately welled up. No wonder this morning I told her to do her makeup beautifully. Surroundings were already packed tight. Crowds of reporters focused their lenses on the two of us. Competitors also ran over to watch. The excited, eager gazes of the whole world all poured in. Under the official livestream lens, this scene appeared on TVs of people all over the world. Serena's shoulders kept trembling slightly, holding back tears as she took the roses and said, "I accept." The next moment I put the diamond ring on her, lowering my head to solemnly kiss the back of her hand. The cheers of the whole venue echoed to the clouds. The whole world was witnessing the love that belonged to us. Interview ended. I carried Serena back to the hotel. Along the way, she kept staring at the exquisite, high-end diamond ring on her finger. The more she looked, the more she wanted to cry. Finally, couldn't hold back her tears. A smile rippled at the corner of my mouth. Congratulations to Serena for double happiness. She lowered her head, quietly burying her face in my chest. Why are you so romantic? I reached out to wipe Serena's tears, voice indulgent, because I love you. Hearing this, her nose bridge reddened, taking the initiative to hug me. I lowered my head to kiss her red lips. A romantic proposal of the century made both of our fame even more flourishing, completely going viral across all demographics. I originally wanted to stay in Paris for 2 more days, but seeing Serena's eager expression, I still softened and agreed to return home to register the marriage. Right now, immediately, at once. Serena very confidently said, "Tomorrow is 5/21, especially suitable for marriage registration." I quietly ate watermelon, even feeling like Ewing Waldable as Daction. This person just wanted to bring the whole Civil Affairs Bureau over. Lightning speed marriage. The two of us changed our flight tickets to return home. On the way back, Serena's mood was quite good. The corners of her mouth really flew up to the sky with the plane. Shoulder to shoulder with the sun, the romantic May 21st. The two of us registered our marriage, officially becoming legal husband and wife. The moment I held the red booklet, my mood was extremely wonderful, as if the relationship between me and Serena was also stamped with a little seal. The golden national emblem on the marriage certificate cover radiated brilliant light. Opening the booklet was a photo of us two smiling. I stared at the photo, whispering word by word, "Congratulations on the new marriage, my wife." I had already reported to the company and team last night. Since we already proposed, there was no harm in showing off the marriage certificate. After taking a photo of the two cute red booklets, at exactly 5:21 p.m., I uploaded to Weibo and WeChat. Didn't even need to write any caption. One photo said it all. Serena immediately went online to repost, even adding several small red hearts. The hashtag Logan Mercer Serena marriage registration immediately shot up to trending. I drove to Serena's new home. After getting out, Serena directly stuffed me into the back seat, got in, and closed the car door. I leaned against the seat back, doubtfully blinking. Suddenly, she steadily sat on my lap. Serena said, "Baby, is it okay in the car?" I was dazed, heart beating fast. Didn't even wait for me to speak before she kissed me. I accordingly sank into it, responding with an even more passionate kiss. After registering the marriage, I almost couldn't control my emotions. My rationality was continuously being drowned. A long while later, I finally sat up from the car's storage compartment, took out a new box of supplies. The sound of plastic tearing rang by her ear. Until very late at night, did I finally hold Serena face to face? From the private underground garage, walking step by step upstairs, through the living room into the bedroom, extending until midnight. I finally tenderly kissed her forehead, holding her in my arms. Good night, wife. After Serena achieved the world championship, her commercial value was far ahead alone, not only easily gracing all major global fashion magazines, also signing quite a few top commercial collaborations. My new album also once again reached World Trends CP. Super Chat also ranked first. That proposal video was watched to the point of wearing out. Every fan watched it over and over countless times. The wedding of the two was held on September 9th. Fans were so excited they madly posted Weibo lucky draws. At the same time, countless top luxury brands competed to sponsor the two of us. September 9th, the wedding arrived as scheduled. Location at an ancient castle in Europe, antique and mysterious yet romantic and gorgeous. The gray-black castle was dotted with red roses, gently swaying in the light breeze, passionate like fire. When the melodious tune in the castle rang out, the exquisitely carved antique large doors slowly opened. The gazes of the whole venue fell on the door in unison, nervously and expectantly looking toward the bride. Serena wore a white wedding dress, pure and sacred. The wedding dress had gold thread embroidering complex patterns, sparkling under the lights. The large train was covered with pearls and diamonds, like a sparkling Milky Way flowing in the dark night. Extremely stunning. The whole venue let out a wow of amazement. The girls' gazes were full of envy. I stood at the other end of the red carpet, Adam's apple slightly bobbing, thin lips pressed tight, deep gaze falling on the bride. Serena wore a crown and veil, holding flowers, red lips curved in a beautiful smile, step by step walking toward me. Just like a scene from a dream, I was completely losing my mind. My fingertips were trembling slightly. The two of us gazed into each other's eyes. When she looked at me, I also looked deeply at Serena. I wore a high-end black suit tailored to fit, figure elegant and straight, features clearly defined, extremely handsome. After the priest read the vows, the two of us sincerely exchanged bows. Under the gaze of everyone, I put the diamond ring on Serena, slowly lifting the hazy veil. In a volume only the two of us could hear, I gently called her name, Serena. I love you. I noticed Serena's eye sockets reddening. The girl, in those phoenix eyes that were originally proud beyond compare, rippled with a glimmer of tears. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Slightly looking up, I love you too. The next moment, I lifted Serena's face, like lifting my most precious beloved gem, lowering my head to kiss her lips. Cameras at the scene continuously captured footage. Guests excitedly shouted endless blessings. Wedding reception. Serena changed into a toast dress. A sea blue pearl-studded mermaid dress, like a little mermaid princess stepping out of a fairy tale. I led Serena to toast the guests. Night breeze blowing gently, stars sparkling bright. When the beautiful wedding came to a close, the hashtag Logan Mercer Serena Wedding also shot up to trending and world trends, making countless people around the world envious. Wedding night, in front of the top floor castle glass window, two romantic figures intertwined, the male-female body difference extremely large. Serena's two hands were held tightly raised above her head, her whole body pressed against the cold glass window. A high-end sea blue mermaid dress had been torn beyond recognition, most of the dress fabric scattered on the floor. On her body only pitifully remained a small portion. Covering was worse than not covering. Behind me, I was still proper, wearing a black suit, gripping her slender waist that fit in one arm span, voice enchanting, don't worry. Outside can't see inside. Be good, call me. Serena's whole body went soft, voice slightly trembling. Husband. I hugged her tightly from behind, gently rubbing her cheek saying, look outside. Serena breathed lightly, looking up toward the dark night sky. The next moment in the night curtain, immediately bloomed brilliant colorful fireworks, transforming endlessly, filled with sparkling colors, converging into a brilliant painting. Fireworks lasted 10 minutes, until midnight the next day. I hugged Serena and directly turned her around, voice enchanting and alluring. Do you like the wedding night gift? Serena nodded. Like it. In her eyes rippled waves like autumn water, reaching out to hug my neck, taking the initiative to look up and kiss my lips, using action to prove her liking. She liked the fireworks, but liked Logan Mercer even more. I also hugged her tightly, lowering my head to capture her lips, responding with a deep loving kiss. She really got her wish, marrying the boy she had loved for over 10